Chapter 1. The Return. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, just as in previous years, Father Ling and Mother Ling were bustling about with unrelenting energy. Meanwhile, younger brother Ling Xiang, along with his siblings Su Su and the three children, were frolicking in the room. Ling Fei stood on the balcony, watching the light rail swiftly disappear into the distance, only to be captivated by the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, were drawn to the spectacle, evoking memories of her recent marriage, now just a year past. 8 words echoed in her mind, magnificently blooming, desolately withering. Time passed with astonishing swiftness, transforming an anxious and naive individual into one who exuded a gentle, melancholic grace within mere years. Indeed, the juxtaposition of such contrasting words perfectly described Ling Fei in this moment. Typically, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, especially as night began to fall, one would not expect visitors. Everyone would be at home, keeping vigil for the new year. Why would anyone venture out? Ling Fei pondered as she descended the stairs, making her way to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily stunned, as the half-open door was abruptly halted by a hand from outside. "What's this? You don't recognize me? Or have you been startled?" A low, mellifluous voice resonated in her ears, the final word laced with an indescribable allure. Momentarily taken aback by the imposing hand blocking the doorway, Ling Fei quickly lifted her gaze, her bright eyes wide open with a look of bewilderment. "What are you doing here? Have you come to the wrong place? Are you here for something? Or—" A torrent of questions escaped her lips, disbelief flooding her as she stood before him. Yunzheng. He was the sole heir of the Yun family, with his parents residing abroad, yet he claimed to have come to Sea City solely for her, and subsequently followed her to N City. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? Who's here?" At that moment, Mother Ling, having just finished her tasks in the kitchen, stepped outside. "Oh, who are you? Looking for someone?" Realizing her mind was somewhat muddled, she quickly registered that this exceptionally handsome man was holding her daughter's hand. This fellow exuded a refreshing elegance, his presence a striking contrast to the winter chill, embodying the very essence of refined charm. Words like graceful and extraordinary seemed tailor-made for him. "Are you unwell? Missing your parents, perhaps?" Ling Fei asked, flustered by his sudden embrace. This man had always emanated strength, never once appearing vulnerable. He had navigated every situation with composure, but the stark contrast in his demeanor was bewildering. She reflected on how she had scarcely seen her own parents over the past year, while he managed a vast family alone, with no relatives by his side during the festive season. Surely, she must be considered one of his most cherished friends. At least, that was what she hoped. Ling Fei thought to herself, realizing she had much to be grateful for. At least she was with family now, and her current work brought her a sense of fulfillment and freedom. Moreover, with his assistance, she felt she ought to be more gracious rather than harboring pettiness. "All right, enough of this melancholic demeanor. Why don't you spend the new year at my home this year?" "But you, really? You're not joking? I can celebrate the new year here?" Before Ling Fei could finish her sentence, Yunzheng stood upright, gripping her shoulders with excitement, his enthusiasm overwhelming. This reaction was rather excessive. It was merely a New Year celebration. After all, he had helped her immensely, and the Ling family occasionally received gifts from him, although they were often delivered under the guise of obligation. Each time, he emerged victorious, while her parents remained oblivious to the identity of the benefactor, assuming it was merely a friend of their daughter. "Yes, but you must leave by the morning of the second day of the new year." She finally completed her earlier thought, observing Yunzheng's expression shift back to one of confusion and weariness. "You see, our family has to visit my grandmother on the second day to pay respects to my uncle, as we do every year." She found it unbearable to witness his current expression, as if she were being excessively cruel. She had long cultivated a demeanor of icy detachment, yet with him, It seemed utterly ineffective. She felt she was failing to live up to the moniker her colleagues had bestowed upon her. Unyielding and expressionless. By the way, what do you need to discuss with my parents? Does it require both of them to be present? Puzzlement filled her mind. When had her parents ever met him? Why was she unaware of this? Chapter 2. Would you marry me? Do you want to know? Yun-jung gazed deeply into Ling Fei's dazed face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am utterly oblivious as to when you became entangled with them. You claim that during your work hours, you do not exhibit such. Initially, I contemplated describing his behavior today as frivolous, yet upon witnessing his visage, such a term seems utterly incongruous that to possess such a countenance is indeed a stroke of fortune. I find myself curious about what his parents must look like. What? Is it nonsensical? As if he could read her thoughts, he articulated the very words she had yet to voice. This man truly possesses an uncanny ability to discern her innermost feelings. It is almost supernatural. Ling Fei's lips twitched in irritation. She decidedly wished to avoid further proximity to him, feeling as though her privacy had been entirely stripped away. Then go ahead. I am no longer interested in knowing. Attend to your business, she declared, abruptly turning away to gaze out the window. The conversation must cease. If it continues, she might find herself complicit in his schemes, assisting him in counting the profits of his deceit. Her intellect seemed to diminish significantly in his presence. It appeared that maintaining distance was paramount. Indeed, it is a matter of importance. Let us proceed. You must witness the myriad expressions that flit across Ling Fei's face. Yun-jung was in high spirits, practically yearning to burst into laughter, yet he restrained himself, mindful that he had not yet accomplished his primary objective. It would be unwise to provoke this fiery woman. When roused, she could become utterly unrecognizable. Oh dear, what a lack of decorum. Let me go on my own, Ling Fei said, exasperation evident as she struggled against his grip. What was his intention? The moment they entered, he began to pull her along, and to make matters worse, her mother had witnessed this. She had yet to devise an explanation for them. She simply could not bear to be caught in yet another compromising scenario of their entangled forms. Yun-jung relinquished her hand in response to her struggles. What is the matter? Shall we not go? Sensing a change in Yun-jung's demeanor, she mistakenly assumed he was displeased with her resistance. This man, truly, once he had grasped her hand, seemed to develop an addiction to it. She could hardly fathom that her charm held such allure for a man of his caliber. Surely, it must be a debt from a past life. She mused. July, have all the belongings been moved? Upon descending the staircase, Yun-jung spotted July standing at the entrance of the living room. As he approached, he realized it was the aunt inquiring. Uncle, aunt, please have a seat in the living room, Yun-jung stated, noticing Ling Fei's father scrutinizing him with an evaluative gaze. This feeling, one he had longed to experience in his previous life, now stirred within him a mix of excitement and apprehension. Years of navigating the business world had taught him that this man was undoubtedly protective of his own. Well, perhaps just a shade more handsome than I. Do confess your secrets, swiftly, Ling Xiang inquired with curiosity. Leaning closer to Ling Fei found herself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. What secrets could there possibly be? This younger brother was exasperating. Despite being a father of two, he still clung to the demeanor of his single days. She could hardly fathom how her sister-in-law managed to endure the constant attention of 3 children. That moment, a cheerful voice resonated from the doorway, and Bai Susu emerged from the room. Accompanied by 3 children, a small red figure dashed swiftly towards Yun-jung. Ling Kaisen instantly recognized the man who had been second only to her grandfather in kindness towards her and her mother over the past year. Her grandfather held the top spot, of course. Ling Kaisen, having taken her mother's surname after Ling Fei's divorce, was under the exclusive care of this very Yun-jung. Yet, neither Ling Baba nor Ling Mama were aware of all that Yun-jung had done for the mother and daughter. And Ling Fei found herself at a loss for words, merely stating that a friend was helping them. Kaisen, have you missed your Jung Baba? Yun-jung inquired, squatting down with open arms to embrace the little girl rushing into his embrace. He lifted her up, one arm cradling Kaisen, while the other gently brushed her tiny nose with his fingertip. Kaisen had just turned 6 after the new year, and it was no wonder she had grown so much. Ling Fei sighed, wondering about the implications of Yun-jung's presence at their home, which had left no opportunity for Kaisen to address him differently. She was baffled by how this man had managed to convince Kaisen to call him Jung Baba. Though she recognized that over the past year, Yunzheng had indeed surpassed the role of a father in Kaisen's life. Without Yunzheng, she might have struggled to communicate with Kaisen about these matters. He truly was an exceptional father. What are you thinking about? We have important matters to attend to. Kaisen, come down. Zheng Baba needs to discuss something with your grandfather and grandmother, Ling Fei said awkwardly as she approached Yunzheng, extending her hands to take Kaisen. This made the situation even more precarious, as both her parents were utterly astonished. What should they do? What could they do? Yes, Kaisen, let us allow Zheng Baba and your mother to finish their important discussion with your grandparents, Yunzheng said with a smile. Gently placing Kaisen on the ground, he observed Ling Fei's embarrassed expression, and an overwhelming affection surged within him, causing his lips to curve into a soft smile. His face, already chiseled like a sculpture, seemed to radiate a divine glow. This little woman beside him was feeling shy. Xiao Feier, at this moment, I truly wish to embrace you and share all the things you remain unaware of. I long to tell you how long I have sought you with such fervent emotions, yet I cannot do so now, for it might frighten you. It matters not if you do not remember. I hold steadfast in my belief that one day, you will. Yunzheng took Ling Fei's hand, which was still lost in thought, pulling her to stand beside him as they faced Ling Baba and Ling Mama. Uncle, Aunt, I hope to gain your approval to have the fortune of marrying Ling Fei, he declared with sincerity, his expression earnest yet tinged with nervousness. This was the first time he stood beside this woman to utter such a proposal. Yet his heart brimmed with joy, grateful that it was him who had the honor of expressing these sentiments. The emotions that had been cultivated over 2 lifetimes were on the verge of erupting. Ah, gasped all the adults present, while only Chiua quietly observed from the side, reflecting, my goodness, this has not been easy. 2 lifetimes, indeed. Even I am on the verge of bursting. You are truly a man of resolve. You have no idea how close I was to spilling everything when Ling Mama questioned me just now. Ling Fei was utterly bewildered this time. She could not fathom why such an exceptional man would go to such lengths for her. The efforts he had made over the past year could be dismissed as if he were repaying a debt from a past life. Although she was aware of her modest charm, it hardly seemed sufficient to warrant such devotion, especially considering her own obstinate temperament. Who could possibly endure that? Chapter 3. A trial engagement? Are you serious? How can we trust you? Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, the voice of Ling's father resonated through the living room. With a dignified demeanor, he gazed straight ahead, his voice firm yet measured. However, internally, he was a whirlwind of emotions. His every word and action revealed his deep concern for his daughter. The mere fact that she had quickly begun to call him dad indicated her extraordinary affection for him. That it was indeed rare for a man of such caliber to show such dedication to a divorced woman. Yet he could not comprehend why this man cared so deeply for his daughter. His demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. After a brief pause of about 2 minutes without hearing from Ling's father, Yunzheng observed him still seated with an air of solemnity. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Had he perhaps been too forward? After all, proposing engagement at their first meeting was a considerable leap, especially since the family had only just learned of his existence today. In his excitement, he had forgotten everything else, consumed only by the desire to build a life with her. I agree, exclaimed Ling Kaisen, stepping forward to interrupt Ling Fei's reverie, sparking a glimmer of hope in Yunzheng. This little girl was certainly not an ordinary child. Without her presence, he would not have had as many opportunities to be near Ling Fei. Kaisen, this is an adult matter. Children should not interfere, Ling Fei said, exasperated. No, I am no longer a child, Kaisen retorted. I have experienced so much. Without Dad Zheng, Mommy wouldn't be this happy. If Mommy were unhappy, I would be unhappy too. Therefore, Dad Zheng is the most suitable person in the world to be with Mommy. Kaisen finished her statement with a sigh, adopting a miniature adult's demeanor, and then helplessly shook her head as she glanced at her grandparents. Grandpa, you have no idea how much Dad Zheng has done for us since Mommy separated from her previous husband. But Mommy never lets me tell you, and I feel so guilty. Dad Zheng is such a wonderful person, talented, handsome, and he knows how to make Mommy happy. That he takes me out to play, and he always spends time with me. I would be more than willing to be with him. Grandpa, please consider this for Mommy's future happiness. And for my sake, are you truly willing to give up such an exceptional person? It would be too late to regret it later. Kaisen believed that to ensure Dad Zheng and Mommy could be together, she had to fan the flames of this budding relationship in front of her grandparents. To him, this moment, Ling Mama found herself choked on a mouthful of water, astonished that this young girl had never before spoken so highly of anyone. Well, Lao Ling, I believe we should give it some thought. There is a saying that happiness is rooted in both beauty and capability, particularly as it pertains to our Fei and Kaisen, Ling Mama remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Papa. After finishing her thought, she gently patted Ling Papa's hand, urging him to observe Yunjung, who appeared increasingly charming with each glance, far superior to the previous individual who had once shown her disdain. She was a woman who held grudges. Indeed, one can hardly appreciate the light without first knowing the darkness. Then, let us embark on a trial of courtship, Ling Papa interjected, cutting off Ling Fei's words before she could finish. This was your own choice, made in defiance of our collective opposition, especially as you left without my consent, he continued. Ling Fei, how about allowing your father to take the reins this time? Dad, I apologize for my prior actions. I shall heed your counsel this time, but it will only be a trial of courtship in case. Ling Fei's voice trailed off, her tone deflated like a punctured balloon, her head bowed low. There is no in case. Thank you. Mom and Dad. Yunjung decisively interrupted Ling Fei, winking at Kaisen as he spoke, then turning his sincere and resolute gaze toward Ling Papa and Ling Mama. Yunjung vowed that he would never let Ling Fei down. If she chose to stay, he would remain steadfast, and if she chose to leave, he would follow her without hesitation. Oh dear, Chiwe, standing by the door, felt her heart shatter. Father, your statement of Mom and Dad was enough to astonish everyone. But what on earth are you saying now? It is the year 2020, not your era. Well, actions speak louder than words. Shall we proceed with the meal? Ling Papa assumed Yunjung was merely caught up in excitement, thinking to himself that this young man, despite his exuberance, displayed a commendable eloquence, a stark contrast to the previous simpleton. Satisfied, Ling Papa contemplated reminding him of proper address, but ultimately disregarded it upon hearing Yunjing's fervent pledge. Chiwe, feeling overwhelmed, witnessed Yunjing's unspoken joy as he gazed tenderly at the somewhat dazed Ling Fei, his eyes brimming with affection, his smile broader than before, revealing his pearly white teeth. What? Are you so happy that you're left speechless? Yunjing teased, observing Ling Fei's mix of anger and reluctance to express it. Finding her utterly adorable, he then turned to the stunned Ling Xiang and Bai Susu, bowing slightly. Brother, sister-in-law, let us enjoy the reunion dinner first. There are gifts to be exchanged later. With that, he tugged at the still displeased Ling Fei, leading her toward the kitchen. Come, let us help out that we'll have the New Year's Eve dinner first. You have gifts too, he whispered playfully in her ear, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Chapter 4. A reunion in this life. How could she not realize that she was already contemplating their future together? Indeed, Yunjing nearly chuckled aloud. This stubborn little woman was oblivious to the fact that her earlier tone had melted his heart. He had waited 2 lifetimes to offer her nothing but the best. Kaisen, come sit with your brother and sister, Bai Susu beckoned, inviting Kaisen to join the family at the large round table in the living room. Ling Xiang cast a glance at Chiwe, who was being pushed by Ling Mama to sit beside Yunjung, and then shifted closer to Ling Fei. Sister, I initially thought that this year's gathering felt somewhat lacking without the previous brother-in-law, but unexpectedly, you have brought along such a remarkable individual, Ling Xiang remarked softly, giving Ling Fei a thumbs up with a mischievous grin before hastily lowering his hand to avoid being seen by Ling Papa and Ling Mama. Focus on your meal, Ling Fei retorted, lightly tapping Ling Xiang's head with her chopsticks, shooting him a glare afterward. This fellow certainly invites trouble. It's no wonder that their father rarely treats him kindly. However, this year's New Year's Eve dinner was undeniably unusual. Master, may I just retreat to the small kitchen for a bite? Chiwe felt a pang of anxiety. Although she had shared a table with this esteemed gentleman before, this New Year's Eve dinner. You are one of us. There's no need to feel nervous. Yunjing shot a disapproving look at Chiwe, who seemed overly anxious. Do you not realize that I am equally apprehensive at this moment? This is my first visit, and I am intruding on someone's New Year's Eve dinner. He occasionally patted his own thigh, revealing that he was even more nervous than she was. That it was understandable. While she was merely seeking a meal, his status in this household was far more significant. With this thought, Chiwe felt considerably more at ease. All she needed to do was enjoy the feast. All right, there's no need for formalities. Let us eat. Everyone, Ling Papa said, observing the array of expressions around the table. Yunjung, how about sharing a few drinks with your uncle? Ling Papa smiled at Yunjung. Let's see what your character is like through your drinking. Ling Xiang, you should drink as well. Ling Papa insisted, pulling Ling Xiang into the mix, concerned he might not be able to keep pace with Yunjung. Drink, drink, drink that. What are you drinking for? No drinking, just eat. Ling Mama interjected as she brought out the final dish of the family feast from the kitchen. Immediately halting Ling Papa's words, Yunjung and Chiyue, make sure to eat plenty. You two will be staying in Feifei's old room for the night. Everything in there remains untouched, though the bedding is brand new. Ling Mama said as she placed the dishes down and took a seat. The meal took a long time to prepare, but was consumed rapidly. Yet for Yunjung, the longer it lasted, the better. Sitting at the table with this enchanting woman brought him immense joy. Although he could occasionally feel her piercing gaze upon him, his heart was profoundly content. Once the meal concluded, everyone helped tidy up when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Just as everyone was taken aback, Chu dashed to open it. Master, Lingxin has arrived, Chiyue announced as she led Lingxin into the living room. Master, Lingxin nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to Lingfei. Madam, it is a pleasure to see you once again. Although you may not remember anything now, you are unaware that Lingxin has longed to be by your side just as in the past. Yet now, Lingxin is quite content, for you are no longer bound by that title. You are free. Lingxin, Lingfei felt an odd familiarity with the address, especially in the tone of her voice. However, upon looking at her, she was certain she had never encountered her before. Why did it feel as though she had known her for ages? Indeed, following the path of cold-heartedness, one shall henceforth accompany Fei, just as July has chosen to be by my side. Yunjung remarked to Lingfei. In the future, should you require assistance in any endeavor, allow Cold Heart to undertake it. This way, even in my absence, I can rest assured, do not refuse my offer. I have promised to provide you with the finest. And Cold Heart is the utmost safeguard for you. I trust you also perceive Cold Heart as the best. Unspoken by Yunjung, this thought lingered. In his previous life, he had arranged for her protection, a truth she discovered only in the end. Cold Heart had subsequently followed her steadfastly, devotedly, as if her life depended on it in her final days. She had once told Cold Heart, you may depart now. Seek your master. If vengeance is what you desire for me, then go forth. That I have not, but you now. You are my most cherished. Yunjung, Lingfei called several times, but he remained unresponsive, prompting her to shake his arm. What are you pondering? Sister, brother-in-law is being overly courteous. This gift is rather extravagant. Lingxiang jestingly leaned towards Lingfei's ear and whispered, stop calling out so recklessly. Lingfei, exasperated with her younger brother, rolled her eyes and discreetly pinched his arm, causing him to retreat in pain. Uncle, Auntie, here are your New Year red envelopes, wishing you both good health and prosperity. Yunjung respectfully extended 2 envelopes from the tray towards Ling's father and mother. Mom and Dad, please accept them, as juniors. We should not refuse the New Year's gifts. Lingfei observed her parents, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, thinking to herself, how could you agree so quickly? Now that the envelopes are offered, they should not go unclaimed. Well then, let us accept them. Shall we give our little one her New Year's money shortly? Ling's father replied with a warm smile directed at Kaisen. Brother, sister-in-law, this is a token of our first meeting. I kindly ask that you accept it. Lingxiang and Bai Su exchanged glances, both puzzled by the contents of the box, yet it would be unbecoming to let their first time visiting brother-in-law leave empty-handed. Heh, brother-in-law, this is quite an unusual gift. I must see it at once, Lingxiang said with a grin as he took the box and opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment as he glanced from Yunjung to Lingfei. What is it? You look utterly startled. Bai Su chuckled at his expression, then lowered her gaze to the box, equally astounded. Sister, Mom and Dad, this brother-in-law, that cannot possibly be accepted. Bai Su reacted more swiftly than Lingxiang. To present a property deed upon first meeting is quite unprecedented, especially one adjacent to the elder son's school. My goodness, a coveted school district property. What could this possibly mean? A house. Both Ling's father and mother were equally taken aback. Please accept it. After all, brother-in-law, you have insisted several times. Refusing would be a loss. Lingfei suddenly addressed Lingxiang. Moreover, should you decline, Yunjung will be disheartened. This is merely a small token of his goodwill, is it not? Lingfei cast a gentle smile towards Yunjung. Well, how generous of you to gift a house. Why not a villa while you're at it? You spendthrift? Nonetheless, I must admit you are considerate, knowing my brother is saving for a home. After all, you have ample funds, so you won't suffer any loss. Lingfei mused at that moment. Yunzheng found his heart completely melted by Ling Fei's enchanting smile. He gazed at her, captivated by her words. Indeed, this house is under my name, so there's no need to worry. Chapter 5. Just the beginning. You really are something. With just one move, you've secured a whole property. Despite your wealth, why don't you ever share a little more of that bonus with me? Ling Fei remarked as she admired the fireworks illuminating the sky, their beauty resembling shooting stars cascading from above. Suddenly, a thought struck her. By the way, did Lung Xen ever meet me? She turned her gaze towards Yunzheng, who was already looking at her. In his clear, bright eyes, there was a sincere tenderness, and his perfectly sculpted features radiated nobility and elegance. The gentle smile played on his lips, reminiscent of the warmth of sunlight, gradually melting the hearts of those around him. She found herself entranced, unable to look away for quite some time. Have you ever seen her? He continued to hold her gaze, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. I've never seen her in the store, nor in your company. Yet this excited voice, why does it sound so familiar? Ling Fei mumbled, while Yunzheng listened intently. Well, take your time to ponder it. Perhaps you two crossed paths in your previous lives. Yunzheng interjected, not wanting to disrupt the beautiful moment, yet fearing that her thoughts might keep her awake at night. It's fine. After all, it's just the two of us accompanying the master on this journey. Besides, look at him now. He must be content, having contemplated 2 lifetimes, and the sacrifices made are far more profound than mere existence. Lung Xen turned to observe the two on the opposite balcony, speaking to her companion. Indeed, Yu added, glancing over, her heart pondering the nature of their relationship. I truly wonder if this is merely the beginning or if the dust has settled. I only hope the master no longer suffers. Perhaps in the last life, they were friends, Ling Fei mused, her spirits lifted by Yunzheng's words. In any case, I'll still be able to see Lung Xen in the future, so why waste time overthinking? Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of that intense gaze lingering on her face. How long do you plan to stare? She turned her face away, feeling a flush rising to her cheeks. Luckily, the night had fallen. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. All right, let us enjoy the fireworks. Yunzheng felt elated, amused that this little woman was so shy under his gaze. It was indeed a first for him, and it was the first time he could openly admire her. He had long harbored feelings for her, but had never dared to voice them, preferring her blissful ignorance over the burden of the truth. In your past life, I failed to protect you. Perhaps you didn't even know of my existence, as you never mentioned me in front of Lung Xen until the very end. But this time, no matter what, our fates are intertwined. Everything has commenced. Xiao Feier, he whispered, knowing Ling Fei couldn't hear him. Are you finally willing to share? How did you come to know that scoundrel Wu Guang? Yunzheng blurted out, genuinely curious about how she ended up entangled with such a person in this lifetime. Although he could investigate or inquire, he longed to hear it directly from her lips. Wu Guang. One does not bear the surname Wu, but rather Hou. It is truly amusing to Ling Fei how this individual harbors such an immense prejudice against Ho Guang. It is not merely substantial, but of an extraordinary magnitude. Each time she encounters him, the way he gazes at Ho Guang evokes the sentiment of confronting an adversary from a past life. Just act foolishly in front of me, all right? Yunzheng chuckled as he observed Ling Fei. Have you forgotten that this monkey is none other than Wu Guang, who tormented you in your previous existence? Although his actions in this life are equally hard to tolerate, fortunately, that monkey remains a creature of habit, or else I would not have had the opportunity to be with you. You truly wish to know? Ling Fei, feeling utterly embarrassed by Yunzheng's words, found herself at a loss. How had she not realized how troublesome he could be? Where was that aloof yet humorous individual from before? Merely a fade. All of it. Of course I want to hear it. I am curious as to why you chose that monkey. It is as though a beautiful flower is planted in a pile of dung. Yunzheng mused, though he was not genuinely eager to learn about her relationship with Ho Guang. After all, he was the one by her side now, but he simply wished to spend more time with her. The longer, the better. Even if it meant staying up all night, he would gladly do so. In the left side room of the living room, Ling Xiang and Bai Susu watched the 3 children excitedly counting their red envelopes. Meanwhile, in the right side room, Ling's father and mother sat beside the television, each lost in their own thoughts. Ling Xiang, I find this brother-in-law of ours to be far more dependable than the previous Ho Guang. The difference is like heaven and earth. I truly wonder what your sister was thinking before, Bai Susu remarked while observing the children. Don't bring my sister into this when discussing Ho Guang. Is she truly such a materialistic person? Ling Xiang shot a glance at Bai Susu, hands on his hips, leaning against the doorframe, that I sincerely hope my sister can find happiness this time. After all, our joy is intertwined with her happiness, Bai Susu replied, watching the children play with glee. Ling Xiang responded meaningfully, glancing at the children, seemingly lost in thought, and chose not to continue the conversation. Lao Ling, what are you still fretting about? Ling's mother inquired, noticing Ling's father's distraction from the television, that I believe Yunzheng is more suitable for our Fei Fei than anyone else. Don't think I am merely flattering him. Consider this. Fei Fei is currently divorced and has a child. She may be as beautiful as a celestial being, but with that stubborn temperament, who could endure it? Life is not merely about romance. I asked July about the gifts she received over the past year, and they were all from Yunzheng. Who pursues someone for such an extended period without revealing themselves? Clearly, he has taken our Fei Fei into account. Just look at her today. She remains resistant. I genuinely wish I could pry open that mind of hers to see what she is thinking. She is already a mother that I believe Yunzheng must owe her from a past life. And this is his way of repaying her, Ling's mother articulated in one breath. I am merely contemplating how Yunzheng's family might perceive him as for Fei Fei. Do you believe our daughter lacks merit? For him to share a life with our Fei Fei is a stroke of luck for him. Oh, what if she has a child? She has a beautiful and understanding little one. He should be grateful for that, Ling's father interjected, simultaneously expressing concern while lauding his daughter. Chapter 6. Once upon a time, Ho Guang and Ling Fei met at the same company, leading to their relationship, marriage, and the arrival of their child. Upon graduating from university and stepping into the workforce, Ling Fei opted to work in S City, relatively close to home, at a recently listed travel company in an authorization role. At that time, Ho Guang was also part of the team, but he was responsible for the operations of the branch in C City. Approximately in his mid-20s, he possessed a square jaw, a clear gaze, and arched eyebrows that lent him an air of striking handsomeness. His entire demeanor exuded a sense of poise and elegance, which undoubtedly attracted the admiration of numerous young women along his journey. Ah, Ho Guang, at last, I see the real person, exclaimed Chenyu, as she took a bold step forward, only to notice Ho Guang subtly retreating a step. Chenyu quickly pulled Ling Fei to her feet, and, smiling, addressed Ho Guang. Ho Guang, this is Ling Fei, the one who has assisted you the most. You truly ought to reward her generously. Chenyu, possessing a keen self-awareness, showed no interest in pursuing matters further with Ho Guang. Having encountered countless individuals throughout her career, she had met a fair share of leaders, and while Ho Guang was indeed among the most handsome she had ever seen, he was not the top boss, which typically captivated the interest of younger women. Oh, Ling Fei, you've worked hard, Ho Guang remarked upon noticing the young lady standing before him, with hair that cascaded like satin and rich coffee tones to her shoulders. She possessed a pair of bright, sparkling eyes that were clear and radiant, reminiscent of a starry night. Although she appeared youthful, her beauty was striking and her demeanor graceful, evoking an immediate fondness. Ho Guang had encountered many beautiful women, yet this young lady left an indelible impression on his heart at first sight, particularly as their conversations revealed her endearing nature. The surrounding colleagues exchanged knowing glances before erupting into playful teasing, exclaiming, "What is naivete, if not this? What is love at first sight, if not Ling Fei's experience?" This gentleman, appearing both cultured and refined, had just demonstrated a subtle gesture towards Chenyu, suggesting he was not a frivolous individual. Due to her diligence and excellent rapport with colleagues, coupled with her roots in N City, an unexpected opportunity arose. Ling Fei, the leader is calling you to his office, Manager Ma informed her over the phone. After hanging up, Ling Fei felt a flutter of anxiety. Her leader had never summoned her before, except for that one instance prior to her formal employment when she had assisted her mentor with an oversight. Oh, Ling Fei, there is now an opportunity for you to choose. The major client you are currently authorized for, the branch in N City, requires someone to oversee it. Considering your commendable performance and the fact that your hometown is precisely N City, Feng Feng remarked, gesturing for Ling Fei to sit down. Yes, I understand. Does this mean I will be changing departments, similar to Ho Guang's role? Ling Fei reflected. Although she typically projected a gentle demeanor, her quick wit and responsiveness were key reasons why the company ultimately decided she was the right fit to take over as the head of the major client in N City. Upon arriving in N City, Ho Guang had already arranged Ling Fei's new position, And with her prior experience, she quickly acclimated to the atmosphere of the new company in the span of a year. Two individuals purchased a home and registered their marriage, much to the dismay of Ling Fei's father, who was unaware of the latter development until after the fact. It was only then that Ling's mother confided this news to him. Fearing her husband's objections, Ling's mother discreetly mailed the household registration book to Sea City. Upon returning to Sea City, Ling Fei's first course of action was to discuss divorce with Ho Guang. Regardless of Ho Guang's pleas, Ling Fei had resolutely made up her mind. Despite the egregious behavior exhibited by his family, Ho Guang persisted in expecting Ling Fei to bear the brunt of their injustices, citing their familial ties as justification. The issue of Ho Guang's infidelity had not occurred merely once or twice. Astonishingly, he continued to shamelessly implore Ling Fei for forgiveness, which filled her with a profound disdain for the man he had become. She could not fathom how she had failed to see through his true character at the time. She wondered if she had been blinded by love. Yet now, there was no remedy for her regrets. For a woman, especially someone as steadfast as Ling Fei, divorce meant relinquishing everything. Save for the imperative of carrying forth with a joyful heart, she harbored no plans for the days ahead, nor did she wish to orchestrate them. Yet she recognized that a future with this man was devoid of promise. Ling Fei concluded that enduring prolonged suffering was far less desirable than seeking a swift resolution. Thus, she resolved to end it. Perhaps this would foster her personal growth, or enable her to realize just how fortunate she had once been, embodying the very essence of being unaware of one's blessings. Might it be that the debts of a past life owed to Ho Guang had now been settled? After all, a woman had devoted her youth entirely to him. Yet, Ho Guang now showed no desire to meet her, nor any inclination towards divorce. What was she to do? This situation could not continue indefinitely. Chapter 7. The unexpected arrival of him. Just as Ling Fei grappled with how to swiftly extricate herself from her relationship with Ho Guang, Yunzheng entered her life unexpectedly. After dropping off Kai Xian at school, Ling Fei took a few days of annual leave from work. She needed time to contemplate how to resolve her circumstances. Her future stretched long before her, and she was unwilling to squander her remaining years with Ho Guang. She found herself in a new Starbucks, opening her laptop to submit her leave request through the company system. Abruptly, a voice interrupted her typing. "Miss Ling, our boss wishes to see you." July, clad in a black suit, stood before Ling Fei with an upright posture, his eyes briefly assessing her seated form. Externally, he appeared composed, yet internally, a tempest brewed. "Boss?" Ling Fei queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. The man before her, dressed in an immaculate black suit, displayed no discernible emotion and stood rigidly. Was such seriousness warranted in a public setting? Shifting her gaze, she noticed a few bystanders curiously observing her, likely eager to ascertain the unfolding situation, in an effort to evade becoming the center of attention. She replied, "Oh, very well. Let us step outside." As she spoke, she swiftly closed her laptop and stowed it in her bag, rising fluidly to make her way toward the exit. July's previously taut demeanor relaxed considerably. "Sir, you wait just a moment. I shall usher you in shortly," he thought, striding ahead to hold the door open for Ling Fei. "Wait, who is your boss? Do I know him? Why does he wish to see me?" "You aren't con artists, are you?" Upon her emergence, Ling Fei paused at the side, unwilling to be deceived. After all, the prevalence of con artists is rampant, employing a myriad of cunning tactics. Miss Ling might be acquainted with Chi Yu. Yet her heart was in turmoil, contemplating how the master would react if he learned that Miss Ling had branded him a fraud. The expression on his face was an enigma. However, the question of their acquaintance remained uncertain, for Miss Ling was no longer the same individual from her past life. Perhaps, Ling Fei pondered, suggesting the possibility of recognition. As this man likely was merely fulfilling a task, it would be unreasonable to burden another unduly. Yet, she could not approach without caution. What if he were truly ill-intentioned? That would be a perilous folly. "Where shall we meet? Who is your employer? I must inform my family." Ling Fei inquired further, adding, with such thieving intentions, "You surely lack the courage. Our employer seeks to assist Miss Ling in resolving her marital ties with Mr. Ho Guang. As for the location, it is at the CAF situated just beneath Miss Ling's residence. Might Miss Ling accompany me there now?" Chi Yu stated, reflecting inwardly on the master's remarkable intuition. Initially, she believed such words would be unnecessary, yet Ling Fei's heightened sensitivity was undeniable. Perhaps it was the torment of her marriage that rendered her so vigilant. As this thought crossed her mind, Qiyu felt an acute awareness of Yunzhang's piercing gaze, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Then let us proceed, Ling Fei declared, following Qiyu towards the vehicle. A wave of tumult surged within her. After all, no one was privy to her current marital predicament with Ho Guang. Was it possible that Ho Guang had summoned him for negotiations? If that were the case, it would indeed simplify matters. Preserving her mental faculties, she was eager to ascertain what he intended to discuss. The vehicle soon halted a mere 5 or 6 meters from the CAF at the curb near Ling Fei's apartment complex. As the car came to a standstill and the door swung open, Ling Fei's reverie was interrupted. She observed Qiyu standing by the open door, prompting her to alight. "Lead me there," she instructed. Emboldened by the familiarity of her surroundings, casting aside her fears regarding his identity, this time, she was resolute in severing ties that moment. Ling Fei was convinced that this individual had been dispatched by Ho Guang, who had finally succumbed to restlessness after a week of absence. After all, she could scarcely believe he would relinquish his residence. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she was swiftly guided to the entrance of the CAF's private room. Despite its proximity to her home, she had never once ventured inside to indulge. Reflecting on her current lack of zest for life, she shook her head, and, without waiting for Qiyu to open the door, she pulled it open and stepped inside. "Master, Miss Ling has arrived." Qiyu promptly followed Ling Fei into the room, addressing Yunzhang's back before discreetly retreating to close the door. The private room exuded an unusual silence. With Ling Fei acutely aware of the sound of their breaths and the rhythmic beats of their hearts, the atmosphere was charged. She realized she must not diminish her own presence. Upon hearing the door open, Yunzhang felt a fleeting wave of tension that he did not immediately turn. Instead, standing before the floor-to-ceiling, he turned to face Ling Fei, who stood not far from him. Despite the passage of 2 lifetimes, the woman in his heart remained elegant and gentle, refreshingly charming. Although in this life she had borne her own child, it only accentuated her grace and beauty. "Miss Ling, please take a seat." Yunzhang managed to suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, maintaining an outward calm as serene as a tranquil lake, concealing the tempest of feelings raging inside. He too settled down beside the chair. "Hello, may I inquire how to address you? Was it Ho Guang who sent you to discuss with me?" Ling Fei seated herself across from him without preamble, fully aware that when dealing with significant matters, ambiguity and weakness could not be afforded. "Yunzhang, how would you like to proceed with our conversation?" "Miss Ling?" he inquired with an air of nonchalance, though his heart raced and trembled within him. Initially, he had merely intended to see her today. However, after receiving her files from July regarding these past years in City C, he had spent a sleepless night grappling with both sympathy and guilt. He had arrived late. Yet, her earlier words suggested she believed he was merely Ho Guang's emissary for negotiation. Very well, he would turn the tables and simultaneously rid himself of the nuisance that was Ho Guang. "I am willing to concede everything, but I will never relinquish custody of the child. I firmly believe his character would adversely influence the child, and besides, I have been the sole caregiver since the child's birth," Ling Fei asserted directly, believing this to be the most effective resolution. Having acknowledged her intention to negotiate terms, she laid everything bare. Hearing her recount how she had single-handedly raised the child struck a deep chord within Yunzhang. He could envision the hardships she had endured, yet she brushed over them so lightly. How resilient her heart must be now. Had she been as strong in her previous life, would the outcome have diverged? "I have changed my mind." Yunzhang suddenly shifted the conversation's direction, for his intention had always been to assist her. He did not wish for her to perceive him as merely aiding Ho Guang. "What do you mean?" Ling Fei could not discern the meaning behind his words. Did Ho Guang also seek custody of the child? Was it merely to ensnare her in this grave predicament? "Rest assured, it is not as you imagined that I have decided to help you secure custody. Whatever you desire, I will assist you. But I only have one condition." Yunzhang gazed at Ling Fei, his eyes brimming with affection and understanding. Ling Fei pressed her lips together, her mind a blank canvas, slightly at a loss. "A condition? Was it financial? Or something more personal?" "No, it must be financial." After all, she was now a mother, and the exquisite features of the man across from her seemed far too refined to be interested in her. "How much?" she blurted out. Yunjing chuckled, a smile gracing his lips as they curved into an attractive arc. What thoughts occupied this little woman's mind at present? "Do I appear to be in need of money?" "I require none. Rather, I wish to provide you with a better work environment. Coincidentally, I have a new establishment set to open, but I have yet to find a suitable individual to manage it. In our recent interaction, I found you to be quite fitting. However, Yunjung spoke while gazing intently at Ling Fei across from him. She exhibited no discernible expression, which was rather commendable. Indeed, the current Fei air was extraordinary. However, this new establishment in N-City should have generated some response by now. If you have consented, then it would be a natural progression. Very well, yet I must swiftly conclude this relationship with Ho Guang. Additionally, while I am amenable to working at the new shop, I must first ensure that my commitments at Kai Xian School are well organized, as well as my current job here. Therefore, I cannot provide you with a definitive start date. If this poses an inconvenience for you, Mr. Yun, Ling Fei stated candidly, for this man, regardless of his reasons, could not afford to impede her business. Once Ling Fei exited the private room, he slightly closed his alluring eyes. His brows relaxed, and he inhaled lightly through his prominent nose, the corners of his lips curving upward as if lost in thought. At that moment, he appeared tranquil, seemingly merging with the gentle light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chapter 8. Saying goodbye to the past. After a considerable interval, Yunjung rose to his feet and called towards the door. Chiyu. The door swung open instantly, and Chiyu entered. Arrange for someone to speak with Ho Guang. He must agree to the divorce and relinquish custody of the child. Only under dire circumstances should we entertain any of his conditions, Yunjung meticulously instructed, then added, the sooner, the better. Furthermore, procure several apartments in N-City for contingencies, with 2 registered in Ling Fei's name. You must depart immediately. I will remain here a while longer. Upon finishing, the corners of his mouth curved into a charming ARC. Chiyu departed. Yunjung turned to face the grand windows. Contemplating the scenery outside, he mused, this is merely the beginning. It is not yet too late. I end this life. I refuse to linger in anyone's shadow. I must stay ahead of her, always in front of her. I would rather wait for her, knowing that when she looks up, I will be right before her. One cannot deny Chiyu's remarkable efficiency. By noon the following day, Ling Fei received a call from Yunjung, stating that Ho Guang was willing to sign and inquiring if they should meet. Upon her arrival, she found Ho Guang seated opposite Yunjung, with Chiyu standing to the side. When Chiyu noticed Ling Fei, he nodded and addressed her as Miss Ling. Yunjung gently lifted his gaze upon seeing her, quietly pressed his lips together, and regarded her with a serene focus, smiling softly. She felt as though she had stepped into a realm of exquisite, gentle light, basking in the warmth of the sun. Ho Guang also observed Ling Fei, his countenance devoid of any expression, as if he had anticipated her presence all along. That I have already signed, he stated bluntly. I never imagined you would agree to all my conditions. I had underestimated you. Ho Guang continued. I am surprised to learn that during your years at home with the child, you managed to accumulate 500,000 in savings. Even more astonishing is your willingness to forsake everything for Kai Xian. Have you considered how you will support him without this sum? Once Kai Xian is with me, he will have no ties to you, and I shall not provide any child support. Ho Guang merely sought to grasp how this woman, previously so unobtrusive, had suddenly revealed such assertiveness. What infuriated him further was the realization that he had been oblivious to her financial standing. He had assumed that by presenting such conditions, she would balk, but to his astonishment, she had readily acquiesced, leaving him with no choice but to sign. What 500,000? Ling Fei pondered for a few moments before turning to gaze at Yunjung. Your sole condition for our voluntary divorce was the absence of alimony and a sum of 500,000. That having considered this, since you have already agreed to join my company, it is my obligation as your employer to assist you in resolving this predicament. Yunjung remarked casually, casting a disdainful glance at Ho Guang before smiling at Ling Fei. Think of this money as an advance on your bonus. Do not feel any psychological burden. Just focus on performing well at work. Ling Fei was taken aback, while July was rendered speechless. Ho Guang felt as though he had fallen into a trap, realizing that this man had orchestrated the situation to hasten his signature. Are you two conspiring to deceive me? Ho Guang exclaimed, reaching for the agreement he had previously signed, only to find Ling Fei had already seized it. What? You signed and now wish to retract, regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not. You have obtained what you desired. With that, Ling Fei promptly laid the agreement on the table, took up a pen, and swiftly inscribed her name with fluidity. Then, rising to her feet, she cheerfully addressed Ho Guang. Farewell, Ho Guang. No, it should be until we meet again, never. You are free to leave. She waved the agreement in her hand and continued, From now on, you shall traverse your broad and prosperous path, while I shall venture along my own winding trail. I wish you the best in finding your ideal partner. That moment, Ling Fei felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She was finally liberated from this man, from nearly a decade of her life spent with him. Although there had been moments of joy, those were now mere memories, were they not? Presently, she craved only to lead a joyful life, thriving without a man. You have never been so callous as to speak to me like this. Let us each find our peace. Ho Guang's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He had never encountered a woman who spoke with such audacity before him. This was a side of her he had never witnessed. And while it elicited a different sensation within him, it left him feeling unsettled that he merely wished to avoid any further encounters. After speaking, Ho Guang picked up his bag and strode out decisively. Phew, Ling Fei watched his departing figure, instantly feeling a weight lift off her shoulders as she sank into a chair. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful gaze fixed upon her face, as if struck by a revelation. She turned to find Yunjing's focused eyes on her, tinged with an air of infatuation. Ling Fei instinctively turned her face away. This unexpected man had not only resolved her troubles, but had also arranged her employment. Was it truly appropriate to receive a bonus even before starting work? Boss, I will repay the 50,000. Would you like me to write an IOU? She asked, noting the pen and paper conveniently at hand, and chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. Since you have acknowledged me as your employer, let us complete some formalities today, ensuring that you can swiftly commence your service to the company, your child's household registration, school transfer, and your resignation from your previous job should all be finalized today. Today, Ling Fei was taken aback. Although these matters indeed required attention, was it not rather challenging to accomplish them all today? You should hand the relevant documents to Chiyue, who will arrange for someone to take care of everything. It seemed that Yunjing had perceived her thoughts and subsequently addressed Chiyue, saying, Chiyue, once everything is settled today, bring Ling Fei to my office. After speaking, he rose and strode towards the door, turning back to glance at Ling Fei, who was still seated in a daze. A faint smile graced his lips as he silently thought. See you soon, little Fei. Before his figure vanished at the entrance. Chiyue, let us depart. You have worked hard today. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. It feels as though there is nothing you cannot accomplish here. And no cues to contend with, Ling Fei remarked, having witnessed Chiyue's capabilities firsthand. Indeed, being by the boss's side every day not only enhanced her skills, but also expanded her network. Chapter 9. A fresh start. As Ling Fei followed Chiyue to Yunjing's office, she felt as though there was something essential that she had overlooked today, yet she could not quite pinpoint what it was. That moment, the office phone rang, and Chiyue walked over to answer it. Suddenly, realization struck Ling Fei. She smacked her forehead and turned to rush out, exclaiming, "Oh no, I almost forgot." Just then, she collided with a warm wall, her hands instinctively clutching it. The sensation was broad and solid. Confused, Ling Fei looked up to find herself gazing into deep, gentle eyes and an extraordinarily handsome face. Up close, this man was even more captivating than from afar. Sir, just now Xiao Zhang called to say that the person has arrived and will be here shortly. Chiyue announced after finishing the call, only to find Ling Fei with her arms wrapped around Yunjing's waist, gazing up at him intently. An awkward cough escaped her lips. Did you not hear what Chiyue said? Yunjing remarked as he took her hand and led her inside. Addressing Chiyue, have them head straight to the airport. We will prepare as well. Please make the arrangements. Without delay, Chiyue exited the office. All right, let us go, Yunjing said, his face lighting up with joy as he took Ling Fei's hand and walked back outside. That Ling Fei's thoughts were consumed with the prospect of going to the airport, which filled her with excitement, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, the sensation grew increasingly peculiar, as if she were not walking but being drawn along by another. This thought crossed her mind. She caught sight of their intertwined hands. Once they boarded the vehicle, Ling Fei remained oblivious to the subtle smile curling at the corners of Yunjing's lips. This woman truly exhibited no wariness towards those who had aided her. Had he not encountered her at that moment, would another have seized the opportunity? Yunjing shuddered at the thought, resolute in his determination to never let go in the future. In just over 6 months, the Fei and I Buku jewelry store had gained immense fame in N City, with the evident owner being the newly transformed Ling Fei. The Yun Group had also established its branch in N City half a year prior. Headquartered in the United States, the Yun Group is the largest financial company globally. wielding control over the world's economic lifelines. Almost 80% of all economic storms were initiated by this firm. However, it was not merely a financial enterprise, as it also delved into various other sectors. Yet, unless the Yun Group itself released pertinent news, no media outlet could uncover or disseminate information related to it. However, the Yun Group in City predominantly dominates the jewelry, wedding, and tourism industries, with a minimal involvement in the financial sector. According to the analysis from July, it seems that their esteemed gentleman lacks the motivation to engage in business endeavors, content merely to ensure the well-being of his cherished lady. Everything else appears to be a mere pastime. Sister Fei, the ribbon-cutting ceremony is about to commence. Are you prepared? Secretary Lu Wen entered the dressing room and addressed Ling Fei, who was poised before the vanity. Lu Wen had been assigned to Ling Fei as an assistant by Yun Zheng on the second day of her arrival in City 6 months ago. Today marks the grand opening of Fei and I Buku, the third new store in City. Yes, all set, Ling Fei replied with a smile, turning to Lu Wen. The presence of this woman exuded an aura akin to a fresh fragrance that subtly permeated the room, gradually enveloping everyone's hearts. She resembled a proud plum blossom standing in a tranquil valley, elegantly unfolding in serene solitude, unaffected by the multitude of gazes around her, as if she were alone in an empty expanse. Every glance and subtle expression radiated an essence of cool freedom. Lu Wen was utterly captivated by Sister Fei. Although she always regarded her as belonging to the realm of beauty, each appearance left her in awe. Perhaps a reflection of her own unremarkable existence, a sudden sense of admiration surged within Lu Wen. Sister Fei, you are stunning, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Of course, let us go, Ling Fei replied. Over the past 6 months, she felt as if she had undergone a transformation. Everything she did was for herself and her family. In her professional demeanor, she exuded grace and poise, while in her personal life, she radiated enthusiasm, yet remained aloof and headstrong in matters of the heart. These were the 3 character goals she had set for herself, vowing not to change for anyone. That if no one could accept her as she was, she would rather lead a life alongside Kai Xian. Moreover, she still had her family to consider. Thus, she now embodied confidence and a touch of arrogance, although she dedicated most of her time to her work. Primarily to swiftly clear her debts, she had evidently accomplished that. Now, she yearned for rest and to spend quality time with Kai Xian. The thought of a week off following today's ribbon cutting filled her with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng had been diligently attending to his own affairs over the past 6 months, which primarily consisted of spending time with Ling Kai Xian. Whenever he had the chance, he would seek her out, take her on outings, and sometimes even pick her up from school. However, Ling's parents were entirely unaware of his existence, believing that Qiyu was merely Ling Fei's colleague, which was precisely how Ling Fei presented it to them. She had no desire for her parents to misconstrue her relationship with her boss. Yet, did it seem that the gentleman hadn't absorbed her words? Or perhaps she hadn't expressed herself delicately enough. However, she had specifically chosen a moment when Miss Xiao was nearby to speak, thinking that he would be less likely to be annoyed in her presence. Sir, just pretend I never spoke. I shall take my leave. Qiyu mused, feeling that this matter was one for Ling Xiao to address. Just as Qiyu prepared to depart, Yun Zheng, deep in thought, remarked, Kai Xian, how about we celebrate the new year at your home this year? Yun Zheng smiled and inquired. All right, then I shall inform my grandmother in advance, urging her to prepare more dishes that Dad Zheng enjoys, for he is rather particular. Kai Xian, responding with a hint of playful disdain, added, however, I cannot conceal my excitement. Kai Xian promised Dad Zheng to keep this a secret for now, as he needed to make some arrangements. This shall be our little secret. How does that sound? Upon hearing Kai Xian's intention to inform their grandmother, Yun Zheng thought it best to speak to her himself. After all, during the past 6 months, Ling Fei had not mentioned him in front of her family. It was high time he introduced himself. Kai Xian readily agreed. Chapter 10. The matters of New Year's Day. On the morning of the first day of the new year, as dawn broke, the cacophony of firecrackers roused everyone from their slumber. Old Ling, could you not set them off so close? You are waking everyone. Ling Mama called out to Ling Papa, who was outside, while she busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Chiwa, are you not ready yet? In truth, Yun Zheng had already been awakened by the village's firecracker sounds, but he lay in bed, thinking about how he would finally see his Feier upon rising, which filled his heart with joy. Nevertheless, he preferred if the large man in the room, Chiwa, would step outside first. Grandpa, I will be ready shortly, Chiyue replied, feeling somewhat distressed. Grandpa, I assure you, I am moving as quickly as I can, normally, at this hour. I am still lost in dreams. However, the early rising reminded Chiyue of his days in the Yun Kingdom, where he had truly risen with the sun and worked tirelessly, which had been fulfilling. In contrast, here, he found life to be considerably more relaxed, especially with the temptation of sleeping in. Lost in thought, Chiyue swiftly opened the door and stepped outside, gently closing it behind him though. You are up. I apologize. The New Year celebrations in the countryside can be rather boisterous. Did we wake you? Ling Mama joyfully asked upon seeing Chiyue descend from the loft. Uncle and Auntie, Happy New Year, Cold Heart, who had just emerged from the opposite loft, chimed in. Cold Heart felt somewhat exasperated, as upon rising, she noticed Sister Fei was also getting dressed. Instinctively, she commented on helping her dress, only to be met with Sister Fei's inquiry about whether she disliked men, which resulted in her being pushed out. Cold Heart, Happy New Year. Chiyue greeted Cold Heart, his spirits lifted. He was pleasantly surprised to see that despite a year passing, Cold Heart had hardly changed at all. Indeed, she remained his steadfast Cold Heart, unaltered by time. All right, since you're awake, come have breakfast. It's quite chilly outside. Come inside. Ling Mama was particularly cheerful, reveling in the lively atmosphere of having family gathered together. With the new year brings new beginnings. Here, Chiyue, Cold Heart, these are your red envelopes. Take them. Ling Papa appeared, having pulled out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and placed them before Chiyue and Cold Heart. This, Cold Heart hesitated, but Chiyue's joyful exclamation interrupted her. Thank you. Uncle, we shall graciously accept. Chiyue gestured for Cold Heart to do the same, understanding that it was customary to accept gifts from elders. Precisely. You are here celebrating the new year, so you are indeed our juniors. Haha. Now, let us eat breakfast. Ling Papa seemed particularly jubilant today, and Ling Mama could hear his laughter resonating from the kitchen. Xindao mused. This old man, having experienced so many New Year's days, today as first day of the year brings him unparalleled joy. One can only wonder what occupies his thoughts. Perhaps he hasn't slept a wink all night. When Ling Mama opened her eyes and turned her head, she was surprised to find Ling Papa lying in bed, lost in thought, yet smiling. Since rising, he has been grinning from ear to ear. Dad, Happy New Year. Is there a red envelope for me? At that moment, Yun Zheng, having finished his morning routine and greeted Ling Mama, was informed to come to the dining room. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of Ling Papa distributing red envelopes to the 2 little ones, and surely, there must be one for him as well. Hearing Yun Zheng's voice, the 3 individuals at the table, poised to enjoy their breakfast, instinctively paused their actions and turned in unison to look at him. Chiyue and Lengxin sought to confirm the identity of the speaker, their curiosity piqued by the striking resemblance of his voice to their master's. How could he so effortlessly call out Dad? Such familiarity was unprecedented. Even in America, one would not address their parents with such ease. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed their master, unmistakably him. No, you've risen a bit late, Ling Papa remarked with an impassive expression before continuing his breakfast nonchalantly. Chiyue and Lengxin, upon hearing this, hastily bowed their heads to eat, aware that they must not provoke their master's gaze at this moment, for its potential impact was formidable. That old Ling, come Yun Zheng, if he wants he give it to you, I shall, Ling Mama said, entering with Yun Zheng's breakfast and placing it on the table, simultaneously retrieving a red envelope for him. Do not take offense. He's just stubborn, attempting to assert his authority, she added, casting a disapproving glance at Ling Papa while smiling at Yun Zheng. All right, thank you, Mom. I shall gladly accept this. It is, after all, the first red envelope I have received in many years, Yun Zheng thought, his heart swelling with joy, for he had long since realized that this seemingly gruff Ling Papa had a tender heart beneath. Mom, this is my red envelope. Your transformation is quite remarkable, Ling Fei exclaimed upon entering and witnessing her mother giving Yun Zheng the envelope typically reserved for her. She immediately objected, as it had always been her mother who bestowed such gifts upon her during the new year. How could she be forgotten this year? As she spoke, she snatched the envelope from Yun Zheng's hands, shooting him a glare, perceiving him as a rival in this contest for red envelopes. All right, Fei, perhaps you can keep it for me, Yun Zheng replied, taken aback by the sight of this petite woman displaying a playful pout, which brought him immense delight. Come, Fei, this year, Dad has a red envelope for you, Ling Papa declared, producing a red envelope prepared for Yunzheng and handing it to Ling Fei. Good, Ling Fei exclaimed joyfully as she received it. This was the first time her father had given her a red envelope since her marriage, a gesture reminiscent of her childhood when he would prepare them for her, though she had once disappointed him. Yet this year, he had surprisingly prepared one for her, a delightful turn of events indeed. Yunjin contemplated how Ling Papa had indeed thought of him, revealing yet another layer of his character. Wisdom comes with age. A twofold advantage, truly brilliant though dear. You child, this is Yunjing's breakfast. Sit down, and I shall prepare more for you, Ling Mama remarked, somewhat incredulous at her daughter's behavior that morning, feeling as though her daughter's joy was less dependable than that of Yunjing's. After finishing his laughter, Ling's father glanced at the standing Yunzheng and said with a smile, "Please take a seat. It won't be long." With that, he resumed his meal, realizing that his daughter had probably already accepted this young man as one of her own. While he himself remained oblivious to the fact, Yunzheng gazed at Ling Fei, who was engrossed in her breakfast, with a look of indulgent affection. How sweet it was. This little woman certainly did not treat him as an outsider. Yet, he too was stubborn on the outside but tender at heart. Chapter 11. The first kiss of 2 lifetimes, sir. Mrs. Yun just called to say she is on her way here, Chiwa whispered to Yunzheng after hanging up. Understood, Yunzheng replied with a smile, thinking it was imperative to remain composed in front of guests, especially on the first day of the new year. That moment, he was surrounded by Ling Fei's family and their visitors, who were bombarding him with questions. Xiao Fei, there is something I wish to share with you. I swear I just found out, Yunzheng declared, making a gesture of oath. Yes, go ahead, I'm listening, Ling Fei responded, sensing the air of mystery surrounding his words. Coupled with her expression of feigned grievance on her handsome face, it was almost unbearable. My parents are coming, Yunzheng stated succinctly. No, I mean they are on their way here. They should arrive shortly, he elaborated. Keeping his gaze fixed on Ling Fei was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape as her mind raced. What could they possibly want here? They had only just confirmed their relationship yesterday, and now her parents were arriving? Observing her astonished expression, Yunzheng found himself at a loss for words, while simultaneously pondering how they had learned of this. Only Chiyue and Lingxin knew. If he found out who had spilled the beans, there would be consequences. It was distressing to see his little Fei in such a state of bewilderment. But why are your parents coming? We only just decided to date yesterday, Ling Fei exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. The pressing question was how to explain this to her parents, as they had established their relationship just the day before, and now the other party's parents were showing up. What did this mean? How should she even approach her own parents about it? Oh dear, Ling Fei said, scratching her head in frustration. Leave it to me, shall we? No matter what challenges arise, I will handle them, Yunzheng said gently, his tone reminiscent of soothing a child, which brought Ling Fei immense comfort. Before she could finish speaking, she felt his soft lips on hers, their mouths tenderly pressed together. She gazed at Yunzheng, whose eyes were closed as if savoring the moment. And she too shut her eyes. Yunzheng sensed that Ling Fei was not putting up a struggle. Filled with joy, he deepened the kiss. As he gradually opened his eyes, he could even discern the delicate fuzz on her face and catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. This was, after all, the first kiss he had experienced across 2 lifetimes, and he had finally reached this moment with his little woman. Ling Fei felt her knees weaken, struggling to remain upright, her breath becoming labored. Don't you know how to breathe? Yunzheng said playfully as he released her, his tone brimming with affection. It wasn't that she didn't know how to breathe. It was merely that she was held too tightly, and the intensity of the kiss had left her with no opportunity to catch her breath. Ling Fei felt utterly embarrassed, covering her face with her hands. Why didn't you struggle back then? Was it not simply due to being enchanted by his handsome visage? I truly feel as though I have lived in vain. And how can I face anyone now? Xiao Fei, you belong to me, and you shall forever be mine. Will you not? Yunzheng suddenly pulled Ling Fei into his embrace, holding her tightly with fervent hands. His tone conveyed a mixture of pleading and resolute determination. Despite Ling Fei's height of 170 centimeters, she barely reached his shoulders, her face resting against his chest, where she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. It seemed as though his heart was striving to express just how profoundly he loved her. Vowing to be together for eternity, reluctantly, Yunzheng exited the room, while Ling Fei felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. One hand pressed against her chest, she lamented the sheer embarrassment of the moment. Bewildered by his sudden audacity, reflecting on their first encounter. She couldn't help but find it amusing. Yet, the thought of his parents arriving sent a wave of anxiety through her. She wondered how they would react upon learning that she was a divorced woman with a child. How could she have agreed to this? Oh dear, she chided herself, smacking her forehead. Perhaps she would see what unfolded later. She trusted Yunjung to handle the situation adeptly. Outside the door, Chiyue and Lingxin stood before Yunjung. Lingxin wore an expression of having erred. Indeed, I haven't said a word. But do you think I am the kind of person to be trifled with? I am merely here to celebrate the new year. Yunjung chuckled in frustration. It was amusing how he could not truly be angry now, having been swept away by love. Just moments ago, he had kissed Lingfei, a gesture worthy of universal celebration that it seemed he had given little thought to the impending storm. Chiyue, standing beside Lingxin, felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, pondering how their master had suddenly turned so amiable. Had this been in the past, he would have likely sent someone away for a year and a half over such matters. As she contemplated this, a sleek black car came to a halt not far from the entrance. Meanwhile, Lingfei's family was at home, chatting and attending to their own affairs, blissfully unaware that guests were arriving on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 12. The arrival of the Yun Elder's master. They have arrived, Chiyue whispered promptly. She glanced at Lingxin, signaling her to inform Lingfei. Master, I shall go notify the young lady, Lingxin responded, standing at attention. Upon receiving the master's nod, she swiftly vanished from Yunjing's sight. That it was imperative to inform the young lady immediately, for only she could prevent the master from erupting in anger. The master showed no leniency to anyone, interacting with his estranged parents as though they were mere acquaintances. Despite sharing the same roof for so many years, he had always celebrated the new year alone, their meetings having been infrequent at best. Yet, he had traveled from America to see city for the sake of the young lady. Yunjing stood at the entrance, motionless, observing as two figures descended from the car. Uncle Zhong closed the door and called out to Xiao Zhang before heading to the trunk to retrieve items. Uncle Zhong was a loyal servant of the Yun family, having worked alongside the elder Yun for many years. That he came this time because he believed that the lifelong affairs of the young master took precedence over everything else, insisting on accompanying them. Upon alighting, Mr. and Mrs. Yun immediately spotted Yunjung at the entrance. Mrs. Yun, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement, hastened towards him. Yunjung, you are indeed here, she said in a tone brimming with maternal affection, yearning to embrace her son, yet apprehensive that he might not welcome it. Father, mother, Yunjung politely called out. Perhaps due to the fact that he was now with Ling Fei, his demeanor had shifted, rendering his tone more intimate and natural. This transformation astonished Mr. and Mrs. Yun, as well as Uncle Zhong, who was approaching with belongings in hand. Only July, having completed her greetings and standing to the side, pondered silently. Indeed, the master has changed. His manner towards the elders is no longer the same. What? You little rascal have a girlfriend now and didn't tell us? If it weren't for Long Xin's casual remark. Just how long were you planning to keep this from us? Mr. Yun inquired sternly, yet his tone was filled with affection and even a hint of joy. Oh, enough of that. This is wonderful news. Come, let us pay a visit to our future in-laws. Yunjing's judgment is impeccable, Mrs. Yun mused, believing that her son's attitude towards them could not be better. Previously, their encounters had been marked by formality, lacking a sense of familial warmth. While their son was always respectful, he had a strong will, and she had always thought that Yunjung had yet to fully adjust. Mr. and Mrs. Yun had built the Yun Group from the ground up in America, a feat that had not come easily. It was only after the company stabilized that Mrs. Yun became pregnant. After their son was born, the couple often prioritized the company over spending time with him. When their son was over 3 years old, during a family trip, he went missing due to their work-related calls. That time, they believed he might still harbor resentment towards them, and they had promised to be better. However, to their surprise, even now, their son remained polite, and Yunjung had always been focused on his own endeavors, merely leveraging the resources and connections of the Yun Group, watching other families' sons settle down. Both parents grew anxious for their own son, having expressed their concerns to him, yet he only replied, I will find her. Mrs. Yun recalled tearfully the day she had cried, while Mr. Yun, though puzzled by the significance of these two individuals to Yunjung, had come to understand him over the years and allowed him his space. In the past 2 years, Yunjung had only appeared in the media once, earning the moniker Brainstorm in America. His contributions were pivotal to the Yun Group's current standing. That Mr. Yun held Yunjung in high regard, believing that his son should be such an exceptional individual. Yet he also wondered if perhaps his excellence was excessive. Just last year, at the beginning of the year, their son had once again expressed his desire to go to City C, bidding them to take care of themselves before departing with July and Long Exine. "Ah, mother, your discernment is indeed commendable," Yunjung said with a smile, gently guiding Mrs. Yun's arm, a sentiment that resonated deeply with him. If one were to bring joy to Yunjung's heart, it would be through earnest praise of Ling Fei. Conversely, nothing could provoke his ire more than speaking ill of her in his presence, though no one had dared to test that. "Oh dear, how delightful it is to witness Madame Yun's surprise at her son, who typically exudes an air of aloofness, suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity. Her heart swells with joy, and as she speaks, she casts a playful glance at Lord Yun beside her, winking. Just look at how different he is now that he has a girlfriend. It seems this young lady holds a significant place in his heart." In Ling Fei's room. Upon hearing from Long Xin that someone has arrived at the door, Ling Fei feels a rush of nervousness. Akin to that of a young girl unaccustomed to such situations, she cannot quite comprehend this feeling. After all, she had never been so flustered in the presence of Ho Guang's parents before. Perhaps it is simply the suddenness of it all. Taking a moment to compose herself before the mirror, she steadies her nerves. "Long Xin, let us go. Even an unattractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws," Ling Fei declares, astonished by her own words. She glances at Long Xin, who is stifling laughter behind her hand. "Long Xin, you must have misheard me. Let us be off," Ling Fei thinks to herself, feeling utterly bewildered, as if she has lost her mind. Since her relationship with Yunjung began, she no longer feels like her usual self. After all, she is already a mother, and this behavior feels rather childish. Ling Fei chastises herself for her immaturity. Long Xin follows closely behind Ling Fei, pondering. "Ah, Sister Fei, the truth is, the master already resides in your heart. It is merely your reluctance to acknowledge it that holds you back. I hope you find lasting happiness. You are splendid just as you are." Chapter 13. Acknowledgement. "Oh dear, my esteemed future-in-law, I sincerely apologize for the trouble our Yunjung has caused you," Madame Yun expresses upon encountering Ling Mama. Ling Fei, having just descended from the attic, is greeted by the sight of the two mothers engaging in a warm and lively exchange, while the two fathers stand nearby. Exchanging polite smiles and nods. "Mother, let us invite uncle and auntie inside to chat comfortably," Ling Fei suggests as she approaches, turning to address Lord Yun and Madame Yun with courtesy. "Uncle Yun, auntie." After calling out, she notices Yunjung smiling at her with an affectionate gaze, causing her to lower her head shyly as she leads her mother toward the parlor. What a peculiar sensation it is to be scrutinized by so many. How had she never noticed this other side of him before? Meanwhile, Ling Papa and Yun Papa politely gesture for one another to enter first. Uncle Zhong, Chi Yu, and Long Xin busily attend to moving items. Inside the room, Ling Xiang stands contemplatively to one side, while Bai Susu engages the three children in a game. Suddenly, she notices Ling Xiang has fallen silent. "What is the matter? Are you still worried about your brother-in-law and our parents' arrival?" Bai Susu inquires as she continues to play with the children. "That I believe your worries are unfounded. Do you really think anyone could interfere in your brother-in-law's marriage?" Bai Susu remarks, then suddenly adds, "In any case, he does not strike me as someone lacking conviction. Regardless of whether they come or not, do not fret. Let your brother-in-law handle it himself. Our role is merely to keep them company," she says, making funny faces at the three children. "Would you like to go see what your mother is up to?" Ling Xiang suddenly inquired, as he listened to Bai Susu's words and turned his gaze towards Kai Xan. Since they had come uninvited, it was undoubtedly to ascertain the situation, to discern what sort of family their son had chosen, which was quite understandable given the stature of their family. One might find themselves in a similar position. Thus, it would be prudent to allow them to comprehend everything thoroughly. "Kai Xan, do not heed your uncle's words. Your mother and the others are attending to important guests, and when the time is right for you to meet them, you shall undoubtedly do so." In the front hall, 6 individuals were seated around a table engaged in conversation. Ling Fei had yet to utter a word, while Yunjung had already conveyed the basic circumstances to Mr. and Mrs. Yun. Ling Papa and Ling Mama listened, finding the young man's expression quite comprehensive. Suddenly, Ling Fei lifted her head to gaze at Yunjung, who was looking back at her with eyes brimming with unspoken tenderness and affection. After finishing his explanation, Yunjung paid little heed to what Mr. and Mrs. Yun might say. His foremost concern was for the petite woman beside him, cognizant that she was likely anxious due to her unfamiliarity with the relationship between him and the Yun family. He turned to Ling Fei, and indeed, he observed her in a state of nervousness, which he found utterly endearing. There was no need for such apprehension. You are the only woman I, Yun Zheng, have chosen for my life. Now and forever. Mr. Yun. This is the situation regarding our Ling Fei. I hold this child, Yun Zheng, in high regard, which is why I consented to their initial courtship. If you harbor any intentions regarding our Ling Fei, I would suggest we discuss them openly. Furthermore, if Ling Fei truly does not possess the fortune to enter the Yun family, it is better to clarify this sooner rather than later. Although I believe Yun Zheng is not an immature man, Ling Papa suddenly interjected. He felt it necessary to contribute, as the unexpected visit from the parents was obviously to gather information. Yet, Yun Zheng had articulated the situation quite clearly. However, remaining silent was not a viable option. For Ling Papa, regardless of how commendable or devoted Yun Zheng might be to his daughter, the family background of the suitor must be a consideration that it could not be as it was before, where they were ostensibly dating while both parties were fully aware of the implications. Marriage entwines two families. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that these were Yun Zheng's biological parents. It is abundantly clear that no one can prevent Ling Fei and me from being together. In this lifetime, I have only chosen her, Yun Zheng declared resolutely, locking his gaze onto Ling Fei. He then turned to Mr. and Mrs. Yun, speaking courteously. Father, mother, that is all I have to say. If you hold any dissatisfaction with Ling Fei, it reflects your discontent with me. As Yun Zheng spoke these words, Ling Fei felt his grip on her hand tighten, as if to shield her from potential hurt. This man truly moved her. She understood that if the uncle and aunt had certain reservations, she could comprehend their perspective, for before them, she felt imperfect, while they appeared so flawless. What Yun Zheng articulated at the table were sentiments she had never dared to conceive. For Ho Guang had never stood so resolutely by her side, whereas this man had been unwaveringly supportive since he first entered her line of sight. She was not naive. She could sense the depth of Yun Zheng's dedication. Yet she had never dared to confront or acknowledge it. Today, she has finally accepted him wholeheartedly. That a man of such caliber has dared to speak those words to his own parents for her sake. Any woman would likely find it impossible to resist such devotion. Yet, she still yearns to understand her parents' stance, for her experiences have taught her that love is not the entirety of one's existence. Yun Zheng, do not misunderstand. My silence with your father does not stem from dissatisfaction with Ling Fei, but rather the opposite. That a woman who has endured such trials knows all too well the challenges she faces. Nevertheless, Ling Fei has not forsaken herself or her child. She has chosen her child over everything else. I believe I might not have had the strength to make such a sacrifice. Fortunately, I have encountered you. Had it been someone else, it would have been our great misfortune. Moreover, I must say, when I first laid eyes on Ling Fei, I scarcely perceived her as a mother. She appears far younger than those 25 or 6-year-old girls. Yun Mama immediately interjected, genuinely astonished by Ling Fei's experiences. How could such a remarkable girl have gone through so much? It only reflects poorly on the man who failed to recognize her worth. Chapter 14. He has matters on his mind that evening. As everyone finished dinner early, the sky had yet to darken completely. Mr. and Mrs. Yun prepared to depart, impervious to the Ling family's pleas to stay and not cause any inconvenience. You don't wish to leave, do you? Yun Zheng gazed tenderly at the woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. Was she truly so eager to send herself away? How ungrateful. He had lingered solely to spend a few more moments in her company, to remain by her side. Unaware that his heart had already grown cold upon entering this world, clinging to the faint hope of finding her, sighing silently, he thought to himself, I am not rushing you away. I merely mentioned our plans for tomorrow. You should accompany uncle and auntie instead. After all, we will have plenty of time in the future, Ling Fei said gently, noticing Yun Zheng's sigh. Very well, let me hold you for a moment before I leave. Suddenly, Yun Zheng pulled Ling Fei into his embrace, enveloping her tenderly as he held her close. His heart raced once more, and he lowered his gaze to her flushed face, a sight that sent tremors through his heartstrings. His Ling Fei has an uncanny ability to effortlessly stir his emotions. He has truly fallen, and willingly so as she basked in the warmth of this man's embrace. It felt as though the emptiness within her heart had been filled after all these years. Perhaps Yun Zheng was sent by the heavens to protect her. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in her life during her most vulnerable moments. Ling Fei responded softly, realizing that since the first half of her evening had been somewhat muddled, she would now savor the love this man offered her. That I must take my leave. It may be until after the new year before we meet again. Remember to think of me, all right? Yunjing finally managed to steady the tumult within his heart and spoke earnestly. His words were so melodious that Ling Fei felt a pang of reluctance. She must have been bewitched. Yes, you should go quickly. It will be dark soon, Ling Fei said, her bright and clear eyes meeting Yunjing's with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries with the Ling family, Yunjing departed with Chiwa, leaving Lingxin resolutely behind to accompany Ling Fei. The task entrusted to her by her grandfather was yet unfulfilled, and she felt more at ease by the young lady's side to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Yunjing shared the same sentiment that I in the last life. Ling Fei gazed at Lingxin with a smile that lit up her face. What last life? If I had any recollection of it, I doubt I would have endured so many tribulations. She blurted out. Indeed, if one possessed memories of a past life, would they not have transcended? How could they possibly overlook the likes of Ho Guang and his family? Ling Fei chuckled softly, her hands continuing their work without pause. Perhaps the young lady simply has yet to recall, Lingxin murmured, a twinge of guilt washing over her as she picked up the booklet Ling Fei had dropped. Here, take this. Tomorrow, accompany me to the company, and gradually take over my responsibilities that I'll confide in you. I'm truly yearning for some well-deserved rest, Ling Fei said, handing her belongings to Lingxin with a leisurely tone. Indeed, she longed for a proper respite. Believing that a woman must first prioritize her own well-being to attract kindness from others, money would always be an endless pursuit. Sufficiency was all that mattered. She was certain Yunjing would concur. Suddenly, she realized how unexpectedly he had crossed her mind, causing her to smile unconsciously. Lingxin observed this with understanding, thinking that the young lady must be recalling her master. That in truth, he would be delighted for her to take a break. Previously, it was because she had not been with him. Now that they were together, given his nature, he would wish to keep her hidden away. With such a devoted master, she found herself pondering whether it was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, Ling Fei's phone rang. She glanced at the screen before answering. Yunjing, she called out cheerfully. Lingxin swiftly gathered her things and exited, closing the door behind her as she proceeded to the new room prepared by Ling's mother. Lingxin felt that regardless of her past or present, Ling Fei was surrounded by the most loving family. This thought warmed her heart. I was just telling Lingxin that starting tomorrow, she will take over my work. And I want to rest well, Ling Fei earnestly conveyed to Yunjing, recognizing that as the boss, he deserved to be informed, especially since he had called at the perfect moment. Though, Ling Fei was taken aback by how quickly Yunjing agreed. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had already made arrangements. Could this phone call have been to discuss this very matter? A sense of warmth enveloped her amidst her astonishment. She had not anticipated that this man would have already considered her needs. What is this? Are you overly excited? Yunjing teased, wishing he could be there in person to witness her current expression. Thank you, Yunjing. Ling Fei felt incredibly fortunate to have his companionship for the remainder of her life. How should I be thanked? How about marrying me? Yunjing asked earnestly, his words not merely casual banter. He had longed to express this sentiment, but had never found the opportunity. The memory of their first encounter in Yunghua flooded back to him. She had been such a small girl, fiercely defending him against others, even losing her shoes yet refusing to relinquish her grip on the opponent's sleeve. Had it not been for the swift arrival of July, one cannot help but wonder how circumstances might have unfolded differently. As he picked up the shoes from the ground and assisted her in putting them on, she gazed at him, her youthful and melodious voice resonating. In matters between men and women, one should maintain a respectful distance. Why donning my shoes for me? Do you intend to propose marriage in the future? Her large, twinkling eyes sparkled with clarity, radiant like the pristine ripples of water on an autumn day. Such were the eyes that clouded Yunjing's thoughts at that moment. Chapter 15. An outing mother. Susu, I must ask for your patience this month. I shall be departing next week, Ling Fei remarked to Bai Susu and Ling's mother, casting a cheerful glance. Mom, don't look at me. I certainly want to be going. Although I wish to accompany Dad Zheng on his adventures, I cannot afford to neglect my studies, Ling Kaisen stated earnestly. Eliciting laughter from those present, Ling Kaisen pouted, inwardly lamenting. Alas, if only you knew how much I long to go. The crux of the matter is that I do not wish to play the third wheel. Susu looked at Ling Fei with a pitiful expression, Kaisen doesn't want me anymore. You're closer to her than I am. How heart-wrenching. Ling Fei joked. Enough? Dear sister, I cannot endure that look of yours. Best save it for your brother-in-law. Bai Susu replied with a smile. Do not fret, Kaisen. When in your own home, you need not worry about her running off. It's important for you to take a breather. These past few years have been quite challenging. Bai Susu continued thoughtfully. Indeed, Susu speaks wisely. Fei, rest assured, should you wish to see Kaisen, a video call will suffice. Ling's mother interjected. Oh dear sister, could you not focus on yourself for once? This past year, you've been busier than a dog. Look how understanding Kaisen is now. Just don't let her worry about you. Ling Xiang casually remarked from the side. Ouch, Ling Xiang exclaimed as soon as he finished speaking, his head receiving a playful thump. You still know pain, do you? What a lack of respect to speak of your sister in such a manner. Ling's mother admonished him sternly, hoping to instill a lesson. Ling Xiang, however, swiftly exited the scene. The room erupted in laughter on the morning of their departure. Ling's mother opened the front door only to find Yunzheng standing outside, with Jiyue seated in the driver's seat. Oh dear, Yunzheng, why did you not knock? The temperature swings are quite harsh in the morning, Ling's mother exclaimed, her surprise mingled with delight. Mother, it's nothing. I just arrived. Ling Fei hasn't awakened yet. Has she? Yunzheng said, feeling a bit shy in front of Ling's mother. Seeing the door open, Jiyue hurriedly exited the vehicle, politely greeting, Auntie, while thinking, it's still dark, and he claims to have just arrived. Father Zheng, you're up early, Kaisen exclaimed as she came out with Ling Xiang and Ling Haoyu, brother-in-law. Good morning, they chimed in unison. Yes, Father Zheng, you mustn't bully mother. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath, Kaisen declared seriously. Raising her small fist, everyone was amused by her earnestness. All right, Kaisen, let us be on our way, lest we arrive late, Ling Xiang said with a smile directed at Kaisen. Wait a moment, Kaisen called out, as they heard a familiar voice before seeing the person. Everyone turned to the door, where they spotted Ling Fei rushing towards them, slightly breathless. Mother, rest assured, I am off to school now, and we shall reunite in a month. Additionally, we can always engage in video chats. Look at you, not even wearing a coat. Quickly, go inside. With a tone reminiscent of a small adult, I implore you to put it on. Just as Ling Fei emerged, Yunzheng swiftly removed his coat and draped it over her. Oh dear, mother, if you continue like this, it will surely be Zheng father who bears the brunt of the misfortune, he remarked with a playful expression of exasperation, before following Haoyu into the car. Sister, happy is right. I wish you both a delightful time. Ling Xiang chimed in with a cheerful smile, before dashing into the driver's seat to start the engine and drive away. Mother, enjoy yourselves. Aunt, may your journey be smooth. Happy and Haoyu called out to Ling Fei through the car window. All right, hurry inside. Be careful that Yunzheng doesn't catch a cold, urged Ling mother as she too walked into the house. As Ling Fei turned around, she glanced at Yunzheng, offering a warm smile, her eyes shining like the moon. At that moment, Yunzheng felt as though the world had illuminated around him, enveloping him in a cozy warmth. He found himself lost in her gaze. Qiyu, trailing behind, observed her master's expression and thought to herself, Master, do hurry inside. Soon you shall be with the young lady every day. The thought of being with Lung X and daily filled Qiyu with joy. Father and mother, please take care of your health, Ling Fei said reluctantly. All right, off you go. You needn't worry about home. It's not like you're getting married, merely going out to play, Ling mother said with a smile. Ling Fei was left speechless. How did it turn into a conversation about marriage? Yunzheng, too, felt a surge of happiness. If it were indeed a marriage, he would willingly do anything. Mom and Dad, we are off now. Take care of yourselves, and thank you for looking after Happy, Yunzheng said as he helped Ling Fei into the car, before turning to Ling father and Ling mother. Finally, they are off, Ling mother mused, feeling increasingly satisfied with her son's words. As if he were her own daughter, it's not bad for her to stay at home all day, but she must begin her own life. Indeed, it's quite acceptable, Ling father remarked nonchalantly, yet he felt quite content at the in-city airport terminal. Ling Fei could no longer contain her curiosity. Just then, as Yunzheng observed Ling Fei's serious expression, he truly thought so. Upon hearing her words, he grasped her hand tightly. Just as he was about to say something, he was met with Ling Fei's radiant smile, which startled him. What? Did I frighten you? Ling Fei asked with a laugh, having noticed Yunzheng's silent sigh. his tense demeanor visibly relaxing that he is usually not one to crumble under questioning. Ling Fei playfully tapped his chest with her other hand. When Lung Xian arrives, I will check the tickets myself. Ling Fei teased after the playful tap, and she found it quite astonishing how, after all these years, she had never spoken to a man in such a manner. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, he was now her boyfriend. Yet, despite this, Ling Fei felt a hint of shyness, lowering her head and playfully sticking out her tongue, hoping he hadn't noticed that as she contemplated this. She glanced up at Yunzheng, only to find him gazing at her with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. How embarrassing! Ling Fei swiftly turned her head, scanning her surroundings while exclaiming, "Oh dear, why haven't Chiyue and Lengxin arrived yet?" Observing Ling Fei in that moment, Yunzheng felt his heart overflowing, completely filled by the presence of this woman beside him. "We are finally together. How could I bear to part with you? Do you not realize that you are the very persistence I yearned for in my past life? What you are unaware of is that the entirety of the world, and even my own life, pale in comparison to having you by my side. Therefore, Xiao Fei, you must be willing to accompany me in search of that person, for then we could remain together indefinitely." At that moment, Ling Fei spotted Lengxin and Chiyue approaching. "Why did it take you so long to find the restroom? By the way, let me see your boarding pass. I haven't had a proper look at it yet," Ling Fei said, extending her hand towards Lengxin. Lengxin glanced at Yunzheng before retrieving the boarding pass from her bag and placing it in Ling Fei's hand. Chapter 16. Yunzheng's intentions. After Ling Fei confirmed the city on the boarding pass, she turned her face and questioned, holding the pass out to Yunzheng. "What exactly do you mean?" Ling Fei could not help but ask further. Seeing this, Chiyue pulled Lengxin away. "Hey, why are you dragging me? Miss, you wouldn't just turn around and leave, would you?" Lengxin inquired as she followed Chiyue. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between the two here grew somewhat tense. Suddenly, an announcement for boarding echoed through the air. Once the four of them settled into first class, Ling Fei kept her gaze fixed on Yunzheng, eager to discern when he would finally reveal his secret. "Ling Fei, I discovered that the biological son of old Master Yun is in City C. Oh, you trust me?" Yunzheng sensed Ling Fei's unwavering stare upon him since they had taken their seats. Though he wished for her eyes to be solely on him, he understood the intent behind her gaze. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. Ling Fei was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank as she gazed wide-eyed at the handsome face so close to her. Filled with questions. "That I am not old Master Yun's biological son. My purpose in this world is to find you and help you remember your past life," Yunzheng confessed, watching the stunned woman before him. His heart fluttering with the desire to embrace her, suppressing that urge, he continued to speak softly. Yunzheng had always sought the right moment to share this revelation with Ling Fei, but he felt it would hold no significance until she had accepted him. Now that they were together, it was time for her to know the truth, though the matter of the pact could wait. "What about Lengxin and the others?" Ling Fei suddenly pointed to the back seat, looking at Yunzheng with questioning eyes. "Wait a moment," Ling Fei said, sitting up straight, her eyes fixed ahead as if deep in thought. Yunzheng continued to observe her, not wanting to miss a single expression that crossed her face. In the back seat, Chiyue and Lengxin sat quietly. Although the voices of the two individuals in front were barely audible, both Chiyue and Lengxin retained their formidable skills from their time in the Cloud Nation, making them among the elite among the Shadow Guards. With keen hearing to match, they exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, and settled down as if they had heard nothing. "Are you suggesting that your purpose for visiting City C is to locate the real Yunzheng?" Ling Fei suddenly inquired. The thought overwhelmed her, causing her head to throb. She instinctively rubbed her temples, pondering the complexity of the matter. "All right, stop that. You're only making my head hurt," Yunzheng said, gently grasping her hand that had been patting her head. Ling Fei shot him a playful glare before closing her eyes to rest. Upon disembarking the plane and stepping onto the soil of City C once more, Ling Fei felt a sense of discomfort wash over her. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Yunzheng, whose heart swelled with joy at her unexpected gesture. That he took her hand, entwining his fingers gently, and she found solace in the warmth of his touch. Although he had held her hand several times in the past few days, this particular moment brought her an unparalleled sense of reassurance, and she smiled warmly at him. Seeing Ling Fei's smile felt like a ray of soft light piercing through his heart, warming him from within. Yunzheng chuckled softly and then turned, leading Ling Fei towards the vehicle that Chiyue had arranged. Upon arriving at the hotel and entering their room, Ling Fei turned to see Yunjung following her in and closing the door behind him. Is it truly you? She asked in astonishment. Ling Fei approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the magnificent expanse of City C. Wow, this luxurious suite in the top hotel of City C is indeed impressive. Its grandeur, high standards, and exorbitant price are self-evident, she mused, marveling at the unexpected opportunity to stay here. Chiyue only mentioned my name when making the reservation. The hotel must have assumed this suite was for me alone. Yunjung remarked nonchalantly that, Can we add another room now? Ling Fei exclaimed, realizing how impractical Chiyue's arrangement seemed. Suddenly, she turned to Yunjung and questioned, Were you aware of this? Xiao Feier, don't you wish to know the details? Yunjung replied, playfully tracing a finger down his nose, a gesture he often resorted to when feeling shy. You truly did this on purpose, didn't you? Hurry and book a room. Ling Fei laughed, playfully swatting his arm. Xiao Feier, will you not take me in? Look at me, all alone in this world, and you are my only companion, Yunjung said, pulling her into his embrace. He had longed to hold her since their journey began. And now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was determined not to let it slip away, especially since he was uncertain whether he would have the chance to accomplish his goals within this limited time frame. All right then, you can sleep on the sofa, Ling Fei suggested, sensing the man's helplessness while also considering the hotel's exorbitant rates. Fortunately, the sofa appeared far more comfortable than an ordinary bed, making it feasible for her to share accommodation with him. Upon hearing her words, Yunjung tightened his hold on her. Chapter 17. Two hearts drawing closer, how do you plan to find him? Ling Fei questioned, lifting her head as if recalling something. Finding a person is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Do you truly believe you can locate him within a month? Do your best. After all, there is some semblance of clarity, Yunjung remarked, lowering his gaze to observe Ling Fei's face. But what if we cannot find anything? Ling Fei murmured, her head bowed, overwhelmed by the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, yet uncertain how to voice them. She harbored a persistent fear that Yunjung might abandon her. Come, let us first indulge in a meal. Yunjung replied, releasing Ling Fei. The two tidied up before stepping outside, where they encountered Chiyue and Ling Xin, who were holding several documents. Yes, place your things on the table in the room. We shall grab a bite to eat first. Feel free to do as you please, Yunjung instructed. With that, he took Ling Fei's hand and led her towards the elevator. This marked Ling Fei's inaugural experience witnessing Yunjung behind the wheel, as she had always sat in the back seat while Chiyue drove. This time, however, Yunjung was at the helm, and she occupied the front passenger seat, a sensation akin to that of a couple on a date. At the entrance of the hotel, Yunjung swiftly approached the passenger door, opening it for Ling Fei, who promptly seated herself without hesitation. Subsequently, she observed as he closed the door and navigated around the front of the car to the driver's side, a series of actions that filled Ling Fei with delight. As she watched Yunjung settle in and prepare to start the engine, an unexpected laugh escaped her lips. Yunjung paused, turning to face her. He inquired, tilting his head, his voice exuding charm, capturing Ling Fei's rapt attention. What is it, Xiao Feier? He asked, noticing her entranced expression, which filled him with satisfaction. However, he reminded himself that he needed to focus on driving, and gently tapped her forehead. Nothing. I just realized I've never seen you drive before. And well, this feeling is simply delightful, Ling Fei confessed candidly. In that moment, she found herself marveling at how surreal yet genuine her connection with Yunjung felt. Yearning to continue this journey together. With him, she felt a profound sense of security, relieved from the burden of decision-making, as he had meticulously arranged everything. So, it seems that Xiao Feier enjoys my company, Yunjung chuckled, as he started the car and departed from the hotel. Ling Fei's cheeks flushed at his forthrightness, and she quickly turned her head to compose herself, feeling exposed in his presence. Yet, perhaps that was the essence of her feelings, her growing fondness for solitude with him. She sighed inwardly, recognizing her own vulnerability, feeling like a child in his presence. Nonetheless, the comfort of having someone trustworthy to rely on was truly precious. Once the car came to a halt, Yunjung turned to discover that the petite woman had succumbed to slumber. She appeared utterly serene, her long lashes resting gently, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, likely lost in sweet dreams that I hope I feature in your dreams, he mused quietly. Yunjung unfastened his seatbelt and proceeded to release Ling Fei's. His movements gentle yet deliberate. Though his touch was soft, Ling Fei stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to behold Yunjung, who was bent slightly, delicately unfastening his own belt. As she focused, she found him looking up at her, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with an unspoken tenderness and affection. You're awake, Yunjung remarked with a warm smile. We've arrived. Let us have some food, he observed the dazed expression on the little woman beside him, who continued to gaze at him, and added with a chuckle, come on. Ling Fei nodded in response. They entered the dining area. A waiter approached them, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Young Master Yun, your reserved private room is ready, he announced, gesturing for them to follow him. Ling Fei cast a sidelong glance at the composed Yunjung and stuck out her tongue. It seemed he was quite the regular here. The restaurant was adorned with romantic and exquisite decor, every corner meticulously arranged. Beautiful light fixtures and cozy cushions created an ambience that dispelled any sense of formality typically associated with Western dining. To think that this man possessed such a romantic heart. Having lived in City C for so long, she had been oblivious to the existence of such a tranquil eatery amidst the bustling city center. Reflecting on her years in City C, she realized she had been preoccupied with work and home improvements. Moreover, Ho Guang had never been keen on eating out, always insisting that his home-cooked meals were superior. In hindsight, she mused, how foolish she had been. What are you pondering? Yunjung inquired, noticing her distracted demeanor as she seemed lost in thought beside him. Ling Fei looked up, her face lighting up with a broad, sweet smile. The waiter opened the door to the private room, inviting them in. Please take a seat. Your dishes will be served shortly, he said, and upon receiving a nod from Yunjung, promptly exited. If you keep looking at me like that, I might just devour you, Yunjung remarked, turning his gaze back to Ling Fei. Her unwavering smile made it increasingly difficult for him to suppress his own stirrings of emotion. He steadied his heart and spoke deliberately. After finishing his words, he took Ling Fei's hand, guiding her inside to sit. Ling Fei marveled at how she had never noticed the beauty of City C before, turning to find Yunjung gazing intently at her. She recognized the vast differences between people. Dining with Ho Guang had always been casual, albeit sweet at times. Yet, it lacked a sense of solidity. With Yunjung, she felt an effortless ease, knowing he could swiftly resolve any situation that arose. Yunjung, I think I'm starting to like you more and more, Ling Fei said, resting her chin on her hands, her smile radiant. With a charming smile and alluring eyes, Ling Fei appeared before Yunjung. Upon hearing her words, his heart swelled with a refreshment akin to parched seedlings drinking in the rain. An exhilarating sweetness washed over him, leaving him momentarily speechless as he simply gazed at her. Fearing that this idyllic moment might be but a fleeting illusion, some individuals are like sunlight. A single glance is enough to warm the soul. Ling Fei felt that Yunjung was her sunshine. The private room was a haven of tranquility and warmth until the door swung open, and a waiter wheeled in a cart, breaking the serene atmosphere. The two exchanged smiles, their connection palpable. Chapter 18. Yunjing's unfortunate romantic entanglements. The exquisite European delicacies tantalized Ling Fei's taste buds, awakening her hunger. That moment, she savored the food with unbridled joy, akin to a carefree child. In Yunjing's eyes, he yearned for his Feier to preserve this innocence, but only in his presence. She could maintain an air of aloofness before other men. Are you going to let me eat or not? Ling Fei remarked, feeling the intensity of Yunjing's gaze. Oh, please continue. Yunjing chuckled, amused, as he joined her in the feast. Yunjung, how about we go shopping? Ling Fei inquired, setting down the wet napkin. She suddenly felt a strong desire to experience the sensation of strolling through shops with Yunjung. Although love had arrived a tad late, she believed in cherishing each moment. All right, I shall follow your lead, Yunjung replied, rising to his feet and gently tucking a strand of Ling Fei's bangs behind her ear, speaking softly. Feeling the tenderness in Yunjing's demeanor, Ling Fei playfully swatted his hand away, but did not let go. Rising to her feet, she took his hand and led him outside. Yunjung was delighted by Ling Fei's proactive nature. It seemed that a mere meal had brought her such satisfaction, indicating he would need to keep a close watch on his little woman in the future. As they strolled hand in hand down the bustling commercial street, Ling Fei felt the weight of many eyes upon her. Turning her head slightly, she noticed that the young women around them were gazing in her direction. Or rather, fixating on the handsome man beside her. Ling Fei glanced back at Yunjung, captivated by his clear, enchanting gaze, his dark eyes sparkling like jewels, and his smile radiant as sunlight. His lips curled lazily, and his high nose accentuated the length of his eyes. Truly, beauty can be a double-edged sword. Ling Fei sighed. As they continued forward, the sounds of admiration echoed around them. Wow, he's so handsome. If only I were standing next to him. Look at him smile. Ling Fei suddenly felt that being beside such a striking man could be a curse, as she sensed herself fading into the background in the eyes of others. Perhaps he had always attracted countless admirers, and her previous indifference to this fact now gnawed at her insides. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed several alluring young women approaching them, their intoxicating perfume wafting through the air. Suddenly, one of the beautiful girls stumbled, teetering dangerously towards Yunjing. In an instant, Ling Fei pivoted and threw herself into Yunjing's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him, resting her head against his chest. Instinctively, Yunjing's arms encircled her. "Are you all right?" came the concerned voice of the fallen girl, coinciding with Yunjing's gentle inquiry. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the scene. Ling Fei lifted her head to meet Yunjing's gaze, then reluctantly left the warmth of his embrace, smiling as she shook her head. Alas, how careless one can be. Next time, do pay attention to your surroundings while walking. Ling Fei gazed at the woman who had been assisted to her feet, her expression laden with sympathy, before taking Yunjing's hand and departing. Who is this person, attempting to poach someone else's husband? Indeed, it is evident that the man's gaze has been fixated on my spouse. That woman is truly fortunate. She has acted wisely, and were I in her position, I would do the same. Ling Fei initially felt a pang of discomfort, yet upon hearing that others believed Yunjing's attention remained on her, a sweet sensation flooded her heart. It seems Yunjing is not like Ho Guang. If it were Ho Guang, he might have made a grand gesture to rescue the damsel in distress. With such striking looks, it is truly a source of concern, Ling Fei murmured to herself. However, her words were evidently heard by Yunjing. That in my eyes, there is only you, Feier. Yunjing's voice whispered softly in Ling Fei's ear. "Do, isn't that your ex-wife?" Suddenly, Ling Fei felt someone behind her utter those words. She turned to find them there. Yunjing also turned, and it was indeed a case of fate bringing enemies together, as he felt his hand being grasped more tightly. He looked at Ling Fei and gently squeezed her small hand. Ling Fei turned her head to meet Yunjing's gaze. "With me around?" he whispered reassuringly. "Ahem. Hello, I am a colleague of Ho Guang's. That I never expected to encounter you here," the woman said, seemingly addressing Ling Fei. Yet her eyes were firmly fixed on Yunjing. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Ho Guang's ex-wife would be accompanied by such a distinguished man. The elegance of his attire and the undeniable air of affluence surrounding him suggested he was no ordinary individual. In that moment, she felt that Ho Guang paled in comparison. She had encountered countless men before, and none had ever flustered her. "However, I do not know you, and the man beside me has no connection to you whatsoever," Ling Fei declared, stepping protectively in front of Yunjing as she regarded the woman. She could see that this woman was no virtuous character. Having been involved with Ho Guang, she brazenly cast glances at other men in his presence. It made Ling Fei question Ho Guang's judgment. This woman was utterly shameless, and Ling Fei was convinced that like-minded individuals tend to congregate. Those who associate with Ho Guang were likely not of good character. Ho Guang, too, found himself taken aback by this unexpected encounter, feeling both astonished and shocked. He had not anticipated her return to City C. He had believed that her resolute gaze would prevent her from ever setting foot in the city again. Moreover, he observed that Ling Fei now exhibited a fierce, protective side, standing before Yunjing like an indignant little bird guarding its food, a facet he had never witnessed before. Perhaps it existed, but he had simply overlooked it. From the very beginning, Ho Guang's eyes had been fixated on Ling Fei's face, yet she had not spared him a single glance. That a sense of emptiness began to creep into his heart, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of defeat. Yunjing stepped forward, his gaze falling upon Ling Fei, and it was then that he became acutely aware of Ho Guang's penetrating stare. The intensity of that gaze unsettled him further. This man had already inflicted harm upon her, and now he brazenly fixated on his woman. It seemed he had been living far too comfortably. Chapter 19. A chance encounter with Ho Guang. "You are overthinking it. I truly cannot eat any longer." Ling Fei halted her steps and turned her head to utter, before continuing onward. "Then let us share a cup of coffee," Ho Guang persisted, eager to ascertain whether she dared confront him, perhaps still holding a place for him in her heart. Ling Fei was utterly incensed by Ho Guang's audacity. How had she not recognized this man's tenacity before? She had made her feelings abundantly clear. Being with him left her devoid of appetite, yet he seemed to be reading far too much into it. As if he believed she still harbored feelings for him, it was nothing short of a delusion. Ling Fei paused once more, inhaled deeply, and swiftly turned around. I simply do not wish to sit with you. Must I articulate it so bluntly? She exclaimed, her finger pointed firmly in Ho Guang's direction. Yunjung observed the flustered woman beside him. Aware that she was quite agitated, he elegantly turned to cast a disdainful glance at Ho Guang. A man who could only deceive naive young women. Had it not been for her innocence, how could she have so readily followed him to see city alone? As this thought crossed Yunjing's mind, his ire began to rise that he chastised himself for arriving late and simultaneously blamed the man before him, wondering how it was that in both lives, he had always been the first to seize the opportunity. He couldn't help but ponder whether Ho Guang's ancestors had performed some monumental act of virtue. Fair, there is no need to be upset. Although we have already dined, we can certainly consider having coffee, Yunjung said gently, his eyes fixed on Ling Fei. His primary concern was to alleviate her distress. Upsetting her would be a considerable loss for him. Moreover, given the current situation, it was evident that Ho Guang would not relent easily. If this issue was not resolved promptly, it would weigh heavily on his mind. I is it that you do not like it here? Yunjung inquired softly, having observed Ling Fei's expressions throughout their time together. He knew precisely what thoughts occupied her mind. In truth, he too found the ambience unappealing, likely a reflection of Ho Guang's preferences, as if the two were natural adversaries. It had been so in their previous life. And it remained so now. A cold laugh brewed within Yunjung. The specter of the past was truly persistent. Did he not understand this woman's sentiments? Although he was disinclined to delve into the complexities of women's emotions, he had devoted the entirety of his attention across 2 lifetimes to this woman beside him. He cared not for any other women, focusing solely on her, thus harboring no interest or desire to know anyone else. Duan Yuyan found herself disregarded, experiencing for the first time the sting of being overlooked by it was a profound embarrassment for her. When had she ever endured such indignity? She began to question whether the handsome man across from her could truly be called a man. Upon hearing the exchange between the two, Ling Fei could hardly contain her laughter. Well done, Yunjung. You have not disappointed me. But can you see through that woman's intentions? If so, I need not worry any longer. Ling Fei lifted the coffee recently served by the waiter, taking a small sip as a thought crossed her mind. She was oblivious to the fact that her eyes had taken on a crescent moon shape at that moment. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. Primarily, she wished to engage in conversation with Ling Fei. Ho Guang pondered for a moment before turning his gaze back to her, eager to observe her expression upon their reunion. After all, they had once been in love, and at that time, Ling Fei had devoted her entire heart to him. He suddenly realized that being deeply loved by someone could indeed be a source of happiness, a sense of security and comfort. Yunjung remained silent, wishing to hear Ling Fei's thoughts, and he now firmly believed that Ling Fei held no lingering feelings for Ho Guang. Yes, he was convinced of this because he understood her. He knew that once Ling Fei fell in love with someone, she would remain steadfastly devoted to him, disregarding all others, no matter how admirable they might be. However, should that individual cause her pain, leaving her heart shattered, he would forever be relegated to the blacklist in her heart, never to be redeemed. Yunjung suddenly felt fortunate, as he had gradually begun to draw closer to her heart. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter with Ho Guang. Duan Yuyan sat nearby, feeling a sense of awkwardness on behalf of Ho Guang as she listened to his inquiries. She could not help but think how utterly ordinary this man appeared. Indeed, comparison breeds discontent. Yet, the man across from her had yet to cast even a glance in her direction, which made her underestimate Ho Guang's ex-wife. To raise a child and still attract such an exceptional man was no small feat. She found herself puzzled as to how Ho Guang could have ever divorced her. As soon as Ling Fei heard the mention of Kaisen, a flicker of guilt washed over her, causing her grip on the cup to tighten instinctively. Yunjing noticed everything, a wave of concern sweeping through him. He dreaded the thought of Ling Fei feeling upset, questioning whether he should have suggested coming here. Kaisen is doing well. You can call her if you have the time, Ling Fei remarked, her heart heavy with guilt, particularly towards Kaisen. The child had grown up without her father by her side, seeing him less than once a year. Yet, Kaisen had always been remarkably understanding, never voicing her desire to be with her father in front of her mother, as Kaisen had expressed her wish to keep her mother happy. Really? I can truly reach out to Kaisen, visit her? Ho Guang asked, a note of surprise evident in his voice. Initially, he thought he had misheard. He never expected Ling Fei to allow him to contact Kaisen, especially after their divorce had been predicated on severing ties, and he had not contributed any child support. Indeed, Although you have severed ties, Kaisen is still your flesh and blood that I cannot be as heartless as you. And our relationship is non-existent. So please remember that. Ling Fei continued, clarifying her stance. She permitted him to connect with Kaisen because she did not want the child to completely lose contact with her biological father. The child was still young, and it would be selfish to deny her of such rights. She aimed to convey that her willingness to utter those words stemmed solely from her concern for Kaisen. Not for him, that moment. Yunjung took hold of Ling Fei's hand. A gentle smile gracing his lips. His exquisitely chiseled features appeared even more flawless under the sunlight streaming through the glass window. Ling Fei felt that Yunjung's warm smile surpassed the sun's embrace on a winter's day. Unable to resist, she smiled back at him, her expression radiating charm and allure. Since everything that needed to be said has been articulated, I shall take Feier away now. Yunjung directed his gaze towards Guang and, after speaking, took Ling Fei's hand and stood up to leave. The two of them exited the CF, hand in hand, strolling leisurely along the commercial street, once again attracting the attention of many passers-by. Ling Fei glanced at Yunjung, a radiant smile gracing her lips, before playfully remarking, by the time Yunjung had perused the documents. The sky was beginning to darken. He made a call to Qi Yue, issuing a few instructions, and after hanging up, he raised his arm to check the time on his watch. Yunjung slowly crouched down, first taking the book from Ling Fei's hands and placing it on the coffee table. He then positioned Ling Fei's legs flat on the sofa, intending to make her more comfortable for her slumber. However, Ling Fei was stirred awake by this subtle gesture. She murmured, opening her languid eyes, inadvertently letting out a sound that made Yunjung feel as though a gentle paw had scratched at his heart. Before him was an exceptionally handsome man gazing at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ling Fei felt as if this man had been sent by the heavens to compensate for her. Finding him increasingly captivating, he was pleasing to the eye at any moment. She sat up groggily. She met Yunjing's gaze directly and suddenly stretched out her arms, wrapping them around his neck. A little hug. Ling Fei's languorous voice whispered in Yunjing's ear. He felt as though he was being tormented by this little woman. Did she truly understand what such an act signified for a man? Suddenly, Yunjung lifted Ling Fei, seating himself on the sofa, with Ling Fei now tightly clutching his neck, her entire being perched on his lap. Ling Fei exclaimed, realizing she was now sitting on Yunjing's legs. Her mind instantly clearing. What had she just done? Had she been bewitched by his charm? The memory of her earlier boldness in wrapping her arms around Yunjing's neck flushed her cheeks crimson. And she buried her face in his neck, too shy to emerge. Are you trying to ignite a fire? Yunjing's deep, husky voice resonated in Ling Fei's ear. She lifted her gaze to meet his, attempting to dismount from his lap, only to be embraced even tighter by Yunjung. Try moving again. His voice rumbled once more, and she suddenly felt a wave of dread, having experienced the ways of the world. She was well aware of Yunjing's current torment, yet she feared provoking him into an outburst, rendering her completely still. Noticing her immobility, Yunjing buried his face in the crook of her neck, breathing deeply. At that moment, he yearned for Ling Fei to be his woman, yet he knew he must not frighten her. He needed to wait until she could fully accept him in her heart. Ling Fei felt the intensity of his heartbeat and breath, a mix of tension and sympathy washing over her. How much willpower must this man possess to endure such feelings? For a fleeting moment, her resolve wavered, but it was quickly subdued by her anxiety. After an indeterminate period, Yunjing's face withdrew from her neck, yet she still dared not stir. What's the matter? Are you frightened now? Yunjing observed the nervous expression on the little woman's face. A smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 21. The announcement. Could you let me down first? Ling Fei gently requested, attempting to extricate herself from Yunjing's lap. Unexpectedly, Yunjing released her with such ease. It seemed that the internal fire within him had subsided. A powerful man indeed, Ling Fei mused, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. What was she even thinking? Ling Fei lifted her head and raked her fingers through her disheveled hair. Oh, you think you can provoke me and then run away? Yunjing asserted dominantly, grasping one of her hands firmly. Was this woman testing his patience or probing the limits of his tolerance? A lesson was in order. Otherwise, she would be left unprepared next time. Yunjing sensed that Ling Fei was still lost in her thoughts, and he leaned in, kissing her softly, exploring deeper. His cool tongue slid into her mouth, greedily capturing her essence, thoroughly exploring every corner. In that fleeting moment of excitement, they both forgot everything around them. Ling Fei's mind felt as if it had been paused, frozen in time. Not only did her thoughts vanish, But even her heartbeat seemed to cease. It was as if time had come to a standstill. His fragrance, his overwhelming tenderness enveloped her, leaving her mind blank. She instinctively closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She forgot to think, nor did she wish to. Her only instinct was to hold him tighter, ever tighter. Just then, Yunjing's phone rang unexpectedly, jolting Ling Fei from his embrace as she quickly stood up. Seeing her flustered demeanor amused Yunjing, reminiscent of a child caught in mischief. Rising from his seat, he walked to the desk and answered the call, expressing his displeasure with a single word. On the other end, Qi Yue sensed the anger and dissatisfaction emanating from his master. He merely intended to make a brief report, yet he had never encountered such a tone before, filled with a sense of unmet desire. Suddenly, Qi Yue realized he might have struck a nerve. Panic surged within him. If he had disturbed his master's intimate moment, who knew how he would retaliate? In that fleeting second of realization, he blurted, "Sir, the head of the branch office in Sea City is aware of your presence here and wishes to invite you to dinner tonight, so I am inquiring if you are available." He hastily completed his sentence, fervently hoping his master would spare him from any retribution, willing to comply with any request as long as he was not dismissed. Who leaked this information? Yunjing inquired curiously. No one was supposed to know he was in Sea City, aside from a few trusted individuals at the in-city branch. Meanwhile, after Yunjing answered the call, Ling Fei collapsed onto the sofa, grabbing a cushion to rest behind her head. When Yunjing emerged from the call and beheld Ling Fei's state, he found himself both amused and slightly dissatisfied. He strode over and removed the cushion from behind her head. "What's this? Unfulfilled desires?" he inquired lazily. You, shameless," Ling Fei exclaimed, springing upright from the sofa. Her face flushed as she pointed an accusing finger at Yunjing. She was at a loss on how to face him. Yet this man dared to suggest she was unfulfilled. Truly, she wished she could burrow into the ground. However, she was unaware that her protest lacked any conviction, and her voice grew softer with each word. At this moment, Ling Fei's demeanor greatly delighted Yunjing, eliciting a soft chuckle from him, after which he settled beside her. "I misspoke earlier. It is, in fact, my own unfulfilled desires," Yunjing remarked with a playful smile, his eyes twinkling with affection as they gazed at Ling Fei, as if he wished to melt her away. "Yunjing, could you grant me some time, please?" Ling Fei said earnestly, wishing to better understand one another since they had only recently become acquainted. Regardless of his intentions for pursuing her, she had been a victim of love's cruelty before and was not prepared to endure such pain a second time. Thus, she believed that if Yunjing truly loved her, he would afford her the time she needed. "Thank you, Yunjing," Ling Fei smiled, her face radiating joy and contentment as she leaned into his embrace. As anticipated, Yunjing readily agreed. "Shall I take you out for a bite? The branch manager is treating, and I would like you to meet them," he inquired, gently stroking Ling Fei's hair, eager to proclaim to the world that she was his, yet reluctant to expose his cherished woman to everyone. For he feared her allure was too potent. However, he had matters to discuss with the manager this evening and had initially intended to postpone their meeting by a few days, only to have circumstances intervene. Nevertheless, he resolved to ensure that this little woman would enjoy herself afterward. "Is that all right?" Ling Fei smiled while nestled in Yunjing's arms, expressing her eagerness to meet his colleagues, friends, and classmates, believing that a man willing to introduce her to all his acquaintances signified his genuine regard for her. Certainly more so than those who kept their affections hidden. Reflecting on her previous relationship with Ho Guang, she recalled having met his classmates early on, though he gradually ceased taking her to gatherings. Partly because she had never been fond of such events, which he was well aware of, and partly due to his lack of initiative, unlike Yunjing, who actively sought her company. Looking back, she realized she had lived solely for that man. But now she yearned to live for herself. So why not meet them? It would also provide insight into how this man behaved with his subordinates. Most importantly, she was curious whether the manager was a man or a woman, seeking to gauge the extent of this man's romantic entanglements. "All right, let's go," Ling Fei exclaimed, rising to her feet with enthusiasm, simultaneously gesturing invitingly with her hand. Chapter 22, The Godlike Boss. Inside the private room, a large round table awaited. Upon entering, Ling Fei noticed 3 individuals already seated: a slightly older woman, a young girl, and a man who appeared to be in his 30s. As they noticed her arrival, all 3 stood and slightly bowed, exclaiming in unison, "Hello, boss." Yunjing nodded for them to take their seats, while Ling Fei smiled and waved gently to acknowledge them. Observing this, Yunjung chuckled and promptly led Ling Fei to the main seat. Upon reaching their destination, he pulled out a chair for her and gestured for her to sit. Once Ling Fei was comfortably seated, he took his place beside her. "You may sit as well." Yunjung addressed Qi Yue and Lang Xin, who stood nearby. In July, Qi Yu and Lang Xin received their master's orders, exchanging a glance before instinctively taking their seats. Ling Fei sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Perhaps this fellow was excessively rigid with his employees. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that she was not in her element, and chose instead to await the meal that as she pondered. She felt several gazes directed her way, and upon slightly turning her head, she discovered that the three individuals were intentionally or unintentionally observing her. The manager of the branch office, Gu Yu, was a woman in her 40s, who had been invited by Yunjung to assume her role from the very first day the branch office was established in City C. Over the course of more than a year working alongside Yunjung, Gu Yu held this young man in high regard, her only dissatisfaction stemming from the perception that their young boss maintained an aloof and indifferent demeanor in all circumstances. Aside from this, she dutifully adhered to his directives. Gu Yu was also exceptionally competent in her work, which was precisely why Yunjung valued her at that moment. Gu Yu mused. Did the boss just smile? Indeed, he did, and it was directed at this woman. Could it be that our typically detached and cold boss had fallen in love? Would this mean we might often witness him smile in the future? Gu Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation. After all, in the branch office, this dashing young boss was the object of admiration for many women, yet he seemed disinterested in anyone. Gu Yu believed that such a man was indeed destined for greatness. Xiao Feng, the head of the finance department, was a man in his 30s, roughly the same age as Yunjung. He was gentle and unassuming, donning a pair of glasses. His primary purpose for attending today was to report on the financial status of the past year at Gu Yu's request. Xiao Feng felt quite anxious. After all, he had never encountered the legendary boss until today. Upon finally meeting him, he was filled with admiration, astonished by the youthfulness of this boss, who was notoriously low-key. It was said that he never accepted media interviews and had declined numerous magazine shoots. The only time he participated in a public media event was at the headquarters in the United States, after which he remained elusive. The rumors among the women in the company about his charm were indeed true, even causing this man to be smitten. However, wasn't the legendary boss supposed to be indifferent to women? Why then was he treating this woman in such an extraordinary manner? Xiao Feng pondered, yet he reminded himself that such matters were the boss's personal affairs, and he would focus on performing his duties well. Guan Yinshi had never anticipated that Yun's company would recruit her, especially since she was young. Furthermore, Yun's company had dominated the domestic market in less than a year, and she had only heard of this young boss from afar. Harboring admiration for him, confident in her appearance and abilities, Guan Yinshi accepted Yun's call without hesitation and resigned from her previous position. However, since her arrival, she had yet to encounter the renowned boss of exceptional character and charm. The moment she laid eyes on him today, she felt utterly captivated, convinced that standing beside this boss would be worth forsaking everything she currently possessed. However, when she witnessed the aloof boss smiling at the woman beside him in front of everyone, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. She was unaware of the woman's connection to the boss and felt an insatiable curiosity to discern what made her so special. Guan Yinshi cast a few glances, mentally comparing their appearances. The woman was attractive but not overwhelmingly stunning. Although she was fairly tall, her figure paled in comparison to Guan Yinshi's own, leaving her questioning if the woman was merely a relative or friend of the boss. As the servers began to present the exquisite dishes, Ling Fei, already feeling a bit hungry, found herself longing to indulge, yet unable to do so immediately, which left her in a rather discontented mood. She licked her lips and lifted the teacup beside her with her left hand to sip some water. Meanwhile, Ling Fei mused to herself, finally experiencing the frustration of watching but not partaking in the feast. Yunjung had remained silent since his arrival, occasionally glancing at Xiao Feng and Guan Yin 11. Gu Yu also kept her silence, adhering to a professional habit. The upper echelons of Yun Corporation had always maintained this decorum. When in the presence of the boss, any discussion related to work was strictly reserved for him. Unless he initiated the conversation, others were expected to remain quiet. Upon noticing the boss looking in his direction, Xiao Feng adjusted his glasses, smiled, and nodded before lowering his gaze. The tension was palpable. Despite being peers, the boss's commanding presence was overwhelming, capable of silencing anyone with just a glance. When Guan Yinshi caught Yunjung's gaze, her previously somber expression brightened into a sweet smile. She could feel her heart racing and her cheeks warming slightly. Gazing at the boss's extraordinarily handsome face, she thought that such beauty could only exist in novels. Even as Yunjing shifted his attention, Guan Yinchi remained captivated by his visage. Yunjing turned to the petite woman beside him and caught her in the act of licking her lips while drinking tea. Her eyes fixed on the array of dishes on the table. This little woman must be quite hungry. What would you like to eat? Shall I serve you? Or would you prefer to help yourself? Yunjing's gentle voice resonated throughout the private room, rich and steady, instilling a sense of security. Qiyue and Lung Exine, having grown accustomed to such scenes, sat seemingly trained to appear oblivious, expressionless in their own world. As if they noticed nothing. Guyu, however, was utterly astonished. Although her time working with the boss had been brief, she had never heard him speak in such a tone, especially in a public setting. This was indeed a remarkable revelation. It seemed that our boss had a softer side, which was quite delightful. Xiaofeng shared her astonishment, wondering if that charming voice truly belonged to the formidable boss he had just encountered. Clearly, those who ascend to positions of leadership are extraordinary individuals. Guan Yinchi thought this man was not only handsome and talented, but his voice was equally enchanting, embodying the perfect man she had always sought after. Chapter 23. Delving into her heart, Ling Fei, while astonished, felt a sweet warmth blooming within her heart. The man, usually indifferent to everyone, was showing her such unwavering care regardless of the occasion. It was a sentiment that would surely make any woman's heart flutter. Especially one with such a strikingly captivating visage. As Ling Fei pondered this, she instinctively turned her head to glance at Yunjing, only to revert to her previous demeanor, softly stating, "I can manage on my own." Ling Fei could easily imagine the flush that must be adorning her cheeks at that moment. Upon finishing her sentence, she promptly seized her chopsticks to partake in her meal, observing this bashful demeanor of the petite woman. Yunjing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The sight of Ling Fei's rosy cheeks ignited a desire within him to steal a kiss. Had the circumstances been different, he might have acted upon that urge. Yunjing's heart was brimming with happiness at this moment. "Please, enjoy your meal," Yunjing remarked, casting a glance around the table. His tone noticeably cooled. Instantly, the only sounds filling the private room were the clinking of chopsticks against bowls. Throughout the meal, Yunjing's predominant action was serving Ling Fei, and with his subordinates present, she felt reluctant to voice any objections. Eventually, all the dishes he served found their way into Ling Fei's stomach. However, she lamented internally, "My stomach is not a bottomless pit." She was filled to the brim, cheeks stuffed with food, as she looked up at Yunjing, her words muffled in protest. Her large, glistening eyes conveyed a mixture of helplessness and dissatisfaction, blinking adorably as they fixated on him. Seeing her like this, Yunjing felt his heart melt, yet it was clear she had overindulged. Couldn't she leave some food untouched? Did she really believe she had to consume everything he offered? He chuckled softly, then gently brushed his fingers against her forehead. Qiyue and Lang Xian continued to eat with their usual stoic expressions, while the other three sat in stunned silence. Guyu was itching to inquire whether this was still their typically aloof boss. For her, witnessing this side of the boss was both a blessing and a curse, utterly astonishing. Thankfully, she was already a mother. Otherwise, the abundance of dog food being served would have been overwhelming. Xiaofeng seemed to have grown accustomed to the boss's capriciousness and unyielding demeanor, keeping his head down as he savored his meal. Yet, he felt this was the longest meal he had ever experienced with Yunjing, while others might leave unsatisfied after dining with the boss. He felt he was being filled to the brim. Guan Yinchi mused on how blissful it would be if she were the woman beside him, even willing to sacrifice a year of her lifespan for such joy. She found herself envious and resentful, questioning why, despite her own excellence, she could not find a man as perfect as he. Surely, it must be due to her own inaction. After all, no matter how remarkable the boss was, he was still just a man. Ling Fei chuckled softly, realizing that her mouth was so full that her words were rendered indistinct, a rather unrefined predicament. How could she be so juvenile? It was utterly laughable. Nevertheless, the adoring look in Yunjing's eyes ensnared her completely. How could a man possess such an ability to stir the strings of her heart? If this continued, she might just fall for him. And what would she do then? "Please, take your time with your meal," Ling Fei said with a smile, discreetly lifting her glass to sip some water. The meal concluded. Guyu led everyone to the pre-booked conference room, located on the top floor of the hotel, while the restaurant was situated on the 14th floor. This conference room faced south, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the nightscape of City C. On the eastern wall were 3 sofas accompanied by a coffee table, which held a few magazines. To the west, a long rectangular table, accommodating 10 people, was equipped with a projector. Ling Fei was aware that Yunjing's visit for dinner also bore work-related intentions. Thus, before he could utter a word, she smiled and said, "Yunjing, you carry on with your tasks. I shall wait for you over there," while gesturing towards the sofas on the east side, standing before the expansive windows. Ling Fei gazed at the night view of City C, feeling her mind and body relax. Her thoughts were consumed by the gaze Yunjing cast upon her and the words he had spoken. She pondered, perhaps she had already fallen for this man at the same time. She recalled her dear friend Kaisen still in City Inn. It was likely that Kaisen was preparing for bed, with school awaiting her the next day. Never mind. I shall reach out tomorrow, Ling Fei mused as she made her way to the sofa. Once seated, she casually picked up a magazine to peruse. Occasionally, she lifted her gaze to observe Yunjing across the room. This man truly possessed an allure that could captivate any woman. Ling Fei felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure, convinced that after a challenging first half of her life, fate was finally rewarding her in the latter half. She began to envision a future in her mind. During the meeting, Yunjing sensed this petite woman's gaze fixed upon him. When he concluded the session and turned to look at her, it was indeed true. She had been staring in their direction, lost in thought. "Are you done?" Ling Fei inquired, only to realize how oddly the words sounded that it felt as if they were akin to a couple. And she wondered why he had suddenly occupied her thoughts so entirely. "Oh dear." Ling Fei wished she could bite her own tongue. Yunjing, taken aback by her concern, felt a surge of excitement. It was her first display of care towards him. He was indeed making his way into Ling Fei's heart, a journey he had long awaited. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yunjing suggested that Ling Fei freshen up first while he reviewed the annual financial report that Xiaofeng had provided him before leaving. After Ling Fei emerged from the bathroom and noticed Yunjing deeply engrossed in his work, she refrained from disturbing him, instead heading straight to bed, pulling back the covers and lying down. The luxury hotel did not disappoint. The duvet exuded an indescribable fragrance. Though the day had been tiring, it was fulfilling. Ling Fei thought this as she drifted into slumber. After finishing the report, Yunjing approached the bed and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Ling Fei. Her lips curled into a slight smile in her dreams, and Yunjing wished for her to dream of him. "Xiao Fei, good night," he whispered, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before retreating to the bathroom. Chapter 24. A morning of warmth. A beam of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, landing softly on Ling Fei's eyelids. She felt a warm glow enveloping her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Squinting slightly as the brightness was somewhat blinding, raising a hand to shield her eyes, she finally managed to gaze upon a finely sculpted face. It was none other than Yunjing. The tranquility within her surged into a tempest of emotions. Stealing a glance at the person beside her, her curiosity compelled her to draw back the covers and peek inside, only to gently place them back down afterward. Ling Fei felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Realizing that she was still donned in the same pajamas she had worn after her bath the previous day. How fortunate she was. However, she pondered, how could Yunjing share a bed with a woman and remain utterly unresponsive? Was he simply exceptionally composed, or was her allure insufficient? As she contemplated this, she gently pulled back the covers to glance at her figure, pouting slightly at her modest bosom, neither too large nor too small. Perfectly adequate. Did all men prefer the more ample endowments? She wondered with a soft click of her tongue. Turning delicately to face Yunjing, she realized that even in slumber, his charm was undeniable. His angular visage appeared softened in repose, and the curve of his lips was strikingly perfect, seeming to smile as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Ling Fei found herself entranced, instinctively reaching out to lightly tap the tip of his nose. Amused by the realization that his skin was even softer than that of most women. In truth, Yunjing had already awakened but feigned sleep to observe Ling Fei's reactions. He was captivated by her gaze fixed upon him. Sharing the same bed had stirred a tumult of emotions within him, and her playful gesture ignited a latent fire. Seizing her hand that had touched his nose, he drew her into his embrace. Wishing to meld their beings into one, never depart. Was yesterday's punishment insufficient? He murmured in a deep, husky voice. Startled by this sudden movement, Ling Fei realized he had been pretending to sleep. Had she known, she would have risen immediately. Yet, the faint scent of grass emanating from him was undeniably soothing. However, his voice hinted at a rising intensity, and she feared the consequences of his desires. After all, they were not yet wed. Would you mind letting me go? Can you hold back for a moment?" She ventured softly, yet she was hesitant to move, knowing that any motion might only fan the flames. Her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She worried for him even as she feared for herself, desperate to avoid being consumed by his ardor. Yet, she also felt a tinge of guilt for potentially denying him. After all, he had endured for so many years, surely a brief moment would not matter. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson as the realization struck her. Had he been watching her all along? Unable to resist any longer, Yoonjung swiftly turned, pinning Hulingfei beneath him. Her suppressed gasp was swiftly swallowed by his fervent kiss. A tender yet passionate embrace that felt akin to cherishing an invaluable treasure. The last time he had kissed her, he had been captivated by the warmth and sweetness of her lips. As he savored her sweetness, her unique fragrance enveloped him, and he felt his usually composed demeanor teetering on the brink of loss of control. Sensing her tension beneath him, he recognized that the moment was not yet right. Just as Hulingfei felt she might lose her breath, Yoonjung released her, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Fair. What am I to do with you? The rough sound of Yoonjung's heavy breathing resonated in her ears. Ling Fei gradually steadied her breath, aware that Yoonjung was considering her feelings. Hearing these words, a wave of softness enveloped her heart. She longed to surrender herself to Yoonjung. However, at critical moments, an overwhelming sense of anxiety would seize her, leaving her uncertain about how to overcome that moment. She felt a twinge of guilt towards Yoonjung. Yoonjung, I'm sorry, Ling Fei murmured as she wrapped her arms around his back. Her voice laced with tender remorse. After a considerable time, Yoonjung withdrew from Ling Fei, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before lying down beside her. Promise me you will never say sorry again. All right, Yoonjung spoke softly, his tone tinged with a hint of helpless affection. Can you give me some time, please? Ling Fei asked gently, lifting her gaze to meet his. At this thought, Yoonjung felt a surge of excitement and happiness within him. It won't be long, Ling Fei continued, waiting a moment for Yoonjung's response. Remembering his previous plea not to keep him waiting too long, she added, how about you sleep a little longer? I have to go to the branch office today. Suddenly, Yoonjung inquired, recalling the issues he had noticed in the financial report yesterday that he needed to discuss with Guyu. Additionally, he intended to remind the public relations department about the importance of diligence in their work, particularly regarding the need for immediate action when problems arise, rather than adopting an indifferent stance. Although he wished for the whole world to know about his relationship with Ling Fei, he did not desire to expose their privacy to the public. He simply yearned for an ordinary life. No, I can't, Ling Fei replied, her voice tinged with surprise and a hint of disappointment. She hadn't anticipated Yoonjung would head to the office so soon. It must be urgent, especially after seeing the late report yesterday. Though she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of him not being by her side, she couldn't hinder her boss's work. What's wrong? Do you miss me? How about you come with me? Yoonjung asked gently, secretly hoping to spend every hour of the day with her, though he feared it might disrupt her rest. Especially since it was still early, just before 8 a.m. Beijing time. Is that all right? Ling Fei suddenly sat up, looking at Yoonjung with delight. She couldn't quite understand why she felt so elated. Her heart simply brimmed with joy, which she couldn't help but express that it was as if all her experiences over the past few years paled in comparison to this man. Wonderful. Let us get up quickly. Ling Fei responded eagerly, planting a swift kiss on Yoonjung's cheek before bouncing out of bed with a smile and drawing open the curtains. Yoonjung mused that this little woman would surely torment him to death. But as he gazed at her standing by the window, smiling back at him, he felt as though his entire world had transformed into something warm and radiant. Chapter 25. Guanyanshi as Yoonjung and his group entered the company. The entire branch office erupted with excitement. The longtime employees, having previously encountered Yoonjung, recognized their esteemed boss, while the newcomers marveled at the sight of such a handsome figure. The veterans believed they would never again have the opportunity to see their real-life boss. Meanwhile, the newcomers felt a mix of astonishment and fortune upon hearing the older employees discussing the identity of this prominent figure. 4 individuals approached Guyu's office directly, just as Guyu finished a phone call and raised her head to glance at the open door. She was taken aback. It was unexpected for the boss to arrive unannounced. Boss, what brings you here? Guyu inquired, her heart racing with anxiety. The boss's sudden appearance, without any prior notice, surely indicated the presence of pressing matters. Despite Guyu's mature age, the aura of the almost divine young boss, who possessed both beauty and talent, made her feel jittery. Not everyone could claim such an admirable figure as their superior. By the time Guyu regained her composure, Yoonjung had already taken Ling Fei by the hand and settled onto the sofa, while Chi Yue and Lang Xian discreetly exited and closed the door. Have you reviewed the financial reports? Yoonjung stated in a detached manner. Did the boss come to uncover these issues? Panic surged within Guyu at the thought of being the first to have such matters noticed by the boss. Her days of tranquility seemed numbered. There are no significant problems. Just ensure you handle them properly. Let this be a warning, Yunjung replied sternly, his tone resonating with authority, reminiscent of a cautionary reminder. A slight relief washed over Guyu. Yet she was interrupted as Yunjung continued. Has the new head of the public relations department been thoroughly investigated? Ling Fei was struck by the commanding presence of the man beside her. The barrage of questions nearly left her breathless as she glanced at Guyu, realizing the stark contrast between his professional demeanor and his personal self. That it was baffling how this man, who had been supportive during their earlier collaborations, now seemed to embody a different persona. Had he harbored feelings for her since then? She recalled his words about pursuing her from a past life, sending a chill down her spine with the thought's surreal nature. Xiao Feier, Yunjung gently called her, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Huh? Is the conversation over? Ling Fei hastily responded, mortified at having been so distracted in the presence of others, especially with Yunjung addressing her so intimately in front of Guyu. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Are you tired? Let's change locations, Yunjung suggested, rising to his feet, prompting Ling Fei to follow suit. Have her come directly to my office, Yunjung instructed Guyu before leading Ling Fei out. That Guyu exhaled deeply, feeling as if the very air in the room had become charged with tension in the boss's presence. While pondering, she dialed a number. In the lounge of the boss's office, Yunjung looked at Ling Fei with gentle eyes. You can rest here for a moment. I need to discuss work with the head of the public relations department. With a smile, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before stepping out of the lounge. As he exited, Yunjung resumed his usual aloof demeanor, approaching his desk and booting up his computer. Sir, Guan Yinshi has arrived, Chiyue announced as she opened the door. Upon receiving a nod from Yunjung, she promptly retreated. Boss, you summoned me? Guan Yinshi walked in and beheld Yunjung seated before the desk. His handsome visage radiated a cool and distinct sharpness, exuding a unique charm that captivated her. This man embodied an air of nobility and elegance in every aspect. Guan Yinshi pondered the sudden summons to his office. Feeling no issues in her work, could it be related to her? Indeed, men are often unable to resist the allure of beautiful women. Could it be that this aloof boss was no exception? As she contemplated this, she gradually approached the desk. Please recount the responsibilities of the public relations department. A deep and pure voice resonated throughout the tranquil office. Yunjung's gaze remained fixated on the computer screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows cast a gentle warmth upon him. Guan Yinshi, observing this side of Yunjung, felt an involuntary surge of possessiveness. Throughout her life, she had always been cherished by those around her, her desires easily fulfilled with but a word. Even in the professional realm, she maintained a sense of superiority, a conviction that nothing was beyond her reach. It is a functional department established to handle, coordinate, and develop relationships between our company, the public, and internal stakeholders, Guan Yinshi confidently articulated, noticing Yunjung lift his gaze towards her. She offered a charming smile. Oh, handle, coordinate, and develop. Then, regarding the commercial street photograph I mentioned earlier, how many of those points have you managed? Yunjung inquired with an air of nonchalance. This prompted a jolt of anxiety in Guan Yinshi. Could it be that the boss wished to keep his connection with that woman a secret? Yet, he had been so tender towards her that day. But then again, men can be exceedingly kind when they are inclined, only to dismiss any connection when they no longer feel the same. Boss, I apologize for my oversight. Please, impose any necessary punishment, Guan Yinshi conceded, recognizing at that moment that admitting her fault was paramount. There was no room for defense with a boss as decisive as him. They focused solely on outcomes, not processes. It must be said that Guan Yinshi had a remarkable understanding of people, which served as her capital. Her youth and ascension to a department head in the Yun Corporation underscored that she was far more than mere appearance. Yes, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Guan Yinshi declared, believing that employing a strategy of playful pursuit with such a cool and distant man was undoubtedly wise. With a curious arch of her brow, she turned and exited. This photograph turned out quite well. Yunjung mused softly, his eyes gleaming with delight as the screen displayed one of the images capturing Ling Fei leaping into his embrace. Chapter 26. Surprise. In the past week or two, Yunjung had been dedicating his mornings to company affairs, with Qiyu and Lang Xian consistently by his side, while the remaining hours were spent in Ling Fei's company. Ling Fei found his reactions somewhat exaggerated. Yet spending an entire morning in the hotel was quite agreeable for her. Typically, she would rise, have breakfast, peruse a book, and bask in the sunlight by the floor-to-ceiling windows until noon. Yunjung would invariably join her for lunch. Could it be that he was encountering some difficulties at work? Was he unable to conclude his tasks? Ling Fei was suddenly flooded with thoughts, but in a short while, she had tidied herself up. Since Yunzheng came to find her every day, she decided to pay a visit to his company today, intending to surprise him and observe his reaction. Dressed and ready, Ling Fei exited the hotel, which was not far from Yun's corporation. She merely had to cross a street to arrive. Upon entering the corporate building, Ling Fei realized a predicament. She usually accompanied Yunzheng directly to his office, but now, taking the elevator to his floor posed a challenge. Without an employee badge or an appointment, entry was impossible. After rummaging through her bag for what felt like an eternity, she found no phone. A sudden tap on her forehead reminded her that in her haste to leave, she had forgotten it. Reluctantly, she approached the front desk, hoping the receptionist would recognize her. Hi. Excuse me. I'm looking for Yunzheng. May I go directly to the 22nd floor? Ling Fei inquired apologetically, regretting her previous attempts to blend into the background when visiting Yunzheng. Fearing the envy of the attractive women in the company, all captivated by his charming looks. Could you assist me in contacting Chiyue or Lengxin? Ling Fei continued, realizing that meeting the boss was more challenging than anticipated. All right then, thank you, she said resignedly before taking a seat in the lobby's lounge area. This was not a solution. Without her phone, she found herself unable to reach out to anyone. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she sprang to her feet, rushing back to the front desk. Excuse me, may I borrow your phone to make a call? Ling Fei hastily requested. Seeing her urgency, the receptionist handed over her phone. Thank you, Ling Fei exclaimed as she dialed Yunzheng's number. No answer. What could Yunzheng possibly be doing at lunchtime? Ling Fei muttered quietly, inadvertently overheard by the receptionist. What? You're calling the boss? The receptionist gasped, astonished that Ling Fei had the boss's number. Was it truly legitimate? With no answer from Yunzheng, the truth remained uncertain. Lengxin, it's me, Ling Fei. I'm at the company front desk, she stated. The receptionist, upon hearing the name Lengxin, was once again taken aback, realizing that this young lady genuinely knew the boss and even had Lengxin's number. Who exactly was she? Now, the receptionist felt anxious about not allowing Ling Fei direct access to the upper floors. Hi, Lengxin, I'm speaking with you, Ling Fei said with a smile, handing the phone to the receptionist. After concluding the call, the receptionist deleted the 2 recent outgoing numbers in front of Ling Fei before smiling and saying, I apologize, but you may proceed directly to the 22nd floor now. She intended to memorize Ling Fei's features, ensuring a smooth entry next time. Perhaps she was a relative of the boss. Handing Ling Fei a pass card, she added, Here you go. All right, thank you, Ling Fei exclaimed, initially surprised by the receptionist's actions but soon concluded it must have been a gesture from Lengxin. Taking the card, she made her way to the elevator. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 22nd floor, and as Ling Fei stepped out, she immediately spotted Lung Xian waiting at the entrance. However, she was taken aback to discover that the young lady had come to the company on her own. A first. Indeed. Was she perhaps intending to surprise her master? This thought stirred within Lung Xian a sense of fulfillment regarding her master's eventual success. Yet, in her haste to leave, she had forgotten her phone. Where is Yunzheng? Ling Fei asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Your master is inside with the public relations department, but I am unsure of the matter at hand. Initially, your master intended to depart. Yet Guan Yinchi suddenly requested to speak with her. Lung Xian relayed all that she knew, unable to fathom what Guan Yinchi could possibly want to discuss with her master. Guan Yinchi, the head of the public relations department? Ling Fei inquired, recalling the impression this individual had made on her during their dinner together. She remembered that the head had regarded Yunzheng with a peculiar gaze, an instinct born from a woman's intuition. How long have they been conversing? She continued to question, but Lung Xian found herself at a loss for words. Never mind. I shall enter alone. I won't intrude upon them, Ling Fei stated with a smile directed at Lung Xian. Driven by a mere feeling that Guan Yinchi harbored ulterior motives, regardless of whether their discussion was strictly business-related, she felt compelled to observe. The Ling Fei of now was no longer the selfless individual she once was. She had transformed into someone rather possessive. What is mine, I shall oversee to the end. Within Yunzheng's office, after Guan Yinchi had completed her report on the handling of the previous photo incident, Yunzheng remarked coolly, Remember, this shall not happen again. As he rose from his seat, donning the coat that lay on his desk, Guan Yinchi, her heart racing, gazed at her boss. She had refrained from proactively seeking him out for days, curious to see if he would summon her instead. Yet, after such a lengthy wait, he remained silent. Did he prefer assertive women? This thought prompted her to visit him at noon, knowing he would only be in the office until midday. Is there something else? Yunjung asked, adjusting his coat and eyeing Guan Yinshi, who was visibly enamored. Boss, there is something I wish to convey to you that I have contemplated it for quite some time. But I am unsure how to broach the subject, Guan Yinshi confessed, feigning difficulty. Oh, pray, do share, Yunjung replied, observing the somewhat affected demeanor of Guan Yinshi, already piecing together her intentions, having lived through 2 lifetimes. He would not be easily deceived by such trivial antics. If Guan Yinshi were to divulge her thoughts, she would not be permitted to remain. Chapter 27. The Confession. Boss, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. I like you. Guan Yinshi's shy voice had barely faded when the office door swung open. As Ling Fei entered, the first words she heard were those, and she beheld Yunjung standing by the desk. Alongside Guan Yinshi in the center of the office, her heart racing with shock. Indeed, a woman's intuition proved remarkably accurate. Perhaps as someone who had experienced such matters before, she should have been more perceptive. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. The moment Yunjung saw the door swing open, his gaze was drawn towards it. Upon catching sight of Ling Fei, an overwhelming joy surged within him, yet simultaneously, a sense of unease took hold. Predominantly due to Guan Yixi's words that he feared that Ling Fei must have overheard. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing motionless at the threshold. Boss, I had no inkling someone would come, Guan Yixi thought, believing it prudent to stoke the flames at this juncture. After all, the boss had previously instructed her to keep those photos under wraps, signifying a desire to conceal his relationship with this woman. Fair, will you trust me? Yunjung inquired anxiously, his expression betraying his uncertainty. He was unsure how Ling Fei would perceive this, but he was certain that Guan Yixi would undoubtedly depart. Then I must inquire, whom do you truly favor? Ling Fei retorted, pouting as she approached Yunjung. And what of her? Ling Fei coldly questioned Guan Yixi, her demeanor akin to an irate kitten, instilling both love and fear in Yunjung. Guan Yixi, I am not the kind of man you might fantasize about. Suppress your misguided affections. By uttering those words, you ought to realize that this is your final moment at Yun's, Yunjung stated, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Guan Yixi. Anyone daring to harbor ulterior motives before him could not be tolerated, especially since it had incited his little Fei's ire. Although his heart brimmed with delight, provoking Fei's anger was simply unacceptable. Lingxin, escort Miss Guan Yixi to human resources, Yunjung commanded coldly to Lingxin outside the door. Not wishing to lay eyes on this woman any longer, Guan Yixi, now rendered speechless by her fury, stared intently at Ling Fei, her heart filled with profound hatred. This was indeed the first time she had ever faced such humiliation. A disgrace she would never forget, especially in the presence of the man she admired. She could not fathom what Yunjung found appealing about this woman. To her, Ling Fei was merely an obstacle in her path. Just as she was lost in thought, Lingxin's voice interrupted her reverie. Miss Guan Yixi, please follow me, Lingxin stated coldly, unable to tolerate such a divisive woman, particularly when the targets of her disdain were her mistress and master. Her contempt for such a woman was immeasurable, and she wished to have no association with her. Guan Yixi was not the kind of person to be easily vanquished. With Guan Yixi taken away, the office fell into an immediate silence. Ling Fei was astonished that her mere words had compelled Yunjung to dismiss Guan Yixi. It seemed unnecessary, and now she felt a weight of guilt. Was it really necessary to let her go? After all, she is quite talented, Ling Fei remarked softly, pondering the implications of such a decision. Yet, once someone's intentions turn awry, even the most capable cannot be retained. Therefore, you need not feel guilty, as long as you remain unperturbed. Yunjung replied with a smile, finding his little woman utterly charming that he now found himself worrying about Guan Yixi. She was merely angry, but if such occurrences continued, how would he manage? Surely, he could not keep her hidden away. Being attractive can indeed be a dilemma. As for Guan Yixi, although a part of him felt a twinge of regret, he admired her audacity in confessing her feelings to her superior. Such courage was commendable. And despite Yunjing's lack of interest, a part of him felt selfishly unsettled by it all. Thus, it is certain that such a talented individual, upon leaving, will undoubtedly find a position well suited to her. Ling Fei sighed silently, suddenly realizing how frightening it could be for a woman to become selfish. Why has Yunjung assumed such significant weight in her heart? What am I thinking? So lost in thought. I called out to you several times, yet you did not respond, Yunjung inquired with a smile. Let us go. I was just contemplating what to eat. Yunjung shook his head in resignation. Clearly still unaware of her thoughts, she must have been pondering about Guan Yinshi. He mused as he followed her outside. Drink some warm water, Yunjung said softly, sitting beside Ling Fei and offering her a cup of warm water. "All right, thank you," Ling Fei replied as she took the cup and drank it down in one go. "Yunzhang, may I ask you a question?" Ling Fei spoke up directly. Yunzheng raised an eyebrow at her. Intrigued, having never seen her pose a question so formally before, "I recall you mentioned you are not the sole heir of the Yun family?" Ling Fei queried, feeling that this question might delve too deeply. "Well, unrelated to that, I also remember you saying that you pursued me from a past life to this one," Ling Fei finally asked, but her inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Yunzheng. "So, this little woman is curious about this matter. Does she now believe what he has said? Hadn't she previously appeared so incredulous?" Chapter 28. Deep Affection. This could be seen as an opportunity to understand a bit more about Yunzheng. Ling Fei thought to herself. After all, from the moment they met to their current relationship, Yunzheng had always exuded an air of mystery, appearing in her life unexpectedly, offering assistance without reason, and treating her with such kindness. Not only did he come to her home to propose on New Year's Eve, but the gifts he brought were nothing short of a house. She had never paid much attention to his previous statements nor thought deeply about them. But now, her heart had gradually begun to harbor feelings for this man, and she found herself intrigued by his past. Perhaps this is a characteristic of women, Ling Fei mused. "What is this? Are you interested?" Yunzheng asked with a knowing smile. "Then you must listen carefully," he continued. Ling Fei nodded eagerly, anticipation bubbling within her for this story. "In my past life, I was still Yunzheng, but I was a prince." "And you were?" Yunzheng began to narrate. Ling Fei felt a heaviness in her heart as she listened, sensing the pain and helplessness of Ling Qiqing, who discovered she was merely a pawn in this grand scheme. Yet, she could not fathom why she would have cold heart take revenge on her behalf. She felt as though something crucial was still missing from this tale. "Yunzheng, why do I feel like something is lacking? For instance, what about Ling Qiqing's family? What happened in the end?" Ling Fei asked, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Enough of that. It's all in the past now, isn't it? Besides, you don't remember anything at all," Yunzheng said indulgently, pulling Ling Fei into his embrace for comfort. "But did I have children in my past life?" Ling Fei suddenly inquired. "If I did, were they also harmed? Or was I left to suffer alone? Leaving my child to navigate this world? How tragic it would be to have such a father. Surely, it must be the harm I inflicted upon my child," she pondered. "No, that man had many wives and concubines. And not long after marrying you, he revealed his true nature." Yunzheng abruptly ceased his narration. Ling Fei sensed a slight tremor in Yunzheng's body. She withdrew from his embrace and inquired, "What is the matter?" Despite his realization that his emotions had surged too intensely, Yunzheng caught a glimpse of the clarity in Ling Fei's eyes, untainted and pure. Regaining his composure, he gently replied, "I am well." Ling Fei smiled as she continued. "However, Yunzheng, since you have promised to marry me, why have you taken so long to seek me out? You mentioned that if you had come to find me earlier, perhaps many of these events could have been avoided." She feigned a tone of reproach, adding, "Besides, if we had been together in our previous life, there would be no need to chase after each other in this one. It is my fault," Yunzheng said earnestly. "I only realized how profoundly I felt for you after discovering you had married someone else." Indeed, as Ling Fei had articulated, if he had sought her out repeatedly, perhaps they would not have faced the multitude of complications that ensued. It was only after her complete departure from this world that he comprehended her significance in his life. He could not bear to be without her, even if it meant merely observing her from afar or finding solace in knowing she was well. "Then, how did you arrive here? The pivotal question is, do you remember the events of our past life?" Ling Fei suddenly queried. She had been so engrossed in the tale that she had not contemplated how he had traversed into this world. Was it a crossing of realms? But, no, that seemed improbable. 3 individuals crossing together. What an unlikely occurrence. Yunzheng had not anticipated Ling Fei to pose such a question. He gazed at her for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I never expected your mind to be so agile," he chuckled. "However, why not save this discussion for after you become my wife? I shall elaborate then." He looked at Ling Fei with a smile, not wishing to disclose his origins just yet. Fearing it would burden her heart, he preferred that she remain unaware for as long as possible, especially since there were many undertakings yet to fulfill before revealing anything. "Let us speak of it another time. I need to freshen up and retire for the night. It is quite late," Ling Fei said as she stood and made her way towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ho Guang lay on the bed, the television on but his mind distant. He found no interest in watching, his thoughts drifting to the emptiness of the house and reminiscing about the past. The longer he lingered in this state, the more he yearned for the fulfillment of days gone by. He could not help but recall that a newcomer had joined the sales department that afternoon, purportedly from Yun's company. The mere thought of that man filled him with ire. Had it not been for him, he might still be with Ling Fei at this very moment. Although he was uncertain of what their relationship would have entailed, at least they would be under the same roof and not beside another man. Lost in such thoughts, Ho Guang abruptly switched off the television, covered his head with a pillow, and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, as Ho Guang entered the office and settled his belongings, a thought struck him. He dialed the number on the office phone. "Xiaolu, please have that newcomer from yesterday come to my office." He was curious to see what sort of individual had come from Yun's company, as it might even bring some success to the department. What a tangled web of fate. "Good morning, Director. I am Guan Yinshi. You summoned me?" Guan Yinshi was led into the office by Ho Guang's assistant, Xiaolu. Once Xiaolu departed, Guan Yinshi spoke up. Upon her entrance into the company, she promptly learned that the director of the sales department was an exceptionally handsome gentleman. Previously, at Yun's, Ho Guang raised his head and directly inquired upon hearing Guan Yinshi's voice. Guan Yinshi observed Ho Guang seated at the desk opposite her. Indeed, he was impeccably attired and possessed a striking appearance. However, having previously encountered a man like Yun Zheng, she found that, in comparison, although this gentleman fell short in various aspects, he was still a rare and distinguished talent. Chapter 29. A Lifetime with You. Duan Yuyan, upon seeing Guan Yinshi approaching, instantly recognized her as the woman discussed yesterday, who had come from Yun's. Her looks were certainly commendable, Duan Yuyan pondered, yet wondered why she had left Yun's. It was said that she was originally the head of the public relations department at Yun's. How could she have transitioned to a company that paled in comparison to Yun's so soon after? Moreover, she had joined the sales department that on a sunny morning in City C. Yun Zheng did not go to the office today, opting instead to have breakfast with Ling Fei at the hotel. "Why aren't we heading to the office today?" Ling Fei inquired between bites. "Well, I've nearly resolved the company matters," Yun Zheng replied with a smile, noting that Ling Fei was solely focused on her meal, which made his smile widen. "Is that so? Then we can enjoy a proper outing," Ling Fei exclaimed, noticing that Yun Zheng had been gazing at her intently. This man, truly, was he not hungry? Never mind, she thought, as she seemed to have developed an immunity to it by now. Yun Zheng observed Ling Fei's nonchalant demeanor and suddenly chuckled. "You seem less distant with me than before, which is delightful. Do eat more. I'll take you out shortly," he said with a grin. Upon hearing his words, Ling Fei lowered her head and resumed her meal. "Master, there's new progress," Qiuyue, emerging from an unknown source, leaned down to whisper in Yun Zheng's ear, though her voice was still audible to Ling Fei. After speaking, Qiuyue stood up, glanced at Ling Fei, and nodded, silently thinking, "Oh master, this revelation is quite startling. Please do not mind my interruption of your meal." Yun Zheng, after processing Qiuyue's words, glanced at Ling Fei before wiping his mouth with a napkin and said, "Go on," and he felt that since Ling Fei had already overheard Qiuyue, and she knew he was searching for the true heir of the Yun family, there was little point in concealing it from her any longer. "Master, there's a new name added to the list. Someone you could never imagine," Qiuyue exclaimed excitedly. "Enough with the pleasantries. Who is it?" Yun Zheng interjected, cutting off her enthusiasm. "Ho Guang," Qiuyue stated directly. Both Yun Zheng and Ling Fei were taken aback upon hearing the name. Yun Zheng truly did not expect Ho Guang to appear on this list. Just as they had managed to narrow down their search to City C, he had never anticipated encountering the name of his former adversary. Ling Fei was astonished, questioning whether the Ho Guang mentioned by Qiuyue was indeed the one she knew. Furthermore, on what list was this? Remembering that one of the reasons Yun Zheng had come to City C was to find the true heir of the Yun family, she wondered if this list pertained to that. But how could someone like Ho Guang possibly be the Yun family's heir? Having concluded his words, Qiuyue truly wished to withdraw. However, he dared not leave until his master signaled. As he too was profoundly astonished if Ho Guang was indeed genuine, he found himself at a loss regarding his master's subsequent actions. What difficulties lie ahead? Yun Zheng inquired. "Master, if Ho Guang is reluctant to undergo a DNA test without revealing the truth, then there is no need for Qiuyue to continue that he understands," Qiuyue stated. "Let us try a different approach, or reach out to others if money is required. Provide it, but do not disclose the truth," Yun Zheng instructed. Upon hearing this, Qiuyue glanced at Yun Zheng for confirmation and promptly departed. "Yun Zheng, do you mean to suggest that Ho Guang might actually be authentic?" Ling Fei asked, astonished. "Ho Guang is generally not difficult to approach. However, he is reluctant to engage with those he dislikes and harbors considerable suspicion. Therefore, obtaining his blood or hair would necessitate contacting someone he has not interacted with before," Ling Fei elaborated. Since this was a task for Yunzheng, she felt compelled to offer suggestions, as she was quite familiar with Ho Guang. Xiao Fei, I find myself feeling jealous, Yunzheng remarked, displaying a pitiful expression as he gazed at Ling Fei. Jealous? Ling Fei was rendered speechless. Yet she couldn't help but find Yunzheng endearing at that moment, her heart swelling with sweetness. Oh dear, do not be disheartened. I merely spoke at length about that man to assist you. After all, I have lived with him for many years and understand his temperament quite well, Ling Fei said, playfully pinching Yunzheng's handsome face with both hands. If anyone familiar with the pair were to witness this scene, they would likely believe that the sun would rise from the west the following day. The seemingly divine Yunzheng was now being playfully pinched by a woman, and what was more, he appeared to relish it. Xiao Fei, you truly do not understand me, Yunzheng said, his hands clasping the small ones that held his face. His gaze towards Ling Fei was imbued with an exaggerated sense of grievance. Ling Fei could hardly bear his expression. Was it not all for him? Now he was feigning distress before her, and she thought to herself, had she known, she would have simply confided in Qi Yue. All right, I am gradually getting to know you, Ling Fei reassured him. Yunzheng had only intended to tease Ling Fei, and perhaps due to his jealousy, he had overlooked the fact that Ling Fei and Ho Guang had once been married. However, upon hearing her words, his mood lightened considerably. Ultimately, as long as she was by his side, Ho Guang was of no concern. Then, you must truly understand me. You cannot speak of other men in my presence. Yunzheng declared possessively. This man's jealousy was indeed hard to endure, yet after navigating the trials posed by Ho Guang, Ling Fei now found herself appreciating Yunzheng's behavior, realizing how much she cherished him. It was because she cared that she reacted this way. Was it not so? Yunzheng, my remaining days are solely for you, so there is no need for concern, Ling Fei said earnestly, looking into his eyes. She wanted Yunzheng to grasp her intentions, believing that honesty should prevail between them, articulating their thoughts without hesitation, for one ought to cherish every moment in life and reveal their innermost feelings to one another. The affections held within one's heart ought to be expressed with great openness. Upon hearing this sentiment, Yunzheng's fleeting pangs of jealousy dissipated, leaving behind nothing but an abundance of happiness. Chapter 30. Soul favor, please refrain from calling me again. Your incessant calls constitute harassment. Do not presume that I am unaware of your group. No amount of money would persuade me otherwise, Ho Guang retorted angrily before abruptly ending the call and casting his phone onto the desk. Since yesterday afternoon, he had inexplicably received several calls from various locations, claiming to be related to health checkups and blood tests. Initially, he suspected them to be scams, yet to his astonishment, they were from a hospital. He had even instructed his assistant to verify these phone numbers, all of which belonged to reputable hospitals. The subsequent calls even specified substantial amounts of money for a mere health examination. He wondered if hospitals today were so desperate for patients that they resorted to offering monetary incentives. Nevertheless, he had little inclination to engage in such matters, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Although Ho Guang's character was questionable, his intellect remained intact, and his first instinct was, is someone attempting to set me up? He had never believed in such serendipitous occurrences, particularly as he was not in need of financial assistance. Manager, are we proceeding with the original plan today? Xiaolu inquired, standing at the doorway. Several colleagues had already inquired, and she felt it pertinent to confirm with Manager Ho, as he was the decision-maker. After processing Xiao Li's words, Ho Guang mentally reviewed the situation. Yes, let's proceed as planned. I almost forgot, he replied hastily, rising to retrieve his coat as he made his way out. Xiao Lu beamed at Ho Guang's response, promptly turning to relay the news to the awaiting colleagues. This stability in her role as an assistant for so many years was no coincidence. Xiao Lu was well liked within the department, possessing an unremarkable appearance but a pleasant demeanor, diligent and responsible in her work, never one to complain. She maintained a cheerful disposition throughout the day. Not only would Ho Guang be reluctant to replace her, but others in the department would also be quick to voice their opposition. Considering the number of attendees and the fact that no one had work obligations in the afternoon, Xiaolu chose the largest shopping center, Top Mall, where a renowned Chinese restaurant on the top floor was reputed for its diverse international cuisine. Xiaolu, well done, Ho Guang remarked, genuinely surprised at her dedication over the years in the company, especially as many of her contemporaries had resorted to cutting corners. Since their lack of impact on performance went unnoticed, he had chosen to overlook it. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, manager. Everyone, please take your seats. The menus are on the table, Xiaolu cheerfully announced, promptly organizing everyone as she naturally assumed logistical responsibilities whenever with her colleagues. A single compliment from the manager could brighten her mood for days. Meanwhile, in Top Mall, Yunjung and his three companions continued to browse. Are you tired? Yunjung inquired with concern, his gaze consistently fixed on the petite woman beside him. Today, he simply wished to take her out for a leisurely stroll through the mall. After all, do women not revel in the joys of shopping? Although he was acutely aware that his little woman was unlike any other, he yearned to provide her with the very best. Having spent quite some time here, he regretted not having dedicated enough moments to accompany her in such pursuits. Should this thought reach Chiyue, she would likely exclaim internally, "My goodness, are you suggesting we take a break? Relax? Perhaps you should first consider how much you have already purchased." Despite such an outcry, her heart would still accept the notion, for she was bound to him, from past lives to the present, and felt honored by it. Moreover, it was undeniable that following her master brought no misfortune. Lingxin wore an expression of indifference, thinking, whatever the master and miss wish for, I shall oblige, as long as I can accompany them and have something to eat. Yunjin noticed Lingfei halt, turning around to helplessly address Chiyue and Lingxin. Yunjin, these are merely items I touched. Why did you buy them? With a hint of sorrow, Lingfei continued, this is all money after all. Although I do like them, otherwise, I wouldn't have reached out to touch them, but one cannot simply purchase everything one has touched. You might as well give me this money instead. Do you not like them? Yunjin inquired with curiosity. He had seen the sparkle in Lingfei's eyes when she touched those items, leading him to believe she genuinely liked them. Thus, he had bought them without hesitation. I do like them. Lingfei quickly replied, yet before she could finish, Yunjin interrupted, as long as you like them, that is what matters. It appeared his judgment was indeed sound. He understood she felt it was excessive spending, but all his money was meant for her. That much was undeniable. Since we cannot linger on this matter, let us first dine. Chiyue, Lingxin, why don't you place the items in the car? We can shop after our meal, Yunjin suggested, casting a glance at Chiyue and Lingxin before addressing Lingfei. They might think I am merely here for shopping, like a personal shopper. All right, we shall follow your lead, Yunjin replied gently, unable to resist her way of speaking to him. Whenever she spoke in such a manner, he invariably complied with her wishes, even if it meant jumping into a fire pit. He shook his head in resignation. Then let us proceed. There is a unique restaurant on the top floor. And I have reserved a private room, he added, taking Lingfei's hand and leading her towards the private elevator to the restaurant. Upon hearing that they would be dining, Chiyue and Lingxin perked up immediately and hastened to follow. Shopping was certainly not their forte. They would much prefer to engage in work instead. Thankfully, there was Miss Ling to manage their master. This was truly a unique privilege, they mused internally. Chapter 31. A Banquet. Yunjin, I never expected you to be such a foodie. How else would you know of these exquisite places? Lingfei jested. Dining out with this fellow had never left her disappointed. Each meal was a fulfillment. Each dish a delight. With you by my side, it is only fitting to choose the finest, Yunjin replied, gazing at Lingfei with affection. Chiyue and Lingxin had grown immune to such sentiments. It would be far stranger if their master did not express such thoughts in front of Miss Ling. The restaurant manager seemed to have been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon spotting Yunjin and his companions, he promptly stepped forward with a smile, saying, Hello, Mr. Yun, please follow me, while gesturing for them to proceed to the private room. Have you been here before? Lingfei inquired with curiosity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to recognize him at a glance. Moreover, Lingfei had deliberately glanced at the name tag on the manager's attire, which indeed indicated that he was the restaurant's manager. Indeed, that's absolutely true, Chiyue immediately remarked. Ho Guang, Lingfei suddenly interjected. The three of them looked at Lingfei with intrigue, puzzled as to how the conversation had shifted to Ho Guang. Their gazes followed Lingfei's direction, landing on a round table by the floor-to-ceiling window, where Ho Guang himself was seated. However, none of them halted their steps. After a brief glance, they followed the manager into the private room. From the moment Lingfei caught sight of Ho Guang, her mind was consumed with thoughts of whether Yunjung had completed the DNA test with him. If not, this encounter presented a perfect opportunity for her to procure a strand of his hair or perhaps a drop of blood. Surely, he would be amenable, considering he would likely wish to see her happy. In doing so, she would be assisting Yunjung, sparing him the need to devise various means to communicate with that individual. The more she contemplated this, the brighter her eyes sparkled. Unbeknownst to her, Yunjung had been observing her expression intently since they had ordered their dishes. Yunjung, have you completed the DNA test with Ho Guang? Lingfei suddenly raised her head to ask him. The abruptness of her inquiry made Yunjung wonder if this little woman intended to confront him directly today. Surely not. She was aware that revealing the truth was not an option. What, then, did she intend? The glimmer in her eyes suggested she was thinking of something profound. Qi Yue giggled at Ling Fei. You must know, as you are the one overseeing this matter. Ling Fei, upon hearing this, was quite certain they had yet to establish communication with Ho Guang, or perhaps he was unwilling. After a moment's reflection, she smiled at Yunzheng and said, I need to wash my hands. With that, she gracefully rose and made her way toward the door. You're heading the wrong way. Yunzheng's voice resonated in the private room, cool and unyielding. Ling Fei's hand, which had been poised to open the door, halted mid-air as she slowly turned to face Yunzheng. What? She asked, puzzled. Over there, Yunzheng indicated with a finger towards the left side of the private room door. Ling Fei stepped back a few paces, peeking to see. How could she have forgotten that private rooms typically feature a simple wash basin? I suddenly need to use the restroom, so I'll step out for a moment, she explained with a smile. It's permissible for me to use the restroom, right? Yes, I'll accompany you, Yunzheng replied, rising to follow her. How could he possibly be unaware of Ling Fei's intentions? She simply wished for him to speak with Ho Guang. However, he truly felt uneasy about leaving them alone together. Wait, what are you going for? Ling Fei blurted out, her mind racing with thoughts of how she would approach Ho Guang if he followed her. Is there a partition for the restroom? Yunzheng asked, amused. The two stood at the door, uncertain whether to enter or exit. Meanwhile, Qi Yue and Lengxin remained seated, appearing as if the world around them held no relevance to their lives. Then you may go ahead. I shall join Ling Fei shortly, she said, her voice lacking strength, reminiscent of a deflated balloon, before making her way to her seat. Just then, Ling Fei suddenly smiled and settled herself, casting a glance towards the entrance where Yunzheng stood, offering him a faint smile. Observing this, Yunzheng opened the door and stepped outside. After a moment, seeing Yunzheng had left, Ling Fei hastily rose and approached the door. She opened it and glanced outside, then proceeded directly to the main hall of the restaurant. Upon arriving there, she looked towards the table by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and indeed, everyone was dining. She steadied her emotions and walked briskly towards them, her expression neutral. Halting behind Ho Guang, she paused. Everyone at the table, aside from Ho Guang, turned to look at Ling Fei, with Guan Yinxi appearing particularly astonished. Her impression of Ling Fei was exceedingly profound, as the sight of this woman immediately reminded her of that day in Yunjing's office. Initially, Ho Guang believed the attention was directed towards him, but soon realized that the gazes were focused behind him. With a smile, he turned to see Ling Fei, he exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to find her standing behind him. Hadn't he just been thinking about her the night before? Disbelief washed over him as he rubbed his eyes. Ling Fei, is it truly you? He called out again, wanting to confirm, as he thought she should be by that man's side. What brought her here alone today? Did something happen? Yet, amidst his thoughts, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. However, it was Guan Yinxi who was truly astonished. She had worried unnecessarily. Within just a few days, Ling Fei had found a new employer and seemed to be doing quite well, which reassured her. At that moment, Guan Yinxi remained utterly bewildered. Who exactly was this woman, and how did she appear to be acquainted with her new boss? Moreover, they seemed rather familiar with each other. Although it was evident that Ling Fei's demeanor towards her new boss was not particularly warm. Who is she? Guan Yinxi inquired softly. Chapter 32, The Meeting. Don't overthink it. I'm here because Kaisen asked for you, Ling Fei casually remarked, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. She awkwardly gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting, it seems lying for the first time truly does not suit me. Though she wished not to give Ho Guang the impression that she had come specifically for him. Upon hearing that Kaisen sought her, Ho Guang felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated that Kaisen would remember him, despite his own self-assessment of being an inadequate father. You all continue dining. I have matters to attend to, Ho Guang stated to his colleagues before. Disregarding their curious glances, he took Ling Fei, still gazing outside, and led her away from the table, since the manager has business to attend to. Come, let us have a drink, Xiao Lu chimed in, standing up with a glass in hand. Addressing the others, they all set aside the recent events, resuming their meals and drinks, though some privately discussed what had just transpired. On another note, she felt that perhaps today would indeed offer an intriguing spectacle. Meanwhile, Guan Yinxi was astonished to discover that Yunzheng was also present in the restaurant, realizing he must have come here with that woman. Did he know that this woman was seeking out Ho Guang? She could not help but ponder the situation, since they had unexpectedly crossed paths here, and given that their relationship was no longer hierarchical. Coupled with the thought that the woman might indeed have some connection with Ho Guang, could this not signify an opportunity for her? Yunzheng observed as the man approached with increasing proximity, prompting Guan Yinxi to rise and enthusiastically call out to him. The colleagues, who had been dining moments before, now turned their collective gaze towards this unfamiliar man at Guan Yinxi's exclamation. They regarded the strikingly handsome man, whose demeanor was nothing short of extraordinary, yet his countenance remained as cold as ice, exuding an air of unapproachability. This was the first time Xiaolu had encountered a man even more dashing than the manager. However, she quickly concluded in her heart that she preferred the manager's refined and gentle disposition over this frosty individual. Following Guan Yinxi's shout, she eagerly anticipated that Yun Zheng would engage her in conversation. Although the Yun family was well known, very few were aware that the true head of the family was this very individual. Thus, should others learn of her acquaintance with the boss, their perceptions of her in the workplace would undoubtedly shift. Duan Yuyan clearly did not expect the man to address her in front of everyone, but upon reflection, it made sense. He had likely only seen her in the company of Ho Guang. Indeed, he was a man of icy demeanor and detached heart. "Come, let us continue our meal," Xiaolu remarked cheerfully, resuming her use of chopsticks as everyone returned to their dining. Meanwhile, around a corner outside the restaurant, Ho Guang stood face to face with Ling Fei. "You just mentioned that Kai Xian was looking for me. Where?" Ho Guang inquired eagerly. "That I called you earlier, saying I needed to ask you for something," Ling Fei replied, her initial deception now clearly more practiced, her expression steady and natural. Yet, she still dared not meet Ho Guang's gaze, fearing her own expression would betray her. "Are you lying to me?" Ho Guang chuckled. Having known her well enough over the years to recognize her habits, "Do you realize that each time you lie, you cannot look me in the eye?" he continued, concerned she might misinterpret his words as misplaced affection. "I simply do not wish to gaze upon your face," Ling Fei retorted, her irritation boiling over. Did she truly not want to see him at all? Ho Guang was taken aback by her frankness, a wave of unexpected disappointment washing over him. Indeed, he had committed numerous wrongs against her. How could she possibly want to look at him now? It seemed he truly was being overly sentimental. "Very well then, what is it that Kai Xian wishes for?" Ho Guang maintained his smile, perplexed by his newfound patience towards her, reminiscent of the early days of their acquaintance. Truly, men were creatures of sentiment. Chapter 33. Obtaining the sample. "I fear you may be unwilling to provide it," Ling Fei stated directly, contemplating that this man could not afford to be so straightforward. He relished the intricate dance of conversation. She found this to be a stark contrast to Yun Zheng, and she clearly favored the latter, as the former felt excessively taxing. "I shall provide whatever Kai Xian desires. So what is it that she seeks?" Ho Guang chuckled, pondering when this woman had begun to address him in such a manner that in his recollection, she had always been straightforward, unaccustomed to such circumlocution. How intriguing, he mused. Ling Fei directly remarked, "Hair?" Ho Guang found himself perplexed. He could not fathom why a child like Kai Xian would desire his hair. Kai Xian had stated that hair was the most tangible evidence of one's relationship with her, and she merely wished to keep a strand as a memento. Ling Fei quickly elaborated, "I refuse to believe that my explanation has been so vivid and illustrative, yet you remain unmoved." Upon finishing, Ho Guang instinctively reached for his own hair. "Hold on." Ling Fei promptly grabbed his hand. "I merely wish to remind you that Kai Xian desires not just a single strand you pluck out yourself," she clarified hastily. While feeling a tinge of disappointment, Ho Guang was once again taken aback by Ling Fei's subsequent words. Kai Xian required him to personally pull out more than one strand. Thus, she proposed, "How about I assist you in this endeavor?" Ling Fei smiled, convinced that as long as Ho Guang kept Kai Xian in mind, he would surely acquiesce. Moreover, she had already smiled at him, a feat that had taken considerable effort, as she often found it difficult to smile in his presence. Seeing Ling Fei smile at him was a rarity. He had long missed her cheerful demeanor. His eyes brimmed with her radiant smile, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "All right." Ling Fei's heart swelled with joy as she thought, it seems our conversation was not in vain. Clearly, Kai Xian has her uses. Thankfully, this man is not devoid of affection. Then let us proceed." Ling Fei cheerfully took Ho Guang's arm and led him towards the dining hall, inadvertently colliding with Yun Zheng, who was approaching them. Ling Fei cautiously glanced at Yun Zheng, only to realize his gaze was not fixed upon her face. Following his line of sight, she promptly released her grip on Ho Guang's arm. "Yun Zheng." Ling Fei found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing with anxiety. What if Yun Zheng misconstrued the situation? This man was notoriously possessive and could harbor resentment for an eternity. "What, not going to pull out hair anymore? Kai Xian is waiting," Yun Zheng remarked coolly. Little did he know that upon entering the dining hall and spotting Ling Fei holding Ho Guang's hand, his heart had been engulfed by disappointment and anguish. However, once he clearly heard Ling Fei's words, it became evident what this little woman was scheming. He had initially considered that Ling Fei sought Ho Guang to discuss the DNA matter, but he never anticipated that she would resort to lies. This revelation incited both frustration and amusement within him, rendering him utterly powerless against her antics. Upon hearing Ho Guang's agreement, she had gleefully forgotten herself while holding his arm, causing his heart to nearly implode. Nevertheless, witnessing her flustered attempts to explain brought an unexpected sense of relief. It was proof that this little woman increasingly cared for him, as she had not even needed to vocalize her intentions. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Ling Fei suddenly realized Yun Zheng's implication. He must have overheard everything, or else how would he know what she intended to do? Truly, what a predicament. Thus, Ho Guang followed Ling Fei into the private dining room where Yun Zheng and his companions were gathered. When Qi Yu and Lang Xian entered alongside Yun Zheng and Ling Fei, they nearly choked in disbelief. Come, take a seat. Ling Fei gestured for Ho Guang to sit down. Once he was settled, she instructed Qi Yu to find a clean sheet of white paper. Ling Fei had already researched the method of using hair for DNA testing, discovering that the accuracy of hair-based paternity testing is entirely on par with that of blood sampling techniques. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng quietly observed from the side, surprised by the meticulousness of this seemingly small woman. He felt that not having delved deeper into her character in a past life was a significant loss. Yet he considered himself fortunate in this life to be gradually uncovering her layers. Qi Yu and Lang Xian watched the scene before them, their eyes wide and mouth sealed, pondering when Miss Ling had acquired such skills. They had sent numerous individuals to communicate with Ho Guang, yet to no avail. Miss Ling seemed to achieve success effortlessly. Among those present, only Ho Guang appeared perplexed, contemplating how to maintain a closer relationship with Kaisen and how to ease the tension with Ling Fei. From today's events, it seemed that Kaisen was the bridge between them. 1. Grasp the hair at the root and firmly pull out at least 5 strands. The ends of the hair should reveal clear hair follicles, the root displaying either white or black material. However, refrain from touching the hair follicle itself, which is the white substance at the root that you can see. 2. Allow the extracted hair to dry for a few minutes at room temperature. The freshly pulled follicles tend to be quite sticky. Then wrap it in clean paper for storage. With this in mind, Ling Fei meticulously followed the steps she had memorized, working on Ho Guang's head. To ensure optimal results and not waste the opportunity, she pulled out at least 10 strands of hair. Once she had finished and wrapped them up, Ho Guang felt a slight pain at the top of his head. All done, you may go have lunch with your colleagues, Ling Fei announced with a clap of her hands. Afterward, feeling her hands were not quite clean, she approached the wash basin in the private room and washed them several times before stepping out. When she emerged and noticed that Ho Guang had not yet left, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why haven't you left yet? Ling Fei remarked, thinking to herself how brazen he was, as if he intended to mooch a meal. Without even glancing at Ho Guang, she took her seat and began to enjoy the delectable spread before her, picking up her chopsticks to eat. Qi Yu and Lang Xian exchanged knowing smiles, while Yun Zheng, watching Ling Fei indulge in her meal with abandon, felt an increasing sense of joy. This little woman indeed became unrecognizable once her task was complete. It was for the best, as he had worried for nothing. Observing this, Ho Guang remained utterly bewildered by the situation, but staying any longer was not an option. Then I'll trouble you to pass this on to Kaisen. I'll take my leave now, he awkwardly said, glancing at the seemingly amused Yun Zheng before turning to leave. Chapter 34. Test results in the hotel. Ling Fei was busy packing her belongings. Yun Zheng, is the nearby city and sea city very far? Are we staying another night? Ling Fei inquired while tidying up. Yun Zheng, also organizing his luggage, occasionally straightened up Ling Fei's scattered items. Upon hearing her question, he paused his actions and smiled at her. You may stay for 2 nights if you wish, Yun Zheng said gently. That he gazed at Ling Fei, whose warm smile remained unwavering. He was fully aware of her thoughts. After all, it had been nearly a month since Kai Xian had left them, and even the most understanding of children would miss their mother. Moreover, they too missed Kai Xian dearly. I understand, Yun Zheng replied with a smile. But I would prefer to spend time alone with you, so there is no need to worry about the itinerary. Besides, I miss Kai Xian as well as the delightful dishes prepared by my mother-in-law. He continued, his smile reaching his eyes. Goodness, your smile is so beautiful. Are you truly a man? You smile more exquisitely than any woman, Ling Fei candidly remarked. She found herself curious about the origins of this man, wondering what kind of parents could produce such a remarkable son. The warmth of his smile nearly made her lose herself, not to mention the effect it had on other women. You don't like it? Yunjang asked with amusement. Like it? Of course. How could I not? In the presence of your smile, sunlight feels unnecessary, Ling Fei replied while tidying up. Yet, her swift understanding of him must have stemmed from his willingness to reveal his true self, which was one of the reasons Ling Fei was growing to trust him more and more. I'm glad you like it. As long as it pleases you, I'm willing to oblige, Yunjang said with a smile. Noticing that Ling Fei seemed a bit shy, and he resumed his task, it must be said that July and Lung Xian were remarkably efficient. They soon obtained the DNA test results for Ho Guang. The moment they received the results, they confirmed them repeatedly, and, without delay, made their way to Yunjang's room. I'll go answer the door. It should be July and the others, Ling Fei said as she set down her work and headed toward the entrance upon hearing the doorbell ring. July, Lung Xian, she began, but before she could finish, July excitedly rushed into the room. Miss, the results are out, Lung Xian exclaimed, immediately grabbing Ling Fei's arm. The excitement and thrill within Lung Xian were immeasurable. They had finally identified the true only son of the Yun family, bringing them one step closer to their alliance. July felt similarly as he walked directly toward Yunjang by the sofa, calling out, Master. Yunjang paused at the address, puzzled as to why July had referred to him in such a manner after so long. The next moment, upon seeing the document in July's hand, his mind raced as if struck by a sudden realization. What are the results? Yunjang asked decisively, his emotions tinged with excitement and nervous anticipation. Ling Fei, upon hearing Lung Xian's words, was momentarily taken aback, only to recall what it meant. She promptly turned and walked inside, with Lung Xian closely following. Ho Guang is undoubtedly the only son of the Yun family, July stated emphatically before promptly handing the report to Yunjang. Yunjang hurriedly opened the report, his heart pounding fiercely, and his hands trembled slightly as he realized the swiftness of the outcome. He had never anticipated such prompt results, especially considering it had taken 2 years to find Ling Fei initially. Everything he deemed impossible, he had prepared himself for the worst, yet it seemed as if fate was conspiring to assist him. Ling Fei could not comprehend why Yunjang was so agitated. During these past few days, she had witnessed various facets of Yunjang, all of which were distinctly him. Perhaps it was due to the prospect of finally attaining liberation? But was there a need for further confirmation? After reviewing the results, Yunjang immediately lifted his gaze towards Qiyu and inquired, although he was confident that Qiyu had undoubtedly verified multiple times, after all. Qiyu had never let him down in the past, he still felt the necessity to confirm once more. His initial thought was that it could only be more, never less, which prompted Ling Fei to shyly ask, Yunjang, when will you inform the elders of the Yun family about this matter, and will they be able to accept it? Suddenly considering this angle, Ling Fei looked at Yunjang earnestly. When she first met the elders of the Yun family, it was evident how significant Yunjang was to them. Moreover, given his exceptional qualities, any parent would take pride in having such a son. How, then, would they come to terms with the fact that Yunjang was not their biological child, but rather someone else? At this moment, Ling Fei genuinely felt a tinge of worry for Yunjang. Observing the situation, Qiyu and Lung Xian exchanged glances. My lord, miss, we shall take our leave to gather our belongings, they both said in unison. Yunjang nodded in acknowledgement, yet inwardly mused that as long as these two remained by his side, their habits would likely never change across lifetimes. Once Qiyu and Lung Xian exited and closed the door, Yunjang slowly began. A fact is a fact. Regardless of their acceptance, I must clarify everything. Moreover, I had already provided them with hints when we initially interacted. With that, Yunjang let out a silent sigh. After living with the elders of the Yun family for 2 years, even the coldest of hearts would develop some attachment. Thus, Yunjang's interactions with them had predominantly consisted of each going about their own lives, avoiding encounters and communication to prevent any future misunderstandings. It must be said that Yunjang's considerations were indeed thorough. However, he neglected to factor in his own personal charm and the depth of affection the Yun elders held for him, leading him to ponder whether he ever regretted this situation later on. I will accompany you to speak, Ling Fei declared resolutely. Furthermore, given Ho Guang's character, she believed it was essential to clarify matters with the elders, as this was a responsible attitude towards the two elderly individuals. The achievements of the Yun family were not easily attained and must not falter at the hands of Ho Guang. While Ho Guang possessed commendable work capabilities, they were simply incomparable to those of Yunjang. Ling Fei thought to herself. After hearing Ling Fei's words, Yunjang felt similarly. The matter concerning Ho Guang and Ling Fei should indeed be disclosed to the elders, for no secret remains hidden forever. The truth would ultimately emerge, and he owed it to the Yun family to be forthright. Chapter 35. a narrow path for enemies. As Yunzheng and his companions ascended the mountain, they reveled in the beauty of nature. Simultaneously, whether due to the depth of their fates or the irony of their enmity, apart from a few who had personal matters to attend to, all 16 members of Ho Guang's department participated in this team-building activity. Engaging in playful banter and capturing photographs along the way, the mountain surrounding City C is a renowned 5A tourist attraction in the province, which explains why so many have gathered together. However, that fellow is rather slow, always trailing behind. Yet, she has long desired to visit this mountain. It was only a few years ago that Ho Guang was perpetually busy, leaving no time for such pursuits. This time, she is determined to fully appreciate the breathtaking scenery. All right, take your time and wait for me, Yunzheng said indulgently to the cheerful woman before him. The slope is somewhat steep, and he merely wishes to follow behind her, protecting her, fearing that if she were to stumble, it would be he who suffers. This thought lingered in Yunzheng's mind. After a strenuous climb to the summit, Ling Fei bent over, gasping for breath. Oddly enough, Yunzheng and the others appeared unaffected. Yunzheng, don't you all feel tired? Ling Fei finally managed to calm her breath and curiously inquired. Come here, Yunzheng said with a serious tone. Upon hearing his words, Ling Fei obediently leaned closer. Yunzheng slightly bent down and whispered softly into her ear, because we all possess martial skills, and moreover, we have lightness skills. After speaking, he straightened up, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Ling Fei's expression. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words. What does this mean? It implies that despite their reincarnation into the modern world, they not only retained their memories but also their martial prowess. Aside from the change in location and identity, everything else remained unchanged. That it was astonishing, and she gazed at Yunzheng in disbelief, her questioning eyes seeking confirmation. Only when she saw Yunzheng nodding with a smile did she fully accept the reality. Then can you take me flying? Ling Fei asked softly, her smile restored. Just as Yunzheng was about to respond, they heard someone calling his name. Both Yunzheng and his companions were taken aback, as were the group who called out to him, each wearing expressions of serendipitous reunion. While Yunzheng's party appeared more like adversaries encountering each other on a narrow road. Upon hearing the voice, Yunzheng turned to see Guan Yinshi not far away, followed by Ho Guang and his entourage. Ho Guang himself was equally astonished, pondering why he kept encountering Ling Fei and her companions lately. Could it be that their fates were intertwined? With this thought, Ho Guang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to Ling Fei's group. Yunzheng, let us go. Ling Fei glanced over and then turned to Yunzheng. It truly seems that they are haunted by fate, encountering these individuals wherever they go. Perhaps she owed them in a past life. As her momentary good spirits were thoroughly disrupted, Yunzheng chuckled and nodded. The two turned to leave, but just a few steps later, they heard. Yunzheng, do you know that Ling Fei used to be Ho Guang's woman? Guan Yinshi asked in urgency. She was unsure where her boldness came from. She had merely caught Yunzheng's glance, and after a single remark from Ling Fei, he turned and walked away without so much as a greeting. What was it about her that fell short of that woman? She felt a deep sense of resentment, and thus, in front of everyone, she voiced her thoughts. She believed that a man as exceptional and perfect as Yunzheng could not possibly accept someone with a history. Nor would the Yun family embrace a woman with a past. Furthermore, as she understood, Ling Fei and Ho Guang also had a daughter together. She felt that her opportunity had finally arrived. Thus, when she caught sight of Yunzheng today, it was akin to beholding the brightest star in the heavens, illuminating their promising future. Unbidden, she called out to him, and in that fleeting moment as she saw him turn and depart, a sense of unwillingness surged within her, prompting her to pose an unexpected question. Upon uttering it, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Such directness was uncharacteristic of her demeanor. Surely, this man would be angered by her boldness. Casting a glance at Ho Guang beside her, she noticed no signs of discontent on his face, which eased her mind. After all, he was her superior, and she had to consider his feelings. As for Yunzheng, he was no longer her concern. Ever since she realized that this man was beyond her reach, she had drawn a clear line between them. To provoke would be folly. To entangle would lead to ruin. This was her resolute conclusion regarding Yunzheng. Surprisingly, Ho Guang displayed little astonishment at her inquiry. Rather, he harbored a sense of anticipation. He was keen to discern whether this man truly cared about the relationship between Ling Fei and himself, especially in front of an increasingly curious audience. When Ling Fei heard this statement, she was not enraged but rather profoundly shocked. She was not concerned about anything else but wished to understand how Guan Yinshi had come to know of her connection with Ho Guang. A glance at Ho Guang's expression assured her that he was not involved. She was well acquainted with him. Conversely, Yunjing's reaction was starkly different. Upon hearing her words, a wave of fury surged within him, reaching a boiling point that he recalled the previous life of Ling Qingqing and Wu Guang, and now in this life, Ling Fei and Ho Guang. How could the woman he had cherished so dearly be perpetually entangled with men like him, inflicting wounds upon his heart time and again? This was the agony that plagued Yunjing. In his previous life, he loathed himself for not proposing to Ling Qicheng before Wu Guang arrived. Regret had consumed him, costing him dearly in ways he could not amend. In this life, he was equally pained, having found Ling Fei and forged a bond with her, yet failing to reach her before she met Ho Guang. Deep down, he berated himself relentlessly, striving to make amends as best he could. Chapter 36, an interlude at the summit. At this moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. As everyone sensed the palpable decline of Yunjing's aura, among the onlookers, some discreetly retrieved their phones to capture the scene. Qi Yue and Lang Xian exchanged glances, wishing fervently that they were in the Yun Kingdom, where at least the spectators would lack such advanced technology, and there would be personnel to manage the crowd. Qi Yue and Lang Xian approached Yunjing and Ling Fei, intending to shield them from prying cameras. However, their master's striking appearance was too captivating to overlook, drawing forth murmurs of admiration and envy from the crowd. Both Qi Yue and Lang Xian cast a wary glance at the currently stoic Yunjing. Although they understood that his heart was ablaze with anger, the onlookers remained oblivious, mistaking his demeanor for that of a perpetually aloof figure. Of course, Ling Fei was oblivious to these whispers, just as Guan Yinchi was about to speak. Yunjing coolly uttered a few words. "What does this have to do with you?" His tone was laced with disdain, leaving one to wonder where Gu Yu had found such a troublesome woman. Guan Yinchi, with her mouth agape in disbelief, found herself at a loss for words. From what standpoint did she dare to pose such a question, and with what authority did she challenge Ling Fei? Abruptly, she turned to face manager Ho Guang behind her, inquiring if he truly harbored no feelings upon witnessing his ex-wife in the company of another man. At this moment, Guan Yinchi desperately sought an escape route. Yet it was evident that she had misjudged her target. "That I, in my current state, possessed no right to interfere," Ho Guang remarked coolly, his thoughts revealing his astonishment at how foolish this woman had become. Daring to question him thus, Duan Yuyan was taken aback by Ho Guang's declaration of his position. It appeared that this man possessed a broad-mindedness and a far-sighted vision. In contrast, at that moment, she perceived that Guan Yinchi had been utterly beguiled by Yunjing. What could be done? As silence enveloped the gathering, Ling Fei suddenly directed a question towards Guan Yinchi, eager to discern the woman's true intentions. Fortunately, this was a tourist attraction, and those who found the situation tedious had already dispersed, leaving behind mostly women captivated by Yunjing's enchanting visage. Upon hearing Ling Fei's inquiry, Guan Yinchi's heart ignited with fury. How dare this woman brazenly pose such a question? Her ignorance only served to reveal her deceitful nature. How could Yunjing possibly harbor affection for a fraud? With this thought, Guan Yinchi's heart swelled with a perverse joy. It could only infer that she was a deceiver, manipulating Yunjing's affections, unworthy of standing by his side. "Only I, Guan Yinchi, deserve such a place," she foolishly proclaimed. Yunjing, upon hearing Guan Yinchi brand Ling Fei a fraud, felt an overwhelming urge to cast her away, yet it seemed Ling Fei sensed his ire. She reached out her left hand to rest in the palm of Yunjing's strong hand. Feeling her gesture, he turned to her, and she smiled radiantly at him, seemingly conveying that it mattered not what others thought. Ling Fei's smile dispelled much of the gloom within Yunjing. He could hardly fathom that in this moment, this petite woman, confronted with scrutiny, still prioritized her own feelings. How could he not love her? How could he let her go? Indeed, she was the woman he had loved in his past life, worthy of his pursuit. Observing this exchange, Guan Yinchi's anger intensified. This woman was so brazenly smiling at Yunjing, utterly shameless. First, she had deceived others' emotions, and now she had the audacity to carry on so blatantly. Guan Yinchi yearned to stride over and pull this woman away from Yunjing. Yet she refrained, determined to let Yunjing see the truth for himself. A woman's intuition whispered to her that a man like Yunjing was remarkably steadfast and intolerant of deception. "So what if you know?" Ling Fei's question shattered Guan Yinchi's reverie. Yunjing had kept his gaze fixed upon Ling Fei's face, and now he observed that this little woman was not as obstinate as she had been in their past life. In this existence, she exhibited a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. He found himself utterly enamored with Ling Fei in this moment. In the face of Ling Fei's two probing questions, both Qi Yu and Lang Xen were caught off guard. astonished that Miss Ling would treat her adversaries in such a manner in modern times. Indeed, in their eyes, anyone at odds with Miss Ling was considered their enemy. Guan Yinshi was initially taken aback, pondering whether Yunzheng could possibly know. How could that be? A man of such exceptional caliber, hailing from a distinguished family, how could he ever accept a woman who not only had a previous marriage but also bore a child? She found it impossible to believe. She truly could not fathom that someone as accomplished as herself, who could attain anything she desired, would feel inferior to a divorced woman for the first time. Are you jesting? If Yunzheng were aware, would he still desire you? Guan Yinshi blurted out, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Ling Fei could hardly contain her laughter. She had previously overestimated this foolish woman. Merely possessing intellect was insufficient. One also required wisdom, ata loss for how to engage with her. Ling Fei perceived this woman's approach to men as remarkably naive. Why are you so certain that I am unaware? Yunzheng, bemused by Ling Fei's reaction, sought to clarify. Guan Yinshi, a woman like her is unworthy of you. Only I am deserving of your affection. Do you understand? Guan Yinshi boldly expressed her thoughts to Yunzheng. In her emotional fervor, she failed to recognize that she was merely an outsider, fully immersing herself in the role of a participant. Bystanders, drawn by Guan Yinshi's impassioned outburst, paused to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Guan Yinshi's words, Ling Fei felt that had this been her former self, she might have retreated. However, she was no longer that person. Her current focus was to steadfastly seize her own happiness, refusing to allow anyone to intrude. As long as the man before her did not forsake her, she would remain unwavering. Yunzheng, upon hearing Guan Yinshi's statements, was immediately concerned about Ling Fei's feelings. He feared that the foolish woman's words might dishearten the petite woman beside him. Just as he was on the verge of expressing his anger, he suddenly heard Ling Fei's resolute voice. Whether I am worthy is not for you to determine, but for my man to decide, Ling Fei declared, realizing that if she did not counter now, she would miss her opportunity. Having already squandered so much time in futile verbal sparring with this woman, she thought to herself, do you truly believe that because I am not roaring like a tiger, I am merely a sickly cat? As Yunzheng, still seething with indignation, heard Ling Fei refer to him as my man, his mood instantly brightened. He had not anticipated such a spirited retort from her. It was music to his ears. However, how could he allow his woman to confront such matters alone? My woman, Yunzheng, does not require the opinions of others, he asserted, wrapping an arm around Ling Fei's shoulders. And I, Yunzheng, have but one woman in this lifetime, Ling Fei, therefore, you are unworthy of comparison, he proclaimed earnestly. As golden sunlight bathed him and a gentle breeze stirred, the assembled crowd could not help but chuckle softly. And in that moment, Ling Fei gazed at Yunzheng, feeling her heart skip a beat. One cannot overlook the searing tenderness in his gaze. In this fleeting moment, it shall remain eternal. Chapter 37, The Transformation of Ho Guang. Duan Yuyin had long anticipated such an outcome, stifling a silent chuckle within her heart, while a muted sigh escaped her lips. Seemingly pitying the actions of the woman beside her on this day. At that moment, Guan Yinshi, having absorbed Yunzheng's words, felt the flames of jealousy reach a boiling point. Yet, she could not unleash her fury like a shrew. After all, she was a woman of refinement, and with a throng of tourists gathering around, she could only swallow her grievances in silence. From love to hatred for this man, she resolved that if she could not possess him, she would rather see him destroyed. Guan Yinshi's contorted expression gradually regained its composure, and a determination took root within her. The future holds promise. Since you deem me unworthy to be compared with this woman, I shall make you regret the words you have spoken today. You will come to regret it. With that, Guan Yinshi cast one last remark before indignantly turning away, as the crowd slowly dispersed. Just as Yunzheng and his party were about to depart, they were halted once more by a voice calling out, Yunzheng, Ho Guang. Ling Fei and Yunzheng turned in surprise. It was not Ling Fei that Ho Guang called out to, but rather Yunzheng. Ling Fei felt a twinge of curiosity. What game was afoot now? Yunzheng regarded Ho Guang with a cool detachment, while Qi Yu and Lung Xian's hearts were once again set on alert. How unfortunate that their pleasant excursion had encountered such a troublesome spirit. Ho Guang approached with increasing proximity, leaving Qi Yu and Lung Xian perplexed, eager to intervene but halted by a mere glance from Yunzheng. Standing opposite Yunzheng, Ho Guang glanced at Ling Fei beside him before fixing his gaze on Yunzheng's face. Please keep your promise and treat her well, Ho Guang implored earnestly, his tone tinged with a hint of despondency. For the first time, Ho Guang found himself humbled before another man. Had he been in such a situation himself, he could not have acted with such grace. Thus, he chose to ensure Ling Fei's happiness. This woman deserved a better man. The memories of their time together lingered vividly in his mind. She had sacrificed so much for him, devoting her youth and even giving birth to such a lovely and understanding daughter. Ling Fei, I apologize for my past wrongs. I hope you find happiness henceforth, Ho Guang stated sincerely, contemplating that this conclusion was indeed quite fitting to at the very least. They still had a daughter bridging their lives. And he felt a sense of contentment in maintaining a friendship. Ling Fei felt a tumult of emotions within her. She was unaccustomed to this sudden change in the man before her. In truth, she wished he would revert to his former self, for a part of her still harbored resentment. Now, witnessing his vulnerability, she could not help but feel pity for him, a pity that was ultimately self-inflicted. Had she known it would come to this, perhaps things would have been different. The flicker of resentment in her heart evaporated with his apology at that moment. She longed to weep, to release the burdens of their shared past through tears, but found herself unable to cry. Perhaps it was because she now had a man who cherished her deeply. His love had washed away the pain and grievances she had harbored. With this thought, Ling Fei felt a sense of liberation envelop her. Indeed, the only connection that now binds her to the man before her is their shared joy. For Kai Xian is, after all, their child. For the sake of Kai Xian, it is best that they strive to become friends moving forward. Kai Xian is also a welcome sight. Moreover, Ho Guang is the sole heir of the Yun family, making this arrangement beneficial for all involved. Thank you, Ho Guang, for allowing me to encounter Yunzheng. As for the myriad events that transpired between us, they are now in the past. Henceforth, our relationship shall solely revolve around Kai Xian, Ling Fei sincerely expressed. Yunzheng had been observing Ling Fei and noticed that the knots in her heart had finally begun to unravel, which brought him joy. He suddenly realized that this might well be the most commendable act Ho Guang had accomplished in 2 lifetimes. Furthermore, as he would have more interactions with this man in the future, this could indeed be seen as a favorable conclusion. If Guan Yinshi were to learn that her actions had inadvertently resolved the tensions between Ho Guang and Ling Fei, she would surely be filled with regret. Inside the hotel, everyone was preparing to rest before venturing out to enjoy the scenery. At that moment, Ling Fei's phone rang. She was about to close her eyes for a midday nap. She reached for the phone on the bedside table and, upon seeing the caller ID, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Kai Xian, are you missing your mommy? Ling Fei cheerfully inquired, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. However, in an instant, her smile vanished as she lowered the phone, reluctantly making her way to the sofa where Yunzheng was lying with his eyes closed. Standing over him, she extended the phone towards Yunzheng. Her gaze filled with dissatisfaction as she remarked, I was looking for you. Yunzheng had already awakened while she was on the call, and upon hearing Ling Fei's voice, he smiled and sat up, taking the phone from her to converse with Kai Xian. After hanging up, he couldn't help but chuckle at Ling Fei's disgruntled expression, which prompted her to turn and glare at him. Ho Guang called Kai Xian, reminding her to keep an eye on me, Yunzheng said with a playful grin directed at Ling Fei. This little woman did not display such demeanor when conversing with Guan Yinshi. What? Ling Fei was taken aback, initially believing that her daughter had forgotten her, only to realize she was merely fulfilling a task. Nonetheless, it was evident that Ho Guang had genuinely changed for the better. And that was a relief, considering he was also the child's father. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Not angry anymore? Yunzheng inquired with a smile, noticing the relaxation in her brows and the joy at the corners of her eyes. I was never angry. I was just going to sleep, Ling Fei awkwardly replied as she quickly made her way back to the room. Watching her retreating figure, Yunzheng shook his head and picked up his phone to dial a number. After a while, he approached the room and found Ling Fei peacefully asleep. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, softly closed the door behind him, and stepped outside. Upon receiving Yunzheng's call, Ho Guang was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that this man would reach out to him for a conversation. Although uncertain of the topic at hand, he felt compelled to meet, especially since Kai Xian would continue to be in this man's presence. Despite gleaning from his conversation with Kai Xian that she held great affection for Yunzheng, he reminded himself that he was not her biological father. With these thoughts in mind, Ho Guang rose and made his way out. Chapter 38. The Mystery of Origins. In a rooftop tea room of the hotel, the two men sat facing each other, affording them a breathtaking view of the mountaintop scenery. At the summit, there exists but a solitary 5-star hotel, which has achieved perfection in every aspect, save for the exorbitant price that far exceeds expectations. Nevertheless, the occupancy rate remains commendably high, for those who venture here do so to witness the breathtaking sunrises and sunsets atop the mountain. At the pinnacle, one finds a century-old temple where many come to seek blessings. What brings you to me? Ho Guang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Faced with this man, there was no need for subterfuge, as Ho Guang surmised that the other party would not afford him the luxury of evasion. Regarding your origins, Yunzheng remarked lightly, his hands continuing to pour tea, his gaze averted from Ho Guang, as if the subject of their conversation were not present in that moment. What do you mean? Ho Guang asked, his intrigue growing. He sensed that this man would not speak without foundation. Moreover, thoughts of his mother, who resided far away at home, troubled him greatly. After all, it was his mother who had played a significant role in the progression of his relationship with Ling Fei. As he pondered this, his brow furrowed, and he awaited Yunzheng's next words. Have you ever considered that you might not share a blood relationship with the parents you currently refer to as your own? Yunzheng paused, straightening his posture to meet Ho Guang's gaze earnestly. He had not been ignorant of the fact that Ho Guang had lacked maternal affection since childhood. His father, though somewhat present, appeared rather feeble in comparison to Ho Guang's mother. Yunzheng's intent was not to jest. It was evident he had uncovered something significant. Ho Guang, having achieved his current status through intellect, was aware that growing up in such a household would inevitably leave its mark. Upon hearing this revelation, Ho Guang was struck with disbelief and skepticism. Just as he was about to inquire how Yunzheng had come by this information, a recollection struck him. The day Ling Fei had requested a sample of his hair. You took my hair not out of joy, but to conduct a DNA test. Ho Guang asked incredulously. If his suspicions were correct, then when had they come to learn this information, and what was their motive? A whirlwind of complex thought swirled within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze fixed on Yunzheng's face. Since when have you been investigating my origins? Who instructed you to do so? Ho Guang demanded, yearning to understand how it was possible that others had delved into his past while he remained oblivious. This suggested they had sought him out long before, and he wondered who was orchestrating this affair. If it turned out he was not born of the parents he had known, why had his biological parents waited so long to find him? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, and he focused on the one he most urgently needed answered. He trusted that Yunzheng would provide clarity, for otherwise, he would not have convened this meeting. Surely Ling Fei was unaware, otherwise, she would likely have accompanied him. 2 weeks ago, I trust you received numerous calls from hospitals, yet your caution is commendable, Yunzheng remarked, leisurely sipping his tea. Was this your arrangement, or the doing of another? I find it perplexing that there exists no connection between us. And moreover, you are not inclined to engage in such matters. At this moment, Ho Guang's thoughts have become increasingly clear. It is precisely such occurrences that must not be handled recklessly. This is also the reason why. Over the years, there has been no replacement for the position of the sales department manager within the company. Initially, I harbored concerns that your intellect might have been compromised since childhood, leading to a skewed perception of people and events. However, it appears that aside from your perspective on women, your faculties are intact. Yunzheng remarked thoughtfully. It seems that Ho Guang has indeed inherited the acumen of the Yun family, though he has been significantly influenced by his adoptive parents. Recalling his investigation into his adoptive mother's actions towards Ling Fei, he found himself wishing fervently for that elderly woman to experience the absence of her son's support. Your parents have never ceased in their search for you. It is merely that they lack the capability, whereas I possess such means, Yunzheng stated calmly. He was not yet prepared to disclose the identities of Ho Guang's biological parents, wishing instead to observe how Ho Guang would respond upon learning this information. For the Yun family is no ordinary lineage. You need not inquire about the identity of your biological parents. I will refrain from revealing it at this moment. Instead, take the time to contemplate your choices, particularly in regard to your inescapable adoptive mother. I trust you are aware of her true nature, Yunzheng continued, rising from his seat, glancing at his watch, and then departing with purposeful strides, with a resolute demeanor. Ho Guang stood up and followed suit. Chapter 39. An unexpected visitor. Do you think Kai Xin will be surprised? Ling Fei inquired with a smile. Sighing, Yunzheng replied evasively, I dread the solitude of sleeping alone in my room afterward. Ling Fei shot him a playful glare but chose not to respond. The driver, Qi Yue, and the passenger, Ling Xin, remained calm and composed, seemingly oblivious to their exchange. The vehicle soon halted at the school entrance. Yunzheng intended for Ling Fei to wait in the car while he retrieved Kai Xin and Hao Yu, but Ling Fei was eager to greet Kai Xin without delay. Hence, while Yunzheng proceeded to the second grade to collect Hao Yu, Ling Fei eagerly made her way to the first grade. Mommy, where's Dad Zheng? After greeting the teacher, Kai Xin joyfully spotted Ling Fei but was puzzled by the absence of Dad Zheng, prompting her to ask casually. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ling family's courtyard, the group disembarked. with Qi Yue and Lang Xin handling the luggage while Yun Zheng and Ling Fei guided the two children inside. Ling Fei's eyes sparkled with joy as she felt a profound longing for the familiar air of her hometown after such a long absence. However, as they entered the front hall, Ling Fei abruptly halted, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by astonishment and aversion. Yun Zheng noticed the shift in Ling Fei's expression and glanced at the unfamiliar elderly couple in the hall, who appeared older than Ling's parents. He had never encountered them before and could not fathom why Ling Fei reacted in such a manner, yet he sensed that these two individuals had surely inflicted some harm upon her. Su Su hurried over. "Come, Kai Xin, how you? Let us go to the room to do your homework," she said, taking the children's hands and leading them away without waiting for the elderly woman in the hall to utter a word. Promptly closing the door that connected the hall to their bedroom. No, why does this child not call anyone? Such a lack of manners. The old woman merely cast a glance at Ling Fei and spoke up. "Call what? Grandma, do you think you deserve it?" From the moment she had yet to utter a word, "You deemed me a liar. If it weren't for my mother, do you believe I would still be alive today? Would Kaisen still be here?" Ling Fei said indignantly at this moment. She harbored an intense loathing for this old woman, who did not regard her own son as a son. Yet now, she finally understood the reason behind it. It was because Ho Guang was not their biological child. They had once invited Ling's mother over solely to avoid caring for their daughter-in-law during her confinement. And what was the outcome? The invitation was merely a pretext for conflict, as they unleashed a torrent of unseemly words in front of Ling's mother. Utterly disgraceful for a mother, and what had the old man sitting nearby done? Time and again, he had indulged them, his actions inferior even to those of his own son. Were it not for Ho Guang's oath in front of Ling's mother, she suspected that she and Ho Guang would have divorced long ago. Each time she pondered these thoughts, the bitterness within Ling Fei threatened to overflow. Having finally freed herself from their grasp, they had the audacity to come knocking at her door. What were they after? To be so shameless was beyond comprehension. Yun Zheng instantly recognized the identities of the elderly couple, and he could not help but find it amusing. So, Ho Guang's adoptive parents were such individuals. It was no wonder Ho Guang turned out to be the man he was. Fortunately, there was no blood relation. Otherwise, it might have been even worse. "Daddy, where's Mommy?" Ling Fei inquired of her father. "Your mother is feeling unwell and is resting in her room," Ling's father stated, each word measured, casting a disdainful glance at the elderly couple across from him. This was meant specifically for their ears. It signified that they were unwelcome, yet they still lingered. "I will go check on Mother." Ling Fei turned to Yun Zheng, and upon seeing him nod in acknowledgement, she strode towards Ling's mother's room. "Now I understand why Kaisen is so ill-mannered. Truly, one's character reflects their upbringing," Ho's mother said mockingly. "What you say is indeed true. Ho Guang is the product of your guidance." "Is he not?" Yun Zheng retorted sharply as he made his way to the dining table in the front hall. Approaching the table, he respectfully called out, "Father," upon seeing Ling's father nod in acknowledgement. And he settled down beside him. "What a coincidence. We happened to encounter your son during our outing. However, I am uncertain whether he has been in touch with you. If he has been reluctant to connect, he will likely find time to meet with you soon," Yun Zheng stated nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Ho's father across the table. What a spineless man. That was Yun Zheng's first impression. Observing Ho's father's evasive demeanor, it became apparent that he was a man with his own little schemes. That it was hard to fathom how Ho Guang could have come to know such people in this lifetime. "What business do you have in our affairs, you young lad? Overstepping your bounds," Ho's mother scoffed. "Did you not hear him call me father? He is the son-in-law I have acknowledged. As for your son, I have never recognized him." Ling's father interjected before Yun Zheng could respond. "I have no desire to waste breath on you. Do you truly think I am an easy target?" Meanwhile, upon hearing Ling's father's words, Yun Zheng felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated being recognized as Ling's father's son-in-law. The resolute and unwavering tone was unmistakably sincere. On the surface, she appeared calm and composed, save for the faint smile gracing the corners of her lips. From the very first glance at this young man, she sensed that he was no ordinary man. The air of nobility and elegance about him was undeniable, particularly accentuated by his extraordinarily handsome visage. How could Ling Fei possibly have such good fortune? Moreover, she had never observed that Ling Fei was particularly beautiful herself. This man was either merely toying with her affections or simply blind to her true worth. "Are you certain that Ho Guang is your biological son?" Yun Zheng's cold, incisive voice abruptly interrupted Ho Mama, who was still lost in her thoughts. He had intended to extend a measure of courtesy to the two elderly figures. Yet they ought not to speak of his beloved woman in such a manner before others. She was a woman for whom he would willingly lay down his life. not someone these two unreasonable elders could casually disparage. A hint of a devil-may-care smile lingered on his exceptionally handsome face, his voice as frigid as ancient ice. Nevertheless, Ling Papa could detect a trace of anger intertwined within that tone. Indeed, he had chosen a son-in-law who was fiercely protective of his own. With his daughter entrusted to this man, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, that a swell of pride arose within him, for this was a man worthy of his daughter. Although he had arrived a bit late, he had nonetheless made his presence felt. In stark contrast to Ling Papa's demeanor, Ho Mama and Ho Papa were struck by Yun Zhang's commanding aura, which they had not anticipated from such a youthful figure. In the face of Yun Zhang's piercing, profound gaze, they involuntarily felt a sense of oppression. Simultaneously, his words left them astounded. How could he possibly know of this matter? Not even Ho Guang was aware, let alone anyone else. After all, over 2 decades had elapsed. Who exactly was this man? I say, your words are rather harsh. If Ho Guang is not our biological son, then who could possibly be? Ho Mama exclaimed. Ho Papa, attempting to restrain his rising spouse, added, young man, one must speak with evidence, otherwise, we could very well report you to the authorities. Yet, he still could not muster the courage to meet Yun Zhang's gaze directly. Ling Papa, too, was engulfed in confusion. Yun Zhang did not strike him as an unreliable individual, and his words were not mere whims. There must be a reason behind them, thus he chose to place his trust in Yun Zhang. Yun Zhang, for his part, remained indifferent to the reactions of the Ho elders. Observing Ling Papa's genuine trust in him, his heart settled into a state of tranquility. Ling Papa had accepted him wholeheartedly, treating him as family, which instilled confidence in him, akin to the faith one places in their own children. Report to the authorities, you say. Before you do, I believe it would be prudent to conduct a paternity test. Yun Zhang remarked with a smile, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. However, I implore you both to understand that I, Yun Zhang, am not one to be easily intimidated, nor do I speak without substantiation. He declared with sudden sharpness. Chapter 40. The Ho elders within Ling Mama's room. Upon learning that Ho Guang was not the biological son of the Ho family, she was first taken aback, followed swiftly by a radiant smile illuminating her face. Humph, this is the essence of karmic retribution, marrying such a wonderful daughter and yet failing to cherish her, Ling Mama mused to herself with a chuckle. Ling Fei, observing her mother's beaming countenance, felt a sense of reassurance. After all, Ling Mama had endured considerable distress at the hands of the Ho family in times past. It is estimated that the time spent caring for oneself during the confinement period at the Ho family surpasses all the years combined from childhood to adulthood. Who are Ho Guang's biological parents? Inquired Ho's mother with curiosity. Indeed, why bother with such concerns? Come, let us go out and take a look, she suggested, her mood brightening instantly. After all this time, it turned out these two elderly individuals had no children of their own. This must be retribution. One wonders what misdeeds they engaged in back then. Upon reflection, it is rather pitiable for Ho Guang, having lost the love of his biological parents from such a tender age. A silent sigh escaped Ling's mother. Are you not angry upon seeing them? Ling Fei quickly grasped Ling's mother's arm, understanding all too well the deep-seated rage and resentment she harbored against them. She wished for Ling's mother not to be angered over matters unrelated to her. Not at all. I find myself smiling instead. Moreover, I wish to see our Yun Zhang, replied Ling's mother with a smile. Ling Fei was left speechless. How had their relationship become so intimate already? And they weren't even married. As the two exited the room, they found Ling's father and Yun Zhang seated together, engaged in jovial conversation. Where are the others? Ling's mother inquired, puzzled. Upon noticing Ling's mother and Ling Fei, Yun Zhang rose with a smile. Greeting, hello, mother. Ah, what an understanding child Yun Zhang is. Look at him. He has grown even more handsome. Ling's mother exclaimed without regard for Ling Fei and Ling's father, her admiration overflowing. Oh dear, he truly is a sight for sore eyes. He resembles a perfect match for my daughter, she mused to herself. Dad, where are they? Ling Fei turned to her father, who appeared to be at a loss for words. She was well aware of how troublesome these two old codgers could be. They would not relent until they achieved their desired outcome. Under normal circumstances, they would not leave so easily. They have departed, replied Ling's father with a smile. Thanks to Yun Zhang. If they had stayed any longer, their secrets would have been exposed, he added, pride evident in his tone. Yun Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Ling Fei, and upon hearing her father's praise, he beamed with pride. Ling Fei cast a glance at Yun Zhang's sycophantic expression, bemused. Could a single compliment elicit such a reaction? It was a pity she had not come out sooner to witness their expressions. Ling's mother lamented. However, out of sight, out of mind. Come, Yunzheng, sit down and share with me how you have been spending your time outside. She joyfully urged, observing the scene. Ling Fei cast a sympathetic glance at Yunzheng before laughingly escaping to Su Su's room, while Ling's father dutifully played the role of a servant beside Ling's mother. After helping the two with their homework, Su Su sat nearby folding clothes while smiling at her little daughter, who was causing a ruckus. Bauer, go play with your older siblings. She encouraged as Ling Fei entered the room to find this delightful scene. She called out with a smile, "Sister, come sit and tell me about your progress with brother and law. Su Su, seeing Ling Fei enter, patted the empty space beside her with a smile. That sounds wonderful. From now on, you should simply enjoy your life, and that will put our parents' minds at ease, Su Su sincerely remarked. By the way, when did the Ho family arrive? Ling Fei inquired. They are simply indulging in fanciful delusions, harboring thoughts that even Ho Guang has never entertained. To their astonishment, they have taken action, yet it is unlikely that they will return, for their family matters are numerous, Ling Fei remarked with a smile. Sister, whose family has so many affairs, pray tell, Ling Xiang inquired curiously as he approached. Why are you still in this state, Su Su? How can you endure him? Ling Fei turned her face away in disdain and questioned. I can hardly tolerate you any longer. I shall go seek some joy. Ling Fei expressed her exasperation. Each encounter with this brother left her at a loss for words, yet she was acutely aware of his unwavering kindness towards her as an older sister. However, she was suddenly taken aback by a phone call from Yunzheng. How could these two elders still have the audacity? It has been over a year since the divorce, and yet they dare to create a scene at someone else's home. In an instant, she felt as if her dignity had vanished. Thankfully, they encountered someone sensible. Otherwise, a physical confrontation might have ensued, and she might have found herself at the police station retrieving someone. Upon his arrival at N City, as he set foot on this familiar land once more, an unprecedented sensation welled up within him. He was uncertain how to confront the two elders of the Ling family and could only strive to make amends for his previous disrespect towards them. As for the two elders of the Ho family, the thought alone made his head spin. Exiting the airport, Ho Guang immediately took a taxi to the hotel where the two elders of the Ho family were staying. These two were adept at causing turmoil for others while being exceedingly attentive to their own needs. This hotel was the finest in the county of N City. However, since it was not their expense, they were willing to splurge, he mused, shaking his head with a sigh. Enough of this. Chapter 41. The unveiling of origins. Upon entering the hotel room, he found the two elders of the Ho family in a state of restless agitation. Upon seeing Ho Guang, they feigned an air of calm composure. What brings you here? Did you finally decide to seek us out? Ho mother said with a sullen expression. Observing this, Ho father gently nudged her arm with his. What? Is it wrong for me to voice concerns about my own son? Can I not speak of him after raising him? You lack ambition, Ho mother retorted sharply towards Ho father. What do you intend to do here? Ho Guang inquired as the two remained momentarily silent. What? Are we not allowed to visit our granddaughter without being accused of wrongdoing? Ho mother's discomfort at Ho Guang's apparent interrogation was palpable, and she responded with irritation. I see you as nothing but an ungrateful wretch. After all we have done to raise you and arrange for your marriage and children, what do we receive in return? She continued, rising to her feet as she spoke. Ho father remained seated, silent. Do you not realize the humiliation your actions bring upon your father and me in our hometown? Have you ever considered these matters? Ho mother continued, her voice growing louder. Enough? What have you even said? Ho father abruptly interrupted, his voice louder than ever before. This unexpected outburst left Ho mother momentarily stunned. Ho Guang had little inclination to engage in their back and forth. Instead, he was struck by Ho mother's words about raising him for so many years had she not given birth to him. Each word exchanged grew increasingly hurtful, while other parents silently support their children. These two individuals resort to threats at every turn, which has become utterly exhausting. You have grown quite audacious, Haven Tiu. You dare to raise your voice at me, amidst a whirlwind of thoughts. Ho Guang was abruptly jolted by his mother's sharp voice, igniting his irritation. Enough. Are you truly my biological parents? Is this how you pressure your own child? Ho Guang questioned loudly. This statement instantly silenced the room, leaving only the sound of a few heartbeats. Ho Mama and Ho Papa felt a wave of unease. Could it be that the man was right? Did he truly know the truth? After all these years of nurturing, could it not outweigh the bond of blood? If not, then what? Ho Mama, filled with agitation, retorted. With a resounding slap, Ho Papa struck Ho Mama, the sound echoing mockingly in Ho Guang's ears. His mother had indeed acknowledged the truth, while his father still wished to perpetuate the deception. This slap left Ho Mama utterly terrified. After a lifetime together, she had never experienced such violence, always having endured her husband's whims without such humiliation. Tears streamed down her face. "You dare to hit me?" Ho Mama cried out, while Ho Papa, momentarily stunned, immediately regretted his actions. Yet, the woman's words were far too excessive. Didn't this imply an admission of their lack of blood relation? All these years, even if he was not their biological son, there had been an emotional connection that he could never sever. But what could he do? He had never truly lived as a man. Even during Ho Guang's childhood, when he faced countless grievances and hardships, his father had never spoken up for him. Was he even worthy of being called a father? Witnessing the scene, Ho Guang felt an overwhelming desire to leave. Let them quarrel if they wished. Their admission of not being his biological parents was, after all, an unexpected revelation. "Once you have calmed down, I will return to speak with you," Ho Guang stated coolly before exiting the room. The space was left with only the two elderly Ho parents, teetering on the brink of regret and despair, grappling with their thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Ling residence, having just seen Yunzheng and Qi Yue off, Ling Fei's phone rang. She pulled her phone from her pocket, staring at the number for a considerable time. "Hello, this is Ling Fei," she answered, treating the caller as a familiar stranger, perhaps even someone seeking solace. "Unexpectedly, I truly did not anticipate that they would admit it. I am not their biological child," came the heart-wrenching and helpless voice of Ho Guang on the other end. After hearing his words, Ling Fei understood. It must be that the elderly Ho couple had acknowledged that Ho Guang was not their own. While she could empathize with his feelings, she had little desire to console him. Given the circumstances, after all, one must either accept the truth or continue to endure, especially considering the bitterness she harbored toward the Ho couple since the onset of her own pregnancy. "Well, congratulations on your liberation. They have never treated you as their own child, have they not?" Ling Fei retorted. Ho Guang initially believed that Ling Fei would offer some words of comfort. However, what he heard instead was a single sentence that struck him deeply. He understood that, given the past actions of his mother towards Ling Fei and her own mother, Ling Fei would never forgive them in this lifetime. Moreover, for the elderly members of the Ho family, the absence of a son meant a loss of support, akin to a monthly reduction of several thousand in living expenses, and they must be engulfed in profound regret. "Is there anything else?" Ling Fei inquired, sensing Ho Guang's silence. "If there is nothing more, I have other matters to attend to." She was reluctant to squander any more time on this man, particularly since the situation was beyond her control. "Is Xian doing well?" Ho Guang, perceiving Ling Fei's intention to end the call, hastily asked, eager to hear her voice a little longer. After leaving the room of the elderly Ho couple, the first person he wished to reach out to was Ling Fei. He recalled how, in the past, whenever he encountered difficulties at work or faced familial discord, she would always find a way to console him, yielding remarkably positive results that would leave him feeling enlightened. The thought that such an extraordinary woman had slipped away from both his family and himself was a testament to the adage that while one can defy the heavens, one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. "Do you want to speak with her?" Ling Fei pondered for a moment before posing this question. After all, he was the father of her child, and undoubtedly he was struggling with the current situation. Perhaps hearing the child's voice would bring him some solace. Upon hearing Ling Fei's second statement, Ho Guang could not help but smile wryly, questioning if this was a form of self-comfort. Nevertheless, he realized that it was not her intention to comfort him, but rather to ensure his happiness. And he recognized that she was genuinely considering his feelings. Indeed, Ling Fei had changed significantly since their earlier days. "No, let her rest early. Please tell Xian that I will visit her when I have time." Ho Guang replied with a bittersweet smile. "Also, regarding the elderly members of the Ho family today, I am aware of the situation, and I apologize on their behalf," he added. "All right, you two should get some rest." Ling Fei responded after a brief pause following Ho Guang's words. "I will hang up now. Goodbye." Without waiting for Ho Guang's reply, she ended the call. Chapter 42. The Unveiling of Heritage. Early in the morning, Ho Guang was already waiting in Yunzheng's office. The previous evening, he had called Yunzheng to express his desire for a meeting in matters concerning his heritage. Ho Guang placed considerable trust in Yunzheng. From their interactions in recent days, he had come to understand that Yunzheng was a man of considerable intellect. However, he had never inquired about Yunzheng's professional background, believing that a person's capabilities outweighed all else. Uncertain about how to confront the elderly Ho couple regarding their current predicament, he recognized that those embroiled in a situation often lack clarity, while outsiders retain perspective. He was confident that Yunzheng would provide valuable insights. Furthermore, since Yunzheng had uncovered the truth about his lineage, it was likely that he also possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of his biological parents. Thus, Ho Guang faced the dilemma of whether or not to acknowledge his birth parents. How had he come to be in the hands of the Ho family? How should he navigate his future relationship with them? When Yunjung arranged to meet him over the phone and requested that he visit the Yun Corporation's presidential office in City the following morning, his mind momentarily stalled. He had not anticipated that Yunjung was the formidable owner of the Yun Corporation. It was no wonder that Guan Yinshi recognized him. He had never inquired about Guan Yinshi, and thus this revelation left him utterly astounded. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of relief regarding Ling Fei's future. It was evident to him how genuine Yunjung's feelings for Ling Fei were. Previously, he had been oblivious, but now he was disinterested in delving deeper. All he wished for was Ling Fei to find happiness. Undoubtedly, Yunjung would ensure their happiness, provided his heart remained steadfast. Thus, he arrived at the Yun Corporation early in the morning, informing the front desk of his appointment, and was escorted to the presidential office by Yunjung's assistant. After a brief wait, the office door swung open once more. Ho Guang instinctively looked up, and upon seeing Yunjung, he promptly rose to his feet. The thought that Yunjung was the owner of the Yun Corporation replayed in his mind several times, and he felt that regardless of whether it was for the sake of happiness or Ling Fei, the past was behind them. Oh, I was unaware that Mr. Ho had ever offended me, Yunjung remarked with a smile, as he made his way to his desk. Please, have a seat, Mr. Ho, he continued, gesturing gracefully with his hand. Observing this, Ho Guang elegantly pulled out the chair in front of the desk and sat upright, with only the desk separating them. Speak your mind, Yunjung said, noticing that Ho Guang appeared to have set aside their previous grievances, which made him feel somewhat uneasy, for in a past life, that very person had been his adversary and the villain responsible for Ling Qingqing's demise. The sight of him in this life, bearing such a demeanor, struck him as amusing. Seeing Yunjung's calm and collected demeanor, Ho Guang felt that direct communication was preferable with such a person. Meandering words would likely prove ineffective. I simply wish to understand why my biological parents abandoned me, Ho Guang asked directly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and confusion. Is it so? Have the Ho family acknowledged that you are not their biological child? Yunjung inquired, smiling and taking his time. This surprised him. He had expected that the two elders would not concede without a DNA test. Yet here they were, swift in their acknowledgement. Therefore, your visit today is to seek my counsel before we discuss advice. You wish to ascertain how you came to the Ho family, and subsequently, how to reconnect with them and navigate future relations. Yunjung articulated Ho Guang's innermost thoughts with precision. Indeed, Mr. Yun possesses remarkable wisdom. Able to articulate the thoughts of others so effortlessly, Ho Guang responded with a wry smile. The man before him was truly extraordinary, and he found himself yielding to this realization. It was clear that Ling Fei's choice of Yunjung stemmed from his previous actions, causing her heart to grow cold. And even if he had not made those missteps, Ling Fei's choice of this man was understandable. The Yun Corporation, who does not know of it? Anyone involved in the industry is aware that it is a titan across numerous sectors, and the corporation's illustrious owner is said to rarely make public appearances, monopolizing various fields. News regarding this enigmatic owner only surfaces when they choose to release information, while other times, they remain shrouded in secrecy. To possess a man of such remarkable abilities is, I dare say, the aspiration of every woman's heart. Not only women, but even in this moment, a sense of admiration and envy unfurls within Yunjung's heart as he gazes at Ho Guang. Firstly, your biological parents did not abandon you. Rather, they inadvertently lost you when you were merely 3 years old. Yunjung spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on the shifting expressions of Ho Guang's face. Nevertheless, throughout the years, they have never ceased their search for you, even contemplating relinquishing everything. Yet they are parents of great wisdom, believing that as long as their hearts remain steadfast, they shall surely find you. Regardless of how you may have changed, they would offer you everything they have created. Yunjung continued. As for how you came to be in the hands of the Ho family, that was simply a matter of the Ho family purchasing you from human traffickers, Yunjung stated with an air of indifference, his gaze still resting upon Ho Guang's face. Upon hearing Yunjung's initial words, Ho Guang had already forgiven the biological parents he had never met, for it was not their intention to abandon him. The more he listened, the more he yearned to meet them, for they had never given up on finding him, which illustrated their remorse and self-reproach. They had endured years of hardship, perhaps not faring much better than he had, and now he found himself harboring resentment towards the Ho family. Since they had paid for him, why could they not treat him with a modicum of kindness? Was the purpose of their purchase merely to have someone to serve their needs? Such parents, he thought, he would rather be without. The scars from his childhood remained vividly etched in his memory. With Ho mother striking and berating him while Ho father merely sat smoking, silent as a stone. At that time, he had accepted it as his mother venting her frustrations, believing that, as their son, a few blows were inconsequential. Yet, this punishment had never ceased. Even when he achieved success and married, when his wife was heavy with child, Ho mother had slapped him across the face, leaving marks on his skin, only for considering his wife's well-being. In retrospect, it seemed utterly ludicrous. How could such a woman be his true mother? Not only was she quick to strike her own son, but she also routinely demanded money, a practice so common that had he been with any other woman, he would have surely faced divorce by now. He could hardly attribute his missteps to anyone else. A bitter smile crept onto Ho Guang's lips. It turned out that the most foolish one was he. I wish to meet my biological parents, Ho Guang thought to himself, and then vocalized his desire to Yunzheng. Resolve your relationship with the Ho family first, and then come speak with me. Yunzheng replied, as if anticipating such a response, offering a faint smile. This is also to protect your biological parents. You are well aware of the true nature of those two from the Ho family, he added, noticing the bewildered expression on Ho Guang's face. Rising from his seat, he announced, I must attend a meeting now, so I shall not escort you. Mr. Ho, farewell. Yunzheng looked down at Ho Guang, and then strode purposefully out of the office. Chapter 43. Decision. After leaving the Yun residence, Ho Guang wandered aimlessly along the streets that a multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon arriving at the hotel, darkness began to envelop the sky. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing Ho father, who regarded Ho Guang with a quizzical expression as he maintained his knocking posture. Ho Guang cast a glance at his father, Ho papa, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. That he gazed at the neatly arranged boxes and the figure of his mother, Ho mama, emerging from the bathroom. I am here to discuss something important regarding Ho Guang, he declared resolutely. The words he had uttered could not be retracted. She acknowledged this, yet her emotions were in turmoil, and she spoke impulsively. Following her outburst, Ho Papa chastised her, and now she dared not speak recklessly. What if, as Ho Papa suggested, their son suddenly disowned them? They had only this one reliance, which, although not biological, had nonetheless required their time, effort, and financial resources to raise him into adulthood. This was indisputable. You ungrateful child. We have raised you all these years, and you dare to utter such words. Ho Mama, her temper flaring, found it impossible to contain her emotions. After hearing Ho Guang's statement, her anger boiled over, and she strode towards him. Delivering a stinging slap across his face, the room fell silent with a sharp crack. After a moment, Ho Papa closed the door and slowly approached Ho Guang. Have you truly made up your mind? He asked gravely. This is the final time I will say this. From now on, I will transfer the monthly expenses into your account. In truth, over the years, I have repaid my debts in full. You have not contributed a single cent towards my university tuition. I earned every penny myself. Since I began working, my salary has been entirely handed over to you, and after marriage, I will discreetly give you half. Ho Guang recounted emotionlessly, as if discussing mundane matters. You should be grateful to Ling Fei. Had it been any other woman, you would likely have received far less from me, he mused. Ever since their marriage, Ling Fei had never inquired about his financial matters, revealing that he had never truly regarded her as a partner. At least at that time, she was less significant than these two individuals before him. What a scoundrel he had become. My words have been spoken. Henceforth, your affairs are of no concern to me. Whether you choose to sue me or call the police, I am prepared to face the consequences. He reflected, his heart turning cold as memories flooded back. Having uttered this declaration, he strode out of the room and opened the door to leave. Inside the Ho household, the two elders were left in stunned silence. Ho Mama sank weakly to the floor, realizing it was over, truly over. It seemed Ho Guang was serious this time. Let us go. It has come to this. This is our retribution, Ho Papa remarked, observing his wife's desolation. Without waiting for her to respond, he picked up a suitcase and exited the door. Ho Guang had endured hardships and suffering since childhood, all of which Ho Papa had witnessed. He had never enjoyed a mother's love. Yet he remained profoundly dutiful. Considering the escalating behavior of Ho Mama after his marriage and her attitude towards Ling's parents, Ho Papa felt utterly humiliated, realizing it was not the conduct befitting a man. Though he verbally declared that they would no longer maintain contact, he would still keep an eye on the lives of the Ho elders, for the debt of raising him could not simply be forgotten. He merely wished to prevent Ho Mama's greed from exacerbating, which had contributed to her current state. Aside from Ho Papa, He too bore responsibility for her indulgence. He hoped that in the future, they could live like an ordinary family. He believed Ho Papa had come to terms with this, though Ho Mama would require additional time. As he prepared to visit the Ling family, he felt compelled to address his own transgressions, as well as the shortcomings of the elders of the Ho family. It was essential for him to articulate his stance and formally extend his apologies to his former in-laws. Reaching this juncture, Ho Guang was uncertain whether to feel relief or sorrowed. If only he had approached matters from Ling Fei's perspective from the very beginning of their marriage, perhaps the events leading to this day, including the sudden emergence of Yunzhang, could have been avoided. That night, as he lay in bed, he contemplated much. His life from childhood through marriage to divorce, filled with both joy and sorrow, seemed almost fated. Regardless of what the future held, as a man in his 30s and a father, he must confront all the challenges that lay ahead. He resolved to open his heart and sharpen his vision. The following morning, Ho Guang rose early, tidied himself, and departed from the hotel. That very morning, Ling's mother watched as Ling Fei received a phone call from Yunzhang, leaving her utterly distraught. If she was so concerned, why couldn't she call him herself instead of doing so in front of Ling Fei? The children, witnessing the lively atmosphere at home, bounced about joyfully, occasionally lending a helping hand. Ling's father observed this with a warm heart, reflecting on the beauty of family unity. If he were to express that Ho Guang was the reason for this gathering, it would surely astonish everyone. Oh dear, what a laborious task this is. Now we truly need everyone to pitch in, Ling's mother remarked, noticing the kitchen overflowing with dishes. Everyone exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. With so many dishes prepared, it was uncertain if they would finish by lunchtime. Without assistance, they might well be waiting until dinner. Chapter 44. A visit to the Ling family. Upon his arrival, the doors of the Ling residence were wide open. Standing at the entrance, Ho Guang clutched the gifts he had brought. Pausing momentarily as if to gather his thoughts, the children, in their playful exuberance, raced to the door and joyfully called out upon spotting him. Kai-Xin, how you? Are you playing? By the way, I brought something for you, Ho Guang said, bending down to hand them a beautifully wrapped gift box. All right, I'll carry it. Uncle, are you looking for Auntie? How you inquired politely as he accepted the box. Yes, indeed. You might as well come inside. Kai-Xin chimed in. Just as the children conversed with Ho Guang, Ling Xiang seemed to hear the commotion at the door. Is my brother-in-law here? I'll go take a look, he said, rising to head outside. Yes, hurry and check. Let the kids play inside. They shouldn't wander too far, Ling's mother added hastily. Before Ling Xiang could approach the entrance, he spotted Ho Guang and the children making their way into the house. Well, what a rare guest, Ling Xiang exclaimed, astonished. For the Ling family, Ho Guang was indeed an infrequent visitor. His last visit had been 2 years prior, and he only came once a year during the New Year festivities. Ling Xiang, I truly apologize for this unannounced visit. Are your parents at home? Ho Guang inquired. With an awkward smile, Ho Guang inquired, recalling that when he was still with Ling Fei, every time he visited the Ling family, Ling Xiang had always treated him with kindness. The family, for Ling Fei's sake, regarded him as one of their own. Oh, by the way, how you? Take the younger sisters to the room to play, and don't run around. Ling Xiang paused, turning around to smile at the children. Yunzhang has arrived. I'll go get some water, Ling Mama remarked as she noticed Ling Xiang striding in, oblivious to his expression, and stood up to wipe her hands while speaking. No, it's not, Ling Xiang quickly murmured, but before he could finish, Ho Guang's voice echoed from the kitchen doorway. Ling Xiang's heart sank. He thought to himself that trouble was imminent, and he would have to seek assistance from his brother-in-law. He bent down, keeping his head low, and continued to prepare the vegetables. The other three paused in their actions, with Ling Fei and Su Su both wearing expressions of surprise, puzzled as to why Ho Guang had come at this moment. Unable to conceive of any reason other than to seek amusement, Ling Mama, upon hearing his voice, felt a surge of anger. How dare this man, who had wronged her daughter, show his face again? Who had granted him such audacity? Before Ho Guang could utter another word, Ling Mama turned around, glaring furiously at him by the kitchen door. What are you doing here? Our family has nothing to do with you now. You have come to the wrong place. Get out. Immediately, she commanded sharply. What is going on? Why is there suddenly anger? Is it that moment? Ling Papa's voice resonated, though he had yet to appear. He was in the living room, enjoying tea and watching the news. When he caught wind of Ling Mama's furious tone, knowing her well, he surmised that she must be exceedingly upset, and he initially thought it might be something his son had said to provoke her again. This wife of mine really ought to remember that her health cannot withstand such stress. Children make mistakes, and a few words should suffice without escalating matters. Before Ling Papa could finish, he caught sight of Ho Guang standing at the kitchen door, holding something with an anxious expression. Just as their eyes met, it was no wonder Ling Mama was so angry. He too felt repulsed by the sight of such a irresponsible and Ling Mama expressed her ire. Ling Fei and Su Su promptly rose and approached, each taking a side to offer gentle comfort. What do you want? Ling Papa asked coldly. Although he wished to order him to leave, his upbringing had instilled in him a sense of decorum and grace. Uncle, I am truly sorry. I came today to offer my apologies, both for myself and due to the unexpected visit of the Ho elders, Ho Guang said earnestly, his body slightly bent in a gesture of sincerity. Ling Papa observed him silently. Previously, I wronged the Ling family and Ling Fei. In my ignorance, I acted foolishly. Since the divorce, I have come to understand many things and have decided to become a better person. I do not expect you and Auntie to forgive me. I simply wish to sincerely apologize. Ho Guang continued. Ling's father remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ho Guang. He discerned that Ho Guang's demeanor today was indeed markedly different from before, though he questioned whether it was merely an act. After all, a dog cannot change its nature. The purpose of his visit was likely not as simple as it appeared. Previously, with Ling Fei to speak on your behalf and extricate you from awkward situations. I am curious to see how you will defend yourself today. Just a few days ago, I became aware of the audacious visit by the two elders of the Ho family, and I have come to offer my apologies to uncle and aunt for their intrusion that day. I hope, considering their advanced age and momentary lapse in judgment, that you will not hold it against them. Furthermore, I assure you they will not darken the doorstep of the Ling family again. Seeing Ling's father remain silent, Ho Guang hastily continued. Understanding that this silence afforded him an opportunity to explain himself, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. No matter the time or place, Ling's father's actions were invariably rational. He resolved to emulate such composure, for it was the hallmark of a true man. That I have said all I wish to say. Uncle, thank you for granting me this opportunity to express my thoughts today. And Aunt, I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now, hoping you will not be angered. Please take care of your health. Ho Guang first bowed respectfully to Ling's father, then turned to the visibly upset Ling's mother and bowed again. With no one speaking, his heart was a tumult of emotions, sorrowful that he was now irrevocably severed from the Ling family, and resolved to relinquish that lingering obsession. Yet, he felt joy in having finally articulated his thoughts in front of Ling's father and mother. Though he harbored no expectations of their forgiveness, he had fulfilled his duty as a man. He gently placed the items he had been holding on the floor by the kitchen door, then stood up and glanced at Ling's father. Uncle, I shall take my leave now. I apologize for the disturbance. Please take care. As Ho Guang turned to exit through the door, Ling's father's voice reached his ears, commanding him to stop. In disbelief, he turned back to face Ling's father, who stood at the kitchen doorway, regarding him with a penetrating gaze. Is this what you call an apology? A few words and a few gifts. And you think it's all settled? Ling's father expressed his dissatisfaction. The three women in the kitchen, along with Ling Xiang, were taken aback by his words. Ling Xiang pondered whether his father intended to extract a price from Ho Guang. How astute. Ho Guang possessed a house and a car, and surely earned a decent salary. His savings must be substantial. Truly, his father was remarkably insightful. However, Ling Xiang feared that if his father were to discover his thoughts, he might find himself in trouble. Ling's mother, having just caught her breath after hearing Ho Guang's words, found Ling's father's remarks even more perplexing. What on earth was this old man trying to achieve? Did he intend to keep the young man for dinner? Indeed, Ling's mother was most attuned to Ling's father's intentions. Stay for dinner before you leave. My family is not so petty, and besides, it would be a chance for you to meet my prospective son-in-law and learn a thing or two. As Ho Guang remained puzzled by Ling's father's comments, Ling's father continued. Having shifted his perspective on Ho Guang after hearing his words, he was genuinely surprised to find that Ho Guang could articulate himself so well. And considering that Ho Guang was not a biological member of the Ho family, he felt a tinge of sympathy. He was well aware of the character of the two elderly members of the Ho family, and it was indeed no small feat for Ho Guang to not be like them. Just as Mama Ho was about to speak, she was swiftly interrupted by Su Su and Ling Fei. Mom, perhaps Dad has his own intentions. Moreover, allowing him to meet his brother-in-law could be an unspoken blow to him, don't you think? Just imagine the kind of person his brother-in-law is. Wouldn't Ho Guang feel utterly ashamed? Su Su advised in a hushed tone, casting a glance at Ling Fei. Indeed, Mom. Besides, my relationship with him is tenuous at best. Yet, Happy will undoubtedly still call him dad. If Happy emerges and doesn't see him, wouldn't she feel disappointed? Moreover, Ling Fei chimed in. What Su Su said is spot on. Let him see that I, Ling Fei, have fared far better without him. Ling Fei, catching Su Su's glance, felt disheartened and quickly spoke. Initially reluctant, Mama Ling, upon envisioning the scenario in her mind, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Exactly. Let him witness how exceptional my Yunjung is, so that he may feel inferior and regret his past decisions. Mama Ling remarked, a smile spreading across her face. Su Su and Ling Fei exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the intentions left behind by Ling's father. On one hand, it was sympathy for his plight. On the other hand, since they had parted ways, there was no need for an everlasting estrangement, especially since Happy existed as a tangible connection between them, a fact that would endure, for Happy's sake. It was unnecessary to take matters to such extremes. Indeed, when one speaks of Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrives. Yunjung drove up to the entrance of the Ling residence. Upon exiting the car, he spotted Ho Guang standing motionless by the gate. And his heart was filled with surprise. Maintaining a facade of calm, he instructed Chi Yu to proceed and walked over. What brings you here? Waiting for me. Shall we go in together? Yunjung said with a smile. Upon hearing Yunjung's voice, Ho Guang turned his head, awkwardly nodding and smiling in greeting. He understood that Ling's father did not genuinely wish to cause him distress. Rather, he simply wanted to invite him for a meal, which coincidentally allowed him to dine with Happy as well, a prospect that he welcomed. Indeed, I've been waiting for you. Let us go, Ho Guang replied with a smile. Ling's father, witnessing this, was taken aback that the two knew each other. When had this occurred? It must surely have been something his daughter had not mentioned to him. My dear, your Yunjung has arrived, Ling's father announced with an expression of feigned disinterest, then turned to shout towards the kitchen. When Mama Ling heard that Yunjung had arrived, she was invigorated, entirely unlike a person who had just been angry, and promptly wriggled free from Su Su and Ling Su Su. You and Ling Xiang prepare the dishes. Fei Fei, come with me to greet Yunjung, Mama Ling instructed hurriedly. Oh, dear, you go greet him. I'll help Su Su with the cooking, or we won't finish lunch in time. Ling Fei quickly followed Su Su back to their previous spots to resume cooking. Truly, her mother was a woman of decisive action. Did such a large man as Yunjung truly require such a welcome? It wasn't as if this was his first or second visit. Ling Fei felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. At the table, Ho Guang observed Mama Ling's demeanor towards Yunjung, and it was as if he saw a reflection of his former self. There was a time when Mama Ling had treated him in the same manner, and he had taken it for granted. He noticed Yunjung's face, radiant with genuine joy, a sight Ho Guang had never witnessed before. Perhaps a side of Yunjung that no one else had ever seen. In the spirit of cherishing one's surroundings, this formidable man indeed harbors profound affection for Ling Fei. His joy upon encountering Yunjung surpasses even that of reuniting with his own father. Leaving him utterly convinced of his defeat, as the meal concluded, Lungxin and Chiwe took several children to rest, while Su Su and Ling Fei assisted Ling's mother in tidying up. After their chores, Su Su and Ling Xiang entered the room, leaving in the living room Ling's father, Ling's mother, Yunjung, Ling Fei, and Ho Guang. Ho Guang, the reason I invited you for dinner today is to impart a crucial lesson. There are always greater talents beyond oneself. Do not fall into the trap of believing your efforts are sufficient, nor should you presume that better opportunities will always come your way. That a person who fails to appreciate the present will find that they will never encounter what they consider superior along their journey. It is often only after experiencing loss that one comes to this realization. I trust that you have already grasped this simple truth, Ling's father remarked thoughtfully after sipping his tea. These words, which should have been spoken by one's own parents, instead came from family members whom he had let down, moving Ho Guang deeply. Indeed, all of this is the result of my own actions. My immaturity has cost me dearly. It was only after my losses that I recognized the importance of cherishing what I was, in my previous state, ignorant and foolish. Perhaps it was fate. All I can do now is look forward. For Ling Fei has found what suits her best, and I sincerely wish them well, Ho Guang articulated, each word weighted with sincerity. Once he had uttered these sentiments, he resolved to move forward with his life. Auntie, in the past, I was blind to the truth, yet you, being a person of understanding, chose not to admonish me. I am aware of your forbearance, and I thank you, Ho Guang continued earnestly, turning to Ling's mother. Upon hearing Ho Guang's earlier statement, Ling's mother found her anger dissipating. Observing Yunjung and Ling Fei, she pondered his words. Was it not all a matter of fate? Just then, she heard Ho Guang's heartfelt acknowledgement. Enough of that. My previous restraint was for Fei-Fei's sake. Honestly, I couldn't be bothered to comment on your actions. Ling's mother replied somewhat awkwardly. As you said, everything is destined. Am I to consume you? All I require is that you do not use your happiness as an excuse to interfere with my family's affairs regarding Fei-Fei and Yunzheng, she added, noticing Hoguang's silence, and continued. Ling's mother's words resonated deeply with Ling's father. He had initially intended to speak with Hoguang privately, yet now that Ling's mother had brought it up in front of everyone, it felt appropriate, especially since happiness stood as a barrier between them. As a man, there are indeed moments of concern. Auntie, please rest assured, Kaisen is my daughter, and that will never change. As for Lingfei, she will remain merely a friend from now on. If she so desires, I will maintain the appropriate boundaries, Hoguang quickly interjected. This exchange effectively transformed conflict into reconciliation, and Hoguang felt a sense of relief and gratitude. That evening, they departed together at Yunjing's urging after finishing their dinner. Chapter 46. The heart of Guan Yinshi. A week passed swiftly, and Hoguang had never felt time move so quickly. Upon returning to the office, he discussed the week's progress with Xiaolu before immersing himself in work. Xiaolu, please come in. As Hoguang settled into his chair, he noticed what appeared to be a breakfast on his desk. His immediate thought was of Xiaolu, though she had never engaged in such behavior before. Hoguang had never been fond of such unsolicited displays of attentiveness, finding them peculiar in the past, but now he felt a deep-seated aversion. He promptly dialed Xiaolu's extension. After finishing the call, Xiaolu entered Hoguang's office. Manager, what is it? She inquired, standing before his desk. This breakfast, whose is it? Hoguang asked, clearly displeased. Manager, did I do something wrong? Xiaolu began to speak but suddenly felt a dissonance. Quickly realizing the crux of the matter and directly posing the question, make sure it doesn't happen again. Take this away, Hoguang said nonchalantly. As long as it was tea prepared by Xiaolu, he was content, for he had been quite satisfied with her work ethic over the years. Finding an assistant like her was indeed a rarity. Guan Yinshi's actions could only signify two things. The first was her desire to connect with Yunzheng. He could see her feelings toward him. Thus, he understood her departure from the Yun family must have been instigated by Yunzheng, as he was notoriously cold-hearted towards other women. The second implication was that she was positioning him as a backup. Ah, wouldn't that be a waste for Xiaolu? She exclaimed, glancing at Hoguang, who signaled her firmly to take it away. As she moved closer to pick it up, she muttered softly, what a pity. If you find it a pity, then you should eat it, Hoguang remarked, taking in her words. Upon hearing his response, Xiaolu, feeling resigned, stuck out her tongue and swiftly exited the office. Why does it feel like this manager has become a different person? Or has he always been like this? Perhaps he was just irritable because he hadn't taken a break before. Xiaolu pondered, shaking her head. She placed the breakfast on her desk, unsure of how to deal with it. Well, I suppose I can have it for lunch, saving myself the expense of dining out, she decided cheerfully. With that thought, she smiled and settled into her seat to begin her work. On the other side, Guan Yinshi, having learned from Xiaolu that Hoguang was back at work today, had risen early to purchase breakfast, placing it on his desk before he arrived. She was skeptical that a woman could be so proactive without Hoguang understanding its implications. The adage that a woman chasing a man is like a veil held some truth. However, as she returned to her seat, the morning passed without a summons from Hoguang to enter his office, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that he hadn't noticed? Surely not. He would see it upon entering the office. Was he too busy on his first day back? That was a possibility. Thus, if Hoguang still showed no reaction before the end of the day, she resolved to confront him directly. She doubted that the tactics he had previously employed with Yunzheng would work on Hoguang, considering their differences. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended his marriage. Would he? Throughout the day, Guan Yinshi remained preoccupied with this matter until she was called by a colleague, prompting her to gather her belongings and leave the office. In recent days, there have been several departmental meetings. However, upon encountering Guan Yinshi, Hoguang exhibited an even colder demeanor than usual. Guan Yinshi was not oblivious to this shift, yet found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. That day, as she noticed most colleagues had departed after work, she made her way directly to Hoguang's office. He was engrossed in reviewing some documents, completely unaware of her entrance. Hoguang, what do you mean by this? Guan Yinshi inquired, standing resolutely before his desk. Her voice tinged with indignation. Why was it that the man she admired consistently ignored her, while the woman who had been cast aside by him had moved on to a better situation? Despite her willingness to settle for less, there seemed to be no progress at all. She found herself utterly baffled. Was that woman truly her nemesis? Ho Guang was interrupted by her voice, lifting his gaze in surprise to regard her with a sharp intensity that mingled with a hint of disdain. Why didn't you knock? Is there something you need? He averted his eyes, returning to his papers as he coolly queried. This woman was utterly lacking in self-awareness. Her relentless pursuit was distasteful even to him. Let alone Yunzheng. It was evident that one could not solely rely on appearance, educational background, or experience when recruiting. A moral character assessment was equally essential. Unfazed by Ho Guang's evident disdain, Guan Yinshi pressed on. Witnessing his continued indifference as he resumed his work, "The breakfast on your desk that day was delivered by me," she stated bluntly. "I know. I had shall take it away," he replied nonchalantly. "Do you truly not understand my feelings?" Guan Yinshi asked, her frustration mounting. She had never before felt such humiliation in front of a man. Well, Ho Guang was only the second. The first was Yunzheng. "Miss Guan, this is a workplace. If you have personal matters to discuss, you may address them with me privately. There is no need for these theatrics. Ho Guang, do not fall for such tactics," he remarked sharply, lifting his head to deliver the reprimand. "Very well, it's after hours now, and I shall be unequivocal. I like you. Ho Guang. Guan Yinshi, like you. Do you comprehend that?" She enunciated each word with clarity. "And I shall make it equally clear that I, Ho Guang, do not have any feelings for you, Guan Yinshi, nor will I ever. Yes, oh please, leave. And do remember to close the door behind you," he stated, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, though internally he was filled with aversion. "Is that truly your sentiment? Is it because of your ex-wife? Do you still have feelings for her?" Guan Yinshi's heart was on the brink of collapse upon hearing Ho Guang's words. Yet, having endured a similar tragedy before, she felt a steely resolve rather than sorrow, only a simmering hatred. She attributed all of this to Ling Fei, as both men were intertwined with her life. Frustration surged within her, compelling her to voice her thoughts. My affairs with her are none of your concern, and you have no right to question me," Ho Guang interjected sharply before she could finish her statement. Guan Yinshi felt the sting of his words, her anger igniting, yet she clung to a shred of composure, determined not to lose her decorum in the presence of a man. "All right, let us pretend that nothing has transpired today." After expressing her discontent, Guan Yinshi turned on her heel and departed from Ho Guang's office. Observing her exit, Ho Guang took a moment to regain his composure and lowered his head to continue his review of the documents. Chapter 47. The unconventional Ho Guang in the United States. The elder members of the Yun family, upon receiving a call from Yunzheng, promptly booked their tickets for the latter part of the month to N City. Although Yunzheng did not specify the reason for their visit during the phone call, they sensed that it must be of significant importance. After hanging up, Yunzheng stood before the office window and immediately picked up his phone to dial again. "Yunzheng, what is it?" Ling Fei, who was tidying up her room, walked over to check her phone upon hearing it ring, surprised to find Yunzheng calling at this hour. "I miss you," Yunzheng said gently. Genuinely yearning for her presence. He had woken up early that day and arrived at the office before working hours. Glancing at the clock, which indicated just past 8, he decided to call the Yun family to expedite the resolution of this matter. Fulfilling a commitment he had made. "I just spoke with the Yun family. They will be coming over in the latter part of the month," he continued. "Well then, how about I support you during that time?" Ling Fei replied with a smile. Upon hearing that the Yun family would be visiting, she anticipated their family reunion and realized that the Yun family would inevitably be handed over to Ho Guang, signaling Yunzheng's departure from the company. Although Yunzheng possessed the capability to thrive anywhere, the thought of leaving behind the fruits of his labor at Yun's was surely a heavy burden. "Huh," Yunzheng responded, puzzled by Ling Fei's sudden remark. He merely intended to inform her about the progress of the situation, but upon reflection, he grasped her underlying meaning. This little woman truly underestimated his capabilities. From the moment he arrived in this timeline, he had already devised various plans for the future. Thus, apart from Qiyue and Lingxin, no one was aware of the multitude of clothing groups, entertainment conglomerates, and child-related industries currently flourishing in N City, all under his dominion. The financial sector was the only realm he chose not to engage in, primarily due to his attachment to the Yun family. Well then, I need not worry about starving on the streets, and with Qiyue and Lingxin, they will also rely on you," Yunzheng said with a smile. "Of course, rest assured," Ling Fei replied with conviction. In the past, he had always been the one to support her. Now it was her turn to extend a helping hand, but she wondered if it meant she needed to seek employment herself. "Oh dear, I must hurry and find a job. I can't afford to lounge around any longer," Ling Fei exclaimed, tapping her head in realization. Yunjung found himself both amused and exasperated. This little woman truly had a knack for jumping to conclusions. Did she really consider him such an unreliable man? I was just teasing you. Rest easy. I have more than just the Yun family, so even after leaving, I will still be the same Yunjung, he said earnestly, unwilling for his beloved to overexert herself on his behalf. He had endured enough hardships in his first half of life. The latter half was meant for her to enjoy peace and rest. He could provide for them. Indeed, you are so capable. Perhaps I was overthinking it, Ling Fei said with a smile, fully aware of his prowess. Her comments were merely intended to comfort Yun Zheng's heart. Meanwhile, unexpected developments were unfolding in Ho Guang's domain. Internal rumors within the company suggest that the sales department is set for a personnel change, and surprisingly, the position in question is that of the department manager. Upon learning of this development, Xiao Lu promptly reported the matter to Ho Guang. To his astonishment, he encountered Guan Yinshi in the president's office, signaling that this affair was likely intertwined with her. Boss, I simply wish to ascertain whose intention this truly is, Ho Guang inquired as he entered the office, casting a glance at Guan Yinshi seated across from the president, before turning his attention to the president himself. Although he was already 80% certain of the underlying motives, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. After all, given the years he had devoted to the company, he believed the current president was well aware of his contributions. The abrupt reassignment to the operations department struck him as both ludicrous and infuriating. Compared to the sales department, the opportunities for growth and remuneration in the operations department were hardly comparable. Which seemed more suited for women? How could Ho Guang, a man of ambition, content himself with merely occupying the position of operations department head? He couldn't help but chuckle internally, realizing that after years of loyalty to such a boss, he was now being casually reassigned due to a woman. Guan Yinshi was taken aback by Ho Guang's remarkable composure in the face of such circumstances. From what she had gathered, this position was one Ho Guang had diligently pursued since graduation, and she found it hard to believe he would acquiesce so easily to the president's directive. However, it was unfortunate that the current president seemed wholly preoccupied with her. She intended to make those who had previously looked down upon her regret their actions one by one. Once Ho Guang departed, the two individuals in the president's office began to share light-hearted banter. Suddenly, the president's previously cheerful demeanor shifted as he glanced at his computer, exclaiming as if he had stumbled upon a sensational revelation. Observing this, Guan Yinshi swallowed her words, her gaze brimming with curiosity. Ho Guang's resignation letter. This fellow truly is something, the president mused, contemplating the decision to transfer him to the operations department, feeling it was an injustice. It was perplexing that Ho Guang, who had remained steadfast even when presented with better opportunities elsewhere, would now react so dramatically over a mere personnel adjustment. The decisiveness with which he sent out his resignation, without uttering a word, was indeed a departure from the Ho Guang she knew. Yinshi, she said, observing the president's evident discomfort. Throughout the years, she had witnessed Ho Guang's growth and his leadership in the sales department, which had achieved remarkable results. She held him in high regard. Had it not been for her inability to resist the temptation posed by Guan Yinshi the previous day, he would not have sought such a drastic course of action. Despite her being from a large corporation, boss, rest assured, the company can continue to function without Ho Guang. You must trust me, Guan Yinshi quickly added, sensing the president's apprehensions. Moreover, after all these years, it is time for the sales department to undergo a restructuring, to embark on a new journey and achieve even greater successes. Surely, you desire the company to progress further, do you not? She continued. Furthermore, I previously worked in the public relations department, and I possess resources that are unlikely to be inferior to those of Ho Guang. She glanced at the president, whose doubts were gradually dissipating, and smiled. Are you satisfied now? I have made you all the necessary assurances. Ultimately, I have sacrificed certain things to gain others, leaving you with no room to reconsider. Well, since Yinshi has said so, I undoubtedly trust you. Ho Guang truly is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. You are right. For the company, resources are of utmost importance. Henceforth, the sales department will rely on you, the boss cheerfully remarked. Thus, the two reached a consensus, and Yinshi successfully employed her beauty to achieve her goals this time. Ho Guang's resignation letter also received the president's approval, granting him a certain period to facilitate the handover process. Chapter 48. The responsibility of a father time, indeed, has flown swiftly. Ling Fei felt as though it was just the new year, yet half the year has already passed, and autumn was approaching. She recalled that the Yun family was scheduled to arrive in the latter half of the month. leaving only a few days to prepare. A gust of wind wafted through the half-open window, causing Ling Fei to shiver. This year, the cold weather arrived even earlier than usual. Meanwhile, Ho Guang had completely severed ties with his former company. After resting for a few days in City C, a sudden thought struck him. However, he needed Ling Fei's consent, as his happiness had initially been tied to her. With this thought in mind, Ho Guang picked up his phone and dialed a number. Yun Zheng, still in a meeting, glanced at his silenced phone's display and immediately gestured for a pause. The others fell silent, waiting expectantly. Yun Zheng answered the call, standing up to gaze out the glass window. I apologize for the interruption. Yun Zheng.is at a convenient time for you. Ho Guang spoke with a hint of embarrassment, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yes, what is it? Yun Zheng replied succinctly, having intended to reach out to him but surprised by his initiative to call. Yun Zheng had always had someone monitoring Ho Guang's every move. When he learned that Ho Guang had submitted his resignation, he chuckled softly, realizing it was long overdue. Such a boss could be swayed by any woman. Had it not been for Ho Guang, the company might have crumbled by now. Yun Zheng was fully aware of the situation's ins and outs. However, he did not perceive Ho Guang's call as a request for assistance in finding employment. Having completely lost faith in the notion that Ho Guang was still the same scoundrel he once was. Yet, due to the memories of his past life, Yun Zheng still harbored little fondness for his transformation. He recognized that his request was somewhat unreasonable, believing that once Yun Zheng spoke, Ling Fei would undoubtedly acquiesce. Ha! When did I become someone who trusts others so readily? I will consider it. Is there anything else? Yun Zheng replied coolly after listening. This fellow had indeed refrained from mentioning his resignation. He was still somewhat of a man. Accompanying Kai Xian in City Inn, as Kai Xian's father, he was willing to do so. After all, Ho Guang was Kai Xian's biological father. Although Kai Xian never mentioned Ho Guang in their presence, Yun Zheng could discern that she missed her father, such is the bond of blood. Moreover, Ho Guang had never committed any egregious acts against Kai Xian. On another note, the Yun family would be arriving in a few days. If Ho Guang were to come to City Inn, there would be no need for him to contrive reasons for the visit. Eventually, Ho Guang and the Yun family would have to meet. It was a matter that needed resolution sooner rather than later, especially given the limited time he had left in this timeline. Since Ho Guang has taken the initiative to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement, why not fulfill everyone's wishes? I believe Ling Fei would also agree deep down. All right. Thank you. Yun Zheng. I will give Ling Fei a call. You may attend to your matters first, Ho Guang excitedly remarked after hearing Yun Zheng's words. He understood that if such a statement were to come from anyone else, it would likely lead nowhere, but when it was uttered by Yun Zheng, it certainly implied consent. After hanging up the phone, Ho Guang remained exhilarated for a few minutes, taking some time to calm the excitement within him before redialing Ling Fei's number. She too wished to inquire, yet considering their current relationship, she deemed it unnecessary to voice her thoughts. Moreover, from Ho Guang's perspective, they were oblivious to the situation, since he had not mentioned it. She would simply act as though she were unaware. Indeed, Ho Guang had transformed. He was no longer the person who would vent his frustrations at every challenge. This change was beneficial for everyone involved. Hello, Ling Fei, are you there? Am I disturbing you? Ho Guang asked, puzzled when Ling Fei remained silent on the other end of the line. So, do you agree or not? Take your time to think it over. It's all right. I will await your response, he added nervously. He genuinely did not know if Ling Fei would agree. In his view, it was likely she would not, especially considering his previous lack of attention and care towards her and the other person. Now that he had time, why should she grant him an opportunity? How long will you be staying in N City? Ling Fei inquired, suddenly recalling that the elders of the Yun family were due to arrive in a few days. Therefore, Yun Zheng would undoubtedly invite Ho Guang over, and judging by Yun Zheng's pace, he seemed eager to expedite matters. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps a year and a half, or maybe I intended to say I would always be around. Just to be happy. However, he refrained from voicing that thought, knowing Ling Fei would inevitably question him about his job. Let us see when the time comes. For now, I simply wish to spend more time accompanying Kai Xian. After all, I have been quite an unfit father. I want Kai Xian to grant me this opportunity, or else I shall forever regret it. Ho Guang abruptly shifted the topic. Ling Fei understood that Kai Xian rarely mentioned Ho Guang in their presence, fearing it might upset them. Nevertheless, she could discern that Kai Xian missed Ho Guang dearly. She realized she could not deprive Kai Xian of her rightful bond with him, especially since the Ling family had now reached an understanding with Ho Guang. Thus, allowing him a chance was tantamount to liberating herself. All right, I will prepare immediately and come over as soon as possible. Thank you, Ling Fei, Ho Guang said joyfully upon hearing her words, his inner excitement palpable. Most importantly, he had already contacted an agent to sell his house before resigning, and just yesterday, there were inquiries from potential buyers. He promptly dialed the agent's number. Chapter 49. Joy from above, it must be said. Ho Guang's efficiency was remarkably high. Just after selling his property in C-City, he had already reached out to explore real estate options in N-City, since his primary purpose for being there was to accompany his daughter. He was determined to provide her with a comfortable and loving environment. Thus, renting or buying secondhand was not an option. After all, the money he earned would ultimately belong to Kai Xi. The day after, Ho Guang arrived in N-City, yet he refrained from informing anyone, as he wished to secure a residence and arrange everything beforehand. However, Yunzheng was fully aware of his intentions, and this time, he chose not to disclose anything to Ling Fei, for he understood Ho Guang's purpose and could see that he was genuinely earnest this time. Had this fellow managed to transform in a timely manner in his previous life, he would not find himself in such circumstances today. Yet, contemplating this, Yunzheng could hardly fathom the notion that he might only be able to guard the little woman in his heart from the shadows forever. These days, Ho Guang spent his time fulfilling and content, never having felt such a profound sense of completeness in his endeavors. Previously, he had only known work, with nothing but work occupying his thoughts. Now, everything he did was for the sake of happiness. On that particular day, Yunzheng arrived at N-City's airport, precisely on schedule, accompanied by Ling Fei. The elder members of the Yun family disembarked from the plane and, upon reaching the exit, spotted Yunzheng and Ling Fei waiting for them, as they were unmistakably conspicuous amidst the crowd. While the elders of the Yun family reflected on their journey, Qi Yu and Lung Exine promptly took the luggage cart from Yun father. As Yunzheng and Ling Fei approached them, Yunzheng escorted the elder couple to the hotel that had been reserved in advance. The elders were already accustomed to their son's habits and understood the lifestyle of the younger generation, so they felt no discomfort. Instead, they were elated. Their visit had been orchestrated by Yunzheng, who had merely mentioned over the phone that he had something to discuss, without elaborating further. Now, seeing the two together, the only thought that crossed their minds was the prospect of a marriage between them. How delightful it was. Although all their relatives and friends resided in the United States, their son had grown up, and it was time for him to chart his own course in life. Moreover, this was the city of the Ling family. They had always anticipated their only son marrying and starting a family. Now, not only was the wedding imminent, but a granddaughter was already in the offing. Nothing could bring them greater joy, though they had exchanged only a few words with Yunzheng during the journey. Their smiles were wide and unwavering. Upon entering the hotel room, Qi Yu and Ling Xian busily unpacked the elder couple's luggage. Noticing that Yunzheng had something to say, the elders settled themselves on the sofa in the living room. "Why did you ask us to come?" Stating there was something to discuss. "Yet here we are, and you haven't said a word?" Yun father inquired, his tone gentle despite the questioning nature of his words. After taking a seat, Yunzheng's gaze remained fixed on the elder couple across from him, while Ling Fei's eyes flitted between the three of them. Indeed, Yunzheng seemed at a loss for words. Yet it was evident that the Yun elders were quite pleased with their visit. Perhaps Yunzheng wished to avoid dampening their spirits upon arrival, observing Yunzheng's silence as he gazed at his parents. Ling Fei understood his thoughts well. While the Yun elders patiently awaited his response, they were fully aware of Yunzheng's nature, and after posing their question, they remained calm and composed, their expressions warm. Particularly Yun mother, who gazed at her son and Ling Fei with a contented smile. "Well, uncle and aunt, the truth is that Yunzheng invited you here to discuss my marriage with him, and secondly, to address the matter concerning Ling Fei and how to approach the situation with Ho Guang." "Indeed, old man, you see, I guessed it correctly, didn't I?" Before Ling Fei could formulate her next words, she was interrupted by the excited voice of Mama Yun. "No." Ling Fei suddenly felt that words once spoken were like water spilled from a cup, irretrievable. "Well, that's one matter. We can discuss the others in a few days. For now, you should rest well, and we will have dinner together tomorrow." Yunzheng interjected hastily before Ling Fei could finish her sentence. What a jest! At this moment, would he allow Ling Fei to continue? This was a matter long awaited, and to hear it from her lips was nothing short of a blessing from the heavens. Meanwhile, Qi Yue and Ling Xin, having just organized their belongings, stood at the door waiting when they overheard Ling Fei's words, which struck them like a thunderbolt, rendering them unwilling to awaken from this reality. This was the conclusion their master had awaited for 2 lifetimes. 2 lifetimes. They questioned whether it was their ears that were faulty, However, if this statement were indeed true, it would not be unreasonable to suspect something amiss with their hearing. The composed Papa Yun and the exuberantly joyful Mama Yun felt a sweetness in their hearts surpassing any delicacy they could consume. A joy greater than any words could convey, even more thrilling than the company's initial public offering years ago. "All right, you all rest well. We shall take our leave," Yunjung announced, rising immediately after hearing this. While also pulling the puzzled Ling Fei to her feet with a calm demeanor, the smile on his lips utterly unmasked. "No. Wait," Ling Fei wanted to clarify something, but Yunjung had already begun to lead her toward the door. "Uncle, Aunt, we are leaving now." Ling Fei courteously bid farewell, and before her words could fully dissipate, she was whisked away by Yunjung, disappearing from sight. Qi Yue and Lengxin also turned to slightly bow their heads in acknowledgement toward the Yun family before exiting the room and closing the door behind them. Their hearts tumultuous with excitement, their eyes sparkling with joy, as if today were their master's wedding day, Yunjing guided Ling Fei to the Hotel CAF, where not a soul was present. Seeing this, Qi Yue and Lengxin halted at the entrance. Adopting a protective stance, "You wish to have coffee at this hour?" Ling Fei asked, taking a seat at Yunjing's gesture, her mind swirling with confusion as she intended to inquire about the 2 points she had previously mentioned. Regarding the marriage discussion, Yunjing seated himself across from Ling Fei, and after pondering her question for a moment, he replied, Ling Fei was perplexed though, "That, I merely intended to lay the groundwork first. I noticed you were hesitant to speak up. But alas, I find it difficult to articulate." Ling Fei attempted to clarify Yunjung's words, but the more she tried to explain, the more convoluted it became. Indeed, it was a case of water spilled. The crux of the matter was that she was addressing Yunjung, a man who might be indifferent towards others, yet took her words with utmost seriousness. He would heed every syllable she uttered, even if she expressed a desire to gaze at the stars from the mountaintop. He would instantly fulfill that wish. "So, you do not wish to discuss marriage with me?" Yunjung, lost in thought, pondered deeply. "Well, since both sets of parents have met, and they are here this time, let us go ahead and set a date," he stated earnestly, glancing at Ling Fei, who appeared anxious. "This way, we can address Ho Guang's matters, minimizing their sorrow, and it will ease my heart as well," Yunjung continued, unwilling to grant this young woman an opportunity to reconsider. He believed that she would comprehend the emotions surrounding the Yun family. "Thus, let us marry," he said, smiling at Ling Fei. "Did we not just agree to set a date first? How can we marry when the date is not yet determined?" Ling Fei exclaimed, caught in a web of confusion. Realizing she had fallen into Yunjing's trap, she recognized his earlier pitiful demeanor was but an illusion. The advantage of possessing a charming exterior was evident. However, her future husband was not merely handsome but also exceedingly wise. "How do you manage to captivate young women so effortlessly?" she mused, shaking her head in wonder, lost in her thoughts. The more she gazed at Yunjung, the further her mind drifted, conjuring an image of a courtyard where a little girl was fighting alongside other children for the sake of a small boy. In an instant, the vision vanished. Ling Fei could hardly believe it. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the fleeting memory, even smacking her forehead with her hand. Observing her distress, Yunjing's smile faded. He quickly squatted beside her. "What is wrong?" he asked with urgent concern, gently removing her hand from her head. Worry etched across his face. "Yunjung, I just saw something," Ling Fei blurted out, meeting his worried gaze. "I witnessed a little girl fighting with several others for a small boy." Noticing his skeptical expression, she continued hastily, but it vanished almost immediately. "Am I experiencing amnesia? Yet, my childhood memories do not align with that scene. Wait, their attire does not resemble anything from my past. I distinctly remember the little girl in a pink dress, and the boy in blue and purple clothing. It was ancient." "Yes, ancient," Ling Fei exclaimed, her excitement escalating as her words quickened. "Could I have just dozed off?" Ling Fei wondered, suspecting she might be hallucinating. Yunjing's heart raced at her first utterance, his nervousness rendering him speechless while simultaneously igniting a fervor within. Could it be that Ling Fei was beginning to recall her past life? Alongside his exhilaration lay a trace of apprehension. If she remembered everything, would it not bring her greater anguish? "Xiao Fei, please remain calm," Yunjung urged, striving to temper his excitement and anxiety, his voice slightly steadier, though a tremor of hope and anticipation lingered beneath. "Do you still remember what I mentioned before?" In a moment of confusion, Yunjung gazed at Ling Fei and gently inquired. Ling Fei looked at Yunjung, contemplating for a moment. "Are you suggesting that I might recall memories from my past life?" Ling Fei incredulously confirmed. "Yes," Ling Fei nodded in response, though she was uncertain as to why Yunjung was so earnestly imploring her. She merely believed that he was concerned for her well-being, wishing to prevent her from spiraling into chaotic thoughts. Ling Fei, let us marry. I can no longer wait. All I desire is to see you every day, to protect you, ensuring you suffer no harm. Can you grant me this? Yunjung spoke with sincerity, his heart trembling as he felt it might leap from his chest. The thought of her memories unfurling gradually filled him with dread, for she would once again endure the pain she had suffered in her previous life, pain that he had inadvertently caused. Yet, he held no regrets, for had he not appeared, Ling Fei might still be entangled with Ho Guang, a scenario far too unfathomable to contemplate in that moment. His gaze toward Ling Fei brimmed with affection and self-reproach. Ling Fei, however, could not fathom why Yunjung felt guilt. From him, she sensed an unprecedented sense of security, and at that instant he felt so familiar, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Yet she could not articulate this peculiar sensation. That night, Ling Fei found herself unable to sleep, pondering how she could have so readily acquiesced to Yunjung's proposal. The vivid scene that unfolded in her mind was truly fascinating. If what Yunjung claimed was indeed true, then she was that little girl, and he was that little boy. She had not anticipated that Yunjung would be so strikingly handsome even as a child. Especially his expressive eyes. In an instant, clarity washed over her. The meaning behind the phrase "no need for concern" became evident, yet there lingered an ominous caveat. The door to memory, once sealed, would lead everyone to their respective fates. Thus, she comprehended fully the implication of no need for concern, and now her only hope rested with Ling Fei herself. While Yunjung felt both anticipation and anxiety, he understood that Ling Fei's memories were beyond his control, and he was uncertain how to facilitate her recollection of their past life. They were left to wrestle with time. Yunjung stood and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the entire city ablaze with lights, stretching endlessly before him, reminiscent of that fateful night when the Ling residence was engulfed in flames. His fist clenched tightly, his gaze sharp and profound, concealing depths unknown to others. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. That which is rightfully his shall not be relinquished. The notion of everyone returning to their own paths held no weight for him. He would not let go. Even if given the chance to choose again, he would still tread this path, for she was the woman he had recognized as his from childhood, destined to be his as. If sensing his melancholy, Ling Fei suddenly felt Yunjung's emotions resonate within her. She rose, turned on the bedside lamp, picked up her phone, and descended from her bed, approaching the window to gaze at the night sky. Dialing a number. Chapter 51. The familiar stranger Yunjung and Xiao Fei as the call connected. They spoke in unison. "Why are you still awake?" Yunjung asked softly, and upon seeing the caller ID, he initially thought she had recalled something, but upon hearing her voice, his heart finally settled. "I suddenly find myself yearning to know about your childhood," Ling Fei remarked after a brief pause following Yunjung's words. "The night is eerily silent, yet the stars shine with exquisite brilliance." Ling Fei feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity and desolation in this scene. As a sense of helpless contemplation drifts through her mind. "Yunjung, why is the night sky so beautiful? Yet I feel so forlorn at this moment." Before Yunjung could respond, he heard Ling Fei's sorrowful words. He could see her gazing at the heavens with a faint smile, but her eyes were filled with melancholy. Cold heart reminded herself that it was her own choice, for her family, for the man she once loved. She had opted for this way of life. She had believed that this choice would allow her to grow old gracefully, but little did she know it would lead to an entirely different outcome. Perhaps it was only when she uncovered the truth that she would realize how foolish and ignorant her decision had been. It was precisely because of her passive endurance in her previous life that Ling Fei now sought liberation upon facing similar circumstances. As Yunjung contemplated this, his heart ached more profoundly than any suffering he had endured across 2 lifetimes. He struggled to regain his composure, taking a deep breath. "Yunjung, you feel uncomfortable too, don't you? You can sense it, can't you?" Ling Fei suddenly inquired, sensing that Yunjung's sorrow might even eclipse her own. "Xiao Fei, your unhappiness would cause me 100-fold, 1,000-fold of distress. Your joy would bring me greater happiness than you could imagine. My world can only revolve around you. I cannot bear to lose you," Yunjung declared, his tone imbued with deep emotion. She felt as though she had transformed into a different person, yet simultaneously remained unchanged. "Therefore, no matter what, please remember everything," Yunjung continued, articulating each word with gravity, feeling that this was the most burdensome statement he had ever made, not to others, but to himself. "Yes, at this moment, I too wish to remember everything. But Yunjung, shall we take our time?" Ling Fei was puzzled as to why Yunjung suddenly shared these thoughts, yet she could feel his urgency. firmly believing he would never wish her harm. She attributed this connection to fate, the bond forged across lifetimes. Just as others' nights are their days, their night is another's day. It must be the destiny of a past life that has destined their affection in this life. Otherwise, why would I, amidst a sea of people, find myself ensnared in your trap? Ling Fei murmured in her sleep. On the other end, Yunzheng, also in slumber, seemed to hear her and smiled faintly. Yunzheng had not slept long, for he remembered he was to dine with the elders of the Yun family that day. Originally, Ling Fei was to join them, but recalling that the little woman had not slept a wink the previous night, he chose not to fetch her, instead calling Cold Heart to relay a few instructions. After ending the call, Cold Heart promptly informed Ling Fei's family, explaining that Ling Fei had spent the entire night stargazing and had only fallen asleep early that morning, which was why they did not wake her. Ling father knew well that Ling Fei could not have stayed up all night stargazing, yet he found the excuse rather lacking. Nevertheless, considering that something must have occurred, he refrained from probing further. While Ling Fei remained lost in her dreams, Yunzheng had already arrived at the hotel. Why has Fei Fei not arrived yet? Upon rushing to open the door, Yun Mama noticed that apart from Qi Yue, there was no one else behind Yunzheng. She had rested well the previous day. Let us get ready, and we shall depart. Yunzheng, upon hearing this, spoke up without stepping into the room. Fine, please wait for us a moment. I will check if your father is ready. Yun Mama, accustomed to Yunzheng's demeanor, felt no particular concern and promptly turned to enter the room. Make a call to Ho Guang, requesting him to join us for dinner. Yunzheng softly instructed Qi Yue as he turned his head aside after Yun Mama stepped into the room. Upon hearing his words, Qi Yue immediately turned to leave. All right, let us depart. The two elders of the Yun family emerged together once they were ready. Oh, where is Qi Yue? Yun Mama inquired casually upon noticing Qi Yue's absence. Listening nearby, Yun Papa felt that Yunzheng's invitation for them to come over was not as simple as the previously mentioned engagement. His mind lingered on the unfinished second matter regarding Ling Fei, leaving him somewhat perturbed. Given his understanding of his son, he sensed that this issue was indeed quite significant. Yun Papa pondered silently, not uttering a word. Old man, are you feeling unwell? You haven't spoken a word during our journey, and your expression seems troubled, Yun Mama remarked with concern as she glanced at Yun Papa. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating when would be an appropriate time for Yunzheng's engagement. Yun Papa replied after exchanging a glance with Yun Mama. Yunzheng, walking ahead, listened to their conversation without interjecting. Yet he was aware that his father was harboring doubts. However, he believed these uncertainties would soon be resolved, allowing him to proceed calmly forward. Chapter 52. The sole heir of the Yun family inside the private room. Ho Guang was already seated. As this hotel was where he was currently residing, he found it puzzling how Yunzheng knew he had arrived in N City and was aware of his accommodation. However, he soon realized that there was likely nothing in N City that Yunzheng was unaware of. Did he perhaps know about my property purchase? Ho Guang mused, his thoughts interrupted by the sound of the door opening. After making the call to Ho Guang, Qi Yue proceeded to the private room alone, as the two hotels were merely separated by a street, easily crossed via an overhead bridge. Upon seeing Yunzheng and the others approaching, Qi Yue immediately walked over to greet Yunzheng, who nodded in acknowledgement, and the group entered together. Mr. Ho, please have a seat, Yunzheng said with a smile upon noticing the situation, as he too took a seat at the table. The two elders of the Yun family, upon seeing a stranger in the private room, felt a sense of surprise but then casually settled into their seats. Yunzheng remained silent. They chose not to inquire further. Qi Yue, please join us for the meal, Yunzheng suggested, glancing at Qi Yue, who, upon hearing this, calmly took a seat as well. She had grown accustomed to dining alongside her aloof master and understood the degree of care he extended towards them. After the server departed, the private room fell into silence. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Ho, the biological father of Kai Xian, and also your true soul heir, Yunzheng stated factly in an instant. The words detonated within the hearts of everyone present in the private room. July felt as if his heart was about to leap from his chest, and a cold sweat broke out upon his forehead. Oh, master, this monumental matter, when uttered from your lips, somehow feels like the most trivial of concerns, though you not fear this might cause the elderly Yun couple to faint, July thought, casting a quick glance at the two elders beside him. Noting their expressions of astonishment, as if they were utterly taken aback, upon hearing Yunzheng's final statement, the elderly couple nearly collapsed, on the verge of spitting blood. What do you mean, biological son? Moreover, these words were spoken by none other than Yunzheng himself. Throughout their journey, Yun's father had sensed some foreboding, yet he could never have anticipated that this matter would involve Yunjung bringing them to meet an outsider and proclaiming him to be their biological son. What could this possibly mean? However, having weathered the vicissitudes of life, Yun's father managed to maintain his composure. He was now eager to comprehend the true significance of Yunjung's proclamation. Upon hearing this, Yun's mother immediately cast a bewildered glance at Yunjung. What does this mean? The unfamiliar man before her, despite evoking an indescribable sense of familiarity at first glance, could not overshadow the undeniable fact that Yunjung was her son. What did Yunjung intend to achieve with this? After all these years, could it be that he still harbored resentment for their previous neglect? The one least surprised was Ho Guang, who, upon seeing the Yun couple, felt an uncanny sense of recognition, as if he had encountered them before. Even before Yunjung uttered those words, he had been pondering whether they might be his biological parents. Indeed, before the fleeting thought could dissipate from his mind, Yunjung's words came forth. He was now earnestly gazing at the Yun couple, uncertain whether they were already aware of this revelation. However, judging by their expressions, particularly the elderly woman's gaze, which seemed to carry a hint of rejection, it appeared they were oblivious. At the age of 3, he had gone missing, abducted by traffickers, and sold to a family in the country. Yet, due to their negligence, he went missing once more, eventually crossing paths with the elderly Ho couple. Having lost the ability to conceive, they decided to keep him. Life in the Ho household was far from easy. He endured mistreatment that resulted in some brain damage. I have dispatched individuals to meticulously investigate this matter, probing the Ho family members for every detail, no stone left unturned. All of this information has been accessible to me since I was 3 years old. As Yunjung spoke, he handed a folder to the Yun couple. Upon hearing this, Yun's mother felt as though she were on the brink of collapse, while Yun's father scrutinized Yunjung, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Yet, as he suspected, this man, who had lived with them for less than 2 years, possessed an inner strength so formidable that even he sometimes found it hard to accept. Everything about Yunjung's demeanor belied his age. Who are you truly? At that moment, Yun Baba spoke up, not because he had fully embraced Yunjung's words, but rather out of a desire to comprehend the intentions behind the actions of someone who, having undergone DNA verification, matched him entirely, regardless of any past grievances or other reasons. He steadfastly believed that Yunjung would never inflict harm upon them. Initially, Yun Laoi had thought that, irrespective of the circumstances, Yunjung was his own flesh and blood, and as long as he thrived, that sufficed. Yet, now there suddenly appeared another supposed biological son, leaving him perplexed by Yunjung's motives and unwilling to accept the notion that Yunjung was not his child. After all, Yunjung was truly exceptional. What are you doing? He is your biological son, as confirmed long ago. The questions you should be posing are not directed at our Yunjung, but rather at the man across from us. Yun Mama turned her face, astonished, to confront Yun Baba, then angrily glanced at the man named Ho Guang. At that moment, Ho Guang was equally astonished by Yun Mama's assertion. Yunjung is their son, so these two elderly individuals before me are the esteemed Yun elders? Hence, Yunjung's extensive search was aimed at locating his biological son for the Yun family. However, just moments ago, Yun Mama confidently declared that Yunjung was indeed their son. What on earth is happening here? Mr. Yun, are you jesting with me? While I yearn to find my biological parents, I do not require your sympathy. Ho Guang glared at Yunjung, his agitation palpable. Chapter 53. The only son of the Yun family too. Upon hearing this, Yunjung cast a glance at Ho Guang. Qi Yue, Yunjung called out. Immediately, Qi Yue rose, retrieving 2 document folders from her bag, respectfully placing one before the esteemed Yun elders and the other before Ho Guang. After exchanging a glance with Yunjung and receiving his subtle cue, she turned and exited the private room. Here are your DNA reports. Of course, if you harbor doubts, you may choose to undergo further testing, Yunjung remarked casually. As for me, Yunjung, my name remains unchanged, and regarding my identity, I regret that I cannot disclose it to you at this moment. Even if I were to reveal it, I suspect you would find it difficult to believe. However, I trust that in due time, the truth will be unveiled. Yunjung continued with a calm demeanor. Yun Baba, harboring suspicion, inquired, so, when we intended to make our findings public, your opposition stemmed from the knowledge that he was not our son from the outset. I have etched those words in my memory. Word for word, he reflected. At the time, I assumed it was due to your lingering resentment towards us, which is why I did not dwell on it further. Yet, as I spent time with you, It felt as though we inhabited entirely different worlds that I could not fathom how, within such a vast family, the love shared between your mother and me was insufficient to prove our sincerity. Why, then, do you persist in appearing so cold and detached? I attributed it to your inherent disposition, yet upon witnessing your treatment of Miss Ling, it has confirmed my long-held suspicions. You are not an unfeeling person. Rather, you possess a heart, but it is only for those you cherish that it truly beats. Yun Baba finally articulated the thoughts that had long troubled him, but I have always known that Mr. Yun is the most intelligent person I have ever encountered, and today, I find that my conviction remains unshaken. However, I too have my own unavoidable circumstances, which, I fear, may also pertain to your biological son. This, I suppose, is what one might refer to as a causal relationship. After listening to Mr. Yun's words, Yun Jing's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke in a calm and composed manner. Yun Zheng, you are indeed my child. The innate spirit and bravery you possess mirror those of your father in his youth. Furthermore, you have undergone DNA testing. Can that be falsified? At that time, you did not possess the privileges you hold now. Yun's mother lamented. Even so, she struggled to believe that such an exceptional son could possibly not be her own flesh and blood. Could this truly be what is termed as retribution? She exerted great effort to suppress her emotions, and could not help but admire the remarkable restraint exhibited by the two elders of the Yun family. It seemed that Yun Zheng had anticipated this moment, which is why he chose to speak up at this juncture. Upon the conclusion of his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. The last vestiges of hope held by the Yun elders were extinguished, and simultaneously their gazes turned to Ho Guang, who, upon hearing all that had transpired, began to piece together the relationships involved. He finally understood the backstory. The Yun elders had been searching for their lost son, only to inadvertently find Yun Zheng, who, while they remained unaware of his true identity, could not possibly pose a threat to them. After all, the mere fact that they were able to reunite in this lifetime was, by all accounts, a blessing brought forth by Yun Zheng. Even after entering the Yun family, he had continued to seek out information regarding their lost son. Although he could not fathom Yun Zheng's motivations for such actions, he was not inclined to ponder them further. His sole desire now was to discern how the Yun elders would choose to proceed. It was evident that the Yun elders held high hopes for Yun Zheng and took great pride in him. He could completely understand this. From their words, it was clear that the Yun family had prospered under Yun Zheng's stewardship, flourishing more than ever. Frankly speaking, if he were in their position, he would not possess the same confidence to achieve such success. Yet, these considerations were of little concern to him. What truly mattered was whether this pair of his biological parents would recognize him. Ho Guang pondered this, his heart a tumult of anxiety intertwined with anticipation. Over the years, what he had yearned for most was familial affection. He had been blissfully unaware of this void until the departure of Ling Fei and Kai Xin, which rendered him acutely aware of many truths, allowing him to discern what was worthy of holding onto and what should be relinquished. For instance, familial bonds, once grasped, must never be released. In contrast, power and status pale in significance when placed alongside genuine emotions, which can be discarded at any moment. Let us confirm once more. Mr. Yun spoke, his voice resonant yet tinged with a slight tremor. He could see the yearning in the eyes of the man across from him, a longing for familial connection. And as for Yun Zheng, who had been the adopted son of the Yun family for over 2 years, if he were not their biological child, it would indeed be a source of deep regret. The three of us, Mr. Yun continued, must rationally ascertain who among us is his true progenitor. Upon hearing the words of Mr. Yun, Ho Guang felt a flicker of joy within his heart, not for any other reason, but because Mr. Yun, the founder of the Yun family, possessed a breadth of mind and spirit that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In the face of such a pivotal event, he remained calm, capable of contemplation, analysis, and arrangement. My dear sir, it is evident that Mrs. Yun would find this proposal intolerable. To her, Yun Zheng is akin to her own child. From their very first meeting, she held a deep fondness for this son. Although their relationship lacked the warmth found in other families, he was nonetheless someone she had embraced in her heart. Furthermore, the progress the Yun family has made under his stewardship over the past 2 years is well known to all. How could she possibly bear the truth that Yun Zheng is not her biological son? Moreover, this son is on the brink of marrying the daughter-in-law she has so ardently accepted. The mere thought is beyond her imagination. Not to mention the fact that the man across from her is a complete stranger. She knows nothing of his character, only that he pales in comparison to her own Yun Zheng in every respect. My lady, at this advanced age, all we require is a single truth. Is that not so? How could Mr. Yun be unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Mrs. Yun's mind? He, too, shared similar sentiments. Yet, fate has its course. And even a son cannot be accompanied for eternity along life's journey. At this juncture, all that remains for them is the pursuit of a singular truth. After all, it was indeed their oversight in the past regarding their biological son. They were at fault. Regardless of the character or conduct of this child now, they ought not to hold it against him. Nevertheless, at this moment, he had already made a decision in his heart. Chapter 54. The sole heir of the Yun family. As for the upcoming appraisal, it would trouble Mr. Yun to prepare. Upon witnessing this, Yunjung felt a twinge of guilt, yet the reality was immutable, and he could not alter it. His purpose for coming here was solely for Ling Fei. As long as he remained true to himself, that was sufficient. As for asking Mr. Yun to prepare, it was merely to reassure the elderly couple, for they undoubtedly harbored doubts regarding the results of the initial appraisal. Upon hearing this, the two elders of the Yun family turned their gaze towards the composed Yunjung. After a moment, they observed Mr. Yun nodding with great difficulty. The tears that had been welling in Mrs. Yun's eyes cascaded down her cheeks in an instant. Suddenly, Mrs. Yun leaned forward and grasped Yunjung's left hand, which was just 1 seat away from her, catching both Yunjung and Mr. Yun off guard. Ho Guang, perplexed by this scene, found himself comprehending Mrs. Yun's actions entirely. Yunjung, promise your mother that no matter the outcome, you will always be her son, will you not? Mrs. Yun exclaimed with fervor, her tone earnest, laced with a hint of pleading and hope. Everyone present undoubtedly understood the implications of her words. Yunjung was taken aback by Mrs. Yun's willingness to go to such lengths. Despite not being her biological son and having had minimal interaction with them since joining the Yun family, he could not fathom why Mrs. Yun placed such significance upon him. He chose to regard her actions as a moment of inability to accept the situation. Mr. Yun possesses a profound understanding of Mrs. Yun's sentiments. He too grapples with the notion that such a remarkable son could be anything other than his biological offspring. The very idea is insupportable to him. Yet, should the reality be as such, he cannot tether him indefinitely, for adults are entitled to their own choices, even if Yunjung were indeed his son. He could not remain by their side eternally. Although Yunjung typically maintains a demeanor of detachment in their interactions, at least there exists a bond of blood between them. However, if that connection were to vanish entirely, it would signify a complete severance of ties. This thought fills him with an overwhelming sense of regret. Throughout his years, having encountered countless individuals, he has never met anyone who could rival Yunjung. Be it in external attributes or internal virtues, intelligence or emotional acumen. He once believed that fate had been particularly kind to the Yun family, only to discover that it might very well be a cruel jest from the heavens. Yunjung, I beseech you to acquiesce, he implores, for we genuinely cherish you, and I have resolved that regardless of your choices, the Yun family will always stand as your steadfast support. Upon hearing this, both Ho Guang and Yunjung were taken aback. Ho Guang had not anticipated the profound significance Yunjung held in their hearts. However, recalling that Yunjung had consistently managed the Yun enterprise, he began to comprehend Mr. Yun's sentiments. It had never crossed Ho Guang's mind that, in the current landscape, any corporate entity could rival the Yun family, either domestically or internationally, particularly in light of their recent ascension to prominence. Yet, few had ever laid eyes on the legendary proprietor of the Yun family. This distinction sets Yunjung apart from others. Unlike his former self, who would have relished the spotlight, Yunjung harbored no desire for public recognition. And he had indeed achieved just that. This, perhaps, is one of the reasons the elders of the Yun family are reluctant to let go, Ho Guang mused. Meanwhile, Yunjung was evidently unprepared for Mr. Yun's momentous decision, declaring unequivocally that the Yun family could only belong to him. Nevertheless, even with such assurances, Yunjung recognized the inevitability of his departure from this world. Good child, Mrs. Yun sighed with relief upon hearing Yunjung's words. Her heart finally at ease, she grasped one of his hands tightly. Now that the child has consented, let us share a meal together. Regardless of the outcome, let this be a reunion dinner for our family of 4. Shall we? Mr. Yun, reassured by Yunjung's words, smiled as he spoke. The reference to a family of 4 indicated his acceptance of Ho Guang. In his heart, he maintained unwavering faith in Yunjung. Whatever Yunjung did or said, he believed unconditionally, just as he had when Yunjung first joined the Yun family. Indeed, let us dine. It is certain that everyone is hungry, Mrs. Yun exclaimed, immediately releasing her hold on Yunjung's hands. She settled down, wiping her tears while smiling brightly. As long as Yunjung remains a child of the Yun family, that is sufficient. You have a good father, and I hope you will cherish Yunjung in the future. Glancing at the two elders of the Yun family, he sighed internally before turning to Ho Guang at his side, earnestly stating, "Indeed, if the outcome unfolds as you suggest, then you shall be my dear brother." Upon hearing Yunjung's words, Ho Guang, who had been gazing at the two elders of the Yun family, turned his attention to Yunjung and smiled, feeling a deep sense of agreement. For it was thanks to Yunjung that he had the opportunity to meet his biological parents in this lifetime. The two elders of the Yun family, observing the two men conversing at the dining table, were suddenly filled with a surge of excitement and joy. At that moment, Ho Guang left a splendid impression on them, although they felt it prudent to delve deeper into his background. After the meal, the two elders of the Yun family wished to keep Ho Guang a while longer to gain a more profound understanding of his past circumstances. However, fearing that this might prematurely involve Ling Fei, Yunjung devised a matter that necessitated Ho Guang's early departure. They could inquire about his previous situation another time, as the DNA confirmation was yet to be established after Ho Guang left. Yunjung explained to the two elders of the Yun family the reasoning behind it. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this aspect?" chuckled the elder matriarch of the Yun family, grateful for Yunjung's foresight. "There is nothing wrong with striving for success. One must only be wary of losing oneself in the process, forsaking the purity that once belonged to them." Although he has only now come to this realization, it is not too late. He simply wishes to cherish the present and all that he currently possesses. Chapter 55. Dreaming back to Yun country, it was not until just before dinner that Ling Fei awoke from her slumber. Startled by the vividness of her dream, it was a sensation she had never encountered before. She found herself in an unknown place, her feet inexplicably leading her closer and closer to the water. She kept walking, unable to halt her advance. She wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. She desired to stop, but her body would not comply. Before she knew it, the water had risen to her neck. And ultimately, her head vanished beneath the surface. Just as she was on the brink of drowning, the water jolted her awake, causing her to cough incessantly, as if she had truly inhaled water. Ling Xing, hearing the commotion, rushed over. "Miss, you are awake?" she inquired as she opened the door and entered. "What happened? Why are you coughing so violently?" Seeing Ling Fei sitting up on the bed, still in the throes of coughing, Ling Xian hurried over to assist her, gently helping her catch her breath while inquiring about her condition. With Ling Xian's aid, Ling Fei felt a sense of relief, as if she had only just emerged from a deep slumber. However, the images from her dream remained strikingly vivid. "Thank you, Ling Xian. I'm fine now," Ling Fei said, placing a hand on her chest before continuing. "I had a dream where I almost drowned in water. It felt incredibly real," she expressed, incredulous at having such a dream in the first place. "Miss, do you recall where it took place? Was there anything in the water?" Ling Xian asked, momentarily taken aback, before her curiosity surged. How could she forget? Miss Ling had departed this world in her previous life precisely at that very spot, a decisive act of desperation at the largest carp lake in the Wu estate. After the body was retrieved, the fish in the lake perished overnight. Consequently, the Wu estate had completely filled in that lake. Yet no one dared to venture there again. No, all I remember is water. Alas, I no longer wish to dwell on it. Ling Fei reflected momentarily on her dream, yet her memories were solely of the lake, devoid of anything else, which felt quite eerie. "Sister Fei, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready shortly," Lung Xin observed, noting Ling Fei's evident fright, and swiftly changed the subject. "Dinner? Were we not dining with the Yun elders today? My heavens, why was I not informed?" Ling Fei recalled her arrangement with the Yun elders from the previous day. Suddenly realizing something, she hurriedly glanced at her phone on the bedside table, wondering why Yunjung had not contacted her. Could he have also fallen asleep? Indeed, the two had been awake all night. "Sister Fei, fret not. The master instructed me not to wake you. He mentioned you had not slept a wink," Ling Xin remarked with a smile. "But he too was awake all night." Ling Fei frowned in response. "Sister Fei, might you be missing the master?" Lung Xin teased, her tone lighthearted. "Indeed, as the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns," Ling Fei replied playfully, unperturbed by Lung Xin's jest. Just then, Ling Fei's phone chimed, drawing her attention away from Lung Xin's face. And she smiled as she glanced at the screen. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," she chuckled while answering the call. Noticing this, Ling Xin exited the room with a smile. "Yunzheng," Ling Fei spoke softly. "Awake now. Have you eaten?" Yunzheng asked with warm concern. "I've been out for quite some time. I'll head to dinner shortly. What about you?" Ling Fei replied, curious if Yunzheng had discussed Ho Guang with the Yun elders during their meal. I invited Ho Guang today. Everything that needed to be said has been addressed, Yunzheng responded after a brief pause, fully aware of her unspoken curiosity. Yunzheng, please do not concern yourself with my matters with Ho Guang. I hope you feel no need to conceal anything from the Yun elders on my account. Moreover, I am content now, with you and my family, and thus wish for you to be transparent with the Yun family. Ling Fei expressed earnestly. She understood that the Yun elders would eventually send someone to inquire about Ho Guang's past, and would inevitably discover her connection to him. It was merely a matter of time. She hoped this revelation would come from Yunzheng, as she could see the trust the Yun elders placed in him. Lately, she had been plagued by strange dreams, the significance of which eluded her. All she desired was to remain together with Yunzheng in harmony. Reflecting on this, Yunzheng felt a surge of emotion. He picked up his phone to check a newly received message from Lingxin. Upon receiving the disheartening news, he immediately dispatched someone to the Wu residence to retrieve Ling Qingqing's body. He had not anticipated that this would be their final encounter, separated by life and death. Yunzheng, Ling Fei waited for what seemed an eternity without hearing his voice, growing increasingly concerned. What? Yunzheng's words reached her, though she could not decipher them. Morning. She vaguely caught the sound of those syllables. Did you sleep well today? Yunzheng endeavored to regain his composure before inquiring with genuine concern. Perhaps, of late, I have been overthinking, but it is of no great consequence, Ling Fei mused before smiling and continuing. Yunzheng has already encountered enough matters recently. I cannot allow her to dwell on my trivial concerns, which are indeed insignificant. Ling Fei reflected, if there is anything, feel free to share it with me. Yunzheng replied that he could not fathom why Ling Fei was dreaming of events from her past life at this moment. What he was certain of was that she was gradually recalling memories from her previous existence. And he understood that the more she remembered, the closer they would come to fulfilling their purpose in this realm. However, the time of the covenant was swiftly dwindling, and he felt powerless to help Ling Fei regain all her memories at once. Why must it be revealed to her in such a manner? After ending the call, he suddenly recalled that in this world, in this timeline, there might also exist a being known as C. If such a being existed, he needed to locate them immediately, as this might expedite the remedy for the regrets of their past life. Contemplating this, Yunzheng swiftly picked up his phone and dialed a sequence of numbers. Upon receiving Yunzheng's instructions, Qi was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, she promptly acquiesced. After hanging up, he rushed out of the office, contacting various connections across cities and even countries along the way. Chapter 56. The Lake in the Woods. Ever since Qi took on this task, she had been elusive. Even when Yunzheng visited the Ling family several times recently, the family members found it peculiar that Qi, who usually appeared inseparable from Yunzheng, was nowhere to be seen. Yunzheng, where is Qi? She hasn't accompanied you these past few times? Ling Fei inquired, preemptively voicing the family's curiosity. Cold Heart, standing nearby, felt utterly exasperated. When had her master begun to speak in such a manner, it was evident that love had transformed him. However, she too had not seen Qi for quite some time. And upon hearing her master's words, she found herself missing Qi more than she realized. Cold Heart mused while maintaining an impassive facade. I believe she is occupied. Ling Fei responded with a playful smile at Yunzheng's remark. Then turned to Cold Heart, adding, I truly miss her. Cold Heart felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Ling Fei's words. After exchanging pleasantries with Ling's father and mother, Ling Fei took Yunzheng out for a stroll. Most importantly, she wished to share some delightful news with him. The forest ahead has been a part of my life since childhood, but as society has progressed, its expanse has diminished. She remarked wistfully as they walked along the narrow path leading into the woods. I remember my grandfather once encountered wolves while tending sheep, she continued, glancing at the approaching forest with a sense of nostalgia. How swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye, I have even become a mother. Is it not amusing? Ling Fei pondered, looking up at Yunzheng with a smile as they continued their walk. In her youth, she was rather spoiled, and as she matured, she found herself unable to connect with others. Some might call it innocence, while others might label it pitiable foolishness. At times, she yearned for the chance to relive her life, perhaps starting anew from her university days. Perhaps then, her existence would have taken a different path. Ling Fei continued her musings, while Yunzheng listened quietly, aware that this petite woman had brought him out for a reason. Indeed, much like you, I long for a rebirth filled with memories. That time, I pondered this notion frequently, never anticipating that I would encounter you. Sometimes I wonder if fate still favors me as it did in my childhood, Ling Fei remarked with a smile. What do you think? Isn't it a rare blessing to breathe such fresh air? Noticing Yunjing's expression of being immersed in nature, she inquired playfully. Yunjing observed her radiant smile, as though their previous conversation had been cast aside. Lingfei awaited his forthcoming words with astonishment, realizing this might be the first time he had earnestly addressed her by her full name. If July cannot find Wuxuzi, and if Lingfei does not ultimately recall, I cannot fathom what my fate would be. Perhaps, once Wuxuzi departs, I would fade from her world, he contemplated. Lingfei felt a sudden constriction in her breath, her heart aching at his words. She was puzzled by his inquiry, as she had merely been reminiscing about her childhood. Did it evoke memories of his past life? Yunjing, how could you possibly vanish from my world? You came here for me. Though I am unaware of the sacrifices you made, I know you wouldn't leave without a word, would you? Lingfei struggled to maintain her smile, gazing into the eyes of the tender-hearted man before her. Yunjing, upon hearing her, looked deeply into her eyes, as if they communicated in their own language. The depths of his dark irises reflected the tumult of her emotions. No, I won't, he murmured softly, raising a hand to gently cup Lingfei's cheek. Savoring her warmth. It felt so genuine, a longing he could only dream of in his previous existence. Upon absorbing Yunjing's words and the warmth emanating from his palm, Lingfei's smile blossomed, her eyes curving with joy. You mustn't frighten me like that again, she playfully scolded. By the way, there is something else I must tell you, she continued, instinctively placing her hand over his, speaking earnestly. About happiness? Yunjing responded, entwining her fingers within his as they continued to walk forward. Indeed, he has truly changed, to a degree that is somewhat difficult for me to accept, he remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. What troubled him was the stark contrast between Wu Guang from his past life and Ho Guang in this one. Two incarnations of the same individual, yet divergent destinies. Reflecting on Wu Guang's tragic end, drowning by his own hand, he resolved to make him experience the anguish of a heartbreak that had once captivated the city. People do change, and improvement is preferable to degradation. Wouldn't you agree? Lingfei replied with a smile. As they approached the edge of the forest, Yunjing abruptly halted, prompting Lingfei to follow his gaze. What is it? She inquired. Lingfei gazed intently at a small lake nestled at the edge of the forest and inquired with concern. Are there koi fish in this lake? Yunjing, initially intending to remark on how strikingly similar the lake appeared, shifted his words and asked, I cannot say for certain whether there are koi fish. But I do know that this lake once teemed with fish, though they have since been caught by the villagers. Upon hearing this, Lingfei responded, I suppose there are no fish left now. People no longer engage in farming like they used to. So who would bother to check if there are fish here? Do you wish to eat fish? Lingfei continued, and as if struck by a sudden realization, she smiled and asked, What are you thinking? I'm merely curious. Come, let us take a look. Yunjing took Lingfei's hand, stepping forward. Yet to his surprise, Lingfei remained completely still. When I was a child, an old man once told me that I am prone to water. Lingfei said, furrowing her brow as she contemplated. Especially the water in this lake. Noticing the puzzled yet expectant look in Yunjing's eyes, Lingfei realized he had not yet heard the entirety of her thoughts, which left her somewhat exasperated. After a brief internal struggle, she added, A fortune teller? Yunjing inquired, pulling Lingfei into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of his chest, she eased her tension and continued, though it was but a fleeting moment. I was so young then that I was frightened enough to sit right down on the ground at that time. An elderly gentleman approached and asked me what I had seen. Seeing the kindly face of that old man, I recounted what I had witnessed. Lingfei then lifted her gaze to Yunjing and asked, And can you guess what he said? Chapter 57. Past life bonds. Present life affections. Have you seen him again since then? Yunjing pondered, feeling an 80% certainty in his heart that the old man might indeed be Wuxuzi. What did he say? Yunjing asked eagerly. If we are destined, we shall meet again in another place. Lingfei recounted the old man's words to Yunjing. Upon hearing this, Yunjing was now 100% convinced that this old man was undoubtedly Wuxuzi. Another place, could it be the Yun Kingdom? He mused internally, while also reflecting on the notion of fate. However, he was now certain that Wuxuzi existed in this time and space. Would locating him perhaps expedite Lingfei's recovery of her past memories? Lingfei, it seems our connection was forged in your childhood. No, it must have been established in a previous life. It is all my fault. All my fault, Yunjing exclaimed, his eyes brimming with emotion as he looked at Lingfei. Lingzheng, it is not your fault that I should be thanking you. I feel particularly happy at this moment, truly, Lingfei responded, though she did not fully grasp the meaning behind the first half of Yunjing's statement. Yet, witnessing his self-reproach stirred her heart with pain, since Yunjing had entered her life. He had expressed remorse more than once in her presence. In their past life, they had no intersection, and even in this life, they had known each other for just over a year. Ling Fei had always felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Yunzheng. She concluded that such profound love must also bring heavy burdens. In her previous life, he had not existed in her world, yet she had always occupied his heart. Thus, he must have borne a great deal of suffering. It seemed she owed him much. As she gazed upon the man before her, the usual chill in his demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a warmth that felt uniquely his own. How fortunate she was to walk hand in hand with him, to share a life together until old age. Yunzheng, shall we marry? Ling Fei spoke, her eyes fixated on Yunzheng, unwavering and filled with anticipation and trepidation. Her hands were clasped tightly together, her heart and mind consumed entirely by him. She had fallen deeply in love with this man, akin to the sincere affection she once held for Ho Guang, and now she felt a resurgence of that same fluttering excitement. No, it was different this time. She was even more anxious, for it was she who had voiced the proposal first. Yet, she felt no regret, as she believed wholeheartedly that Yunzheng would surely accept her. Noticing Yunzheng's silence, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Silly girl, those words should have been mine to say, Yunzheng replied, his voice laced with tenderness. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, only aware that his world was filled with gentle breezes and the warmth of the sun, saturating his heart with happiness and sweetness. In his universe, it was only her. He had never imagined that her world could revolve solely around him as well. Unable to contain himself, Yunzheng drew the nervously trembling Ling Fei into his embrace once more, holding her tightly as if he could meld her into his very being. You know that your words could inspire me to give you everything, even my life. Do you understand that your smile brings me joy for days? Yet your tears can cast a shadow over my heart for years. Do you realize that your fleeting presence in my life has led me to cherish you for 2 lifetimes? When you are here, you are my everything. When you are not, my every thought revolves around you, Yunzheng professed with profound sincerity. Honestly, why not just agree outright? Must you make me cry first? Ling Fei, overwhelmed by Yunzheng's heartfelt declarations, found tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. How could this man utter such soul-stirring words? She knew he spoke the truth, and she felt the depth of his affection to prevent her tears from dampening Yunzheng's shirt. Ling Fei gently nudged his chest, sniffling as she spoke. Don't cry. Don't cry. I was wrong that if you make me cry, I will be sad for years. Seeing Ling Fei reduced to tears, Yunzheng felt a surge of guilt, and, while speaking, he cupped her face in his hands, tenderly wiping away her tears. Then you must promise not to say such moving things again. Ling Fei managed to regain her composure, smiling softly. The others at the table were taken aback by the sudden display of emotion between the two, wondering what had transpired. Mom and Dad, today, I wish to make a formal proposal for Ling Fei. I hope you will consent and choose a suitable date soon to arrange our wedding, Yunzheng stated earnestly. The others at the table, aside from Ling's father, looked on with hopeful expressions directed toward him. Dad, it was my idea to get married, so please don't make things difficult for Yunzheng, Ling Fei interjected. Noticing her father's furrowed brow and contemplative silence. As soon as Ling Fei's words fell, Ling Xiang spat out a mouthful of food. Fortunately, the splatter was contained to the plate before him. Hearing the commotion, Ling Fei shot a sharp glance his way. Ling Xiang stifled his admiration for his sister's boldness, eagerly awaiting Ling Papa's response. Upon hearing Ling Fei's remark, Yunzheng looked at her with a tender smile, his heart sighing at the thought of such a delightful woman and how difficult it would be to part with her. What are you so anxious about? I was merely pondering when the recent auspicious days of this year might be. Ling Papa chuckled, feeling both amused and on the verge of tears at her eagerness to speak on his behalf. His temperament remained unchanged despite the company. However, his thoughts were certainly different depending on the individual present. Given that it was Yunzheng, Ling Papa's mind was occupied with the realization that time was of the essence. Such an exceptional man should not be kept waiting, as both the elders of the Yun family would undoubtedly grow anxious if matters dragged on. He had been contemplating a conversation with Ling Fei over the past few days. Upon hearing Yunzheng's words, Ling Papa immediately shifted his focus to calculating the recent favorable dates. Chapter 58, Past Life Affinity. Present life affection. Once Ling Papa spoke, everyone at the table, except for Ling Fei, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ling Fei, wearing an innocent yet slightly joyful smile, glanced at Yunzheng before taking a seat. Thank you, Papa. So, which day do you think would be suitable for the wedding? Yunzheng inquired eagerly. Once autumn passes, there aren't many days left that are ideal for marriage. I suggest we consider the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. Around November. It gets quite cold once we enter December. What do you think, dear? Ling Papa added, turning to Ling Mama for her opinion. Ling Fei, after hearing Ling Mama's thoughts, found herself in agreement. After all, this was not her first marriage. Although it may seem unfair to Yunzheng, she believed that simply being with him was what truly mattered, regardless of the grandeur of the wedding. Yes, I feel the same way. As long as we can share a meal together as a family. I don't mind the details, as long as Ling Fei is also content, Yunzheng remarked with a smile, noting Ling Fei's conflicted expression. But shouldn't you discuss this with your parents first? Ling Papa inquired directly. He understood the influence Yunzheng held over the Yun family and recognized his independence, yet he also felt it was essential to respect the wishes of the Yun elders. After all, it wouldn't be fair to focus solely on the Ling family's perspective, especially since this was Yunzheng's first marriage, and he had heard about the Yun group from Ling Fei. Yunzheng, this isn't fair to you, Ling Fei said, grasping one of his hands. It's all right. As long as it's you, I'll follow your lead. Yunzheng replied with a tender smile. Then let's heed Papa's wishes and choose that day. As for the arrangements, we shall follow Yunzheng's guidance, Ling Fei suggested after a moment's thought. Ling Papa and Ling Mama nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Yunzheng smiled indulgently, thinking to himself, silly woman. How could he not understand her intentions, and how could he not be aware of her thoughts? He would surely act in accordance with her wishes. The midday meal came to a splendid conclusion amidst an atmosphere of joy. However, the thoughts of Kai Xian diverged from the prevailing sentiment. Her heart brimmed with genuine happiness for her mother and Papa Zhang, coupled with heartfelt blessings. Yet, she couldn't help but recall her father, who was far away in City C, unaware that at this very moment, Ho Guang was already in city, and had she known, her joy would have been even greater. After the meal, as Yunzheng embraced Kai Xian in Ling Fei's room, he gently inquired about the thoughts that occupied her mind. Ling Fei, folding clothes beside them, listened intently, albeit perplexed by their conversation. Papa Zhang, Kai Xian sincerely wishes you and Mama all the best. She knows you will treat Mama well, Kai Xian declared, her eyes wide with innocence as she turned to Yunzheng. However, there is someone else in your heart at this moment, isn't there? Yunzheng responded with a smile. Kai Xian, do not burden yourself with worries. Though Mama and your father have become part of the past, both must embark on their new lives. Your father will always remain your biological parent, so you need not hesitate to express your feelings in front of me and Mama. Only then can we truly understand what lies within your heart, he continued, noticing her silence. Ling Fei, upon hearing this, expressed surprise, followed by a recognition of Yunzheng's attentiveness towards Kai Xian's feelings. Kai Xian, are you thinking about your father? She gently asked, kneeling before her daughter. Yes, Mama. I'm sorry. I hope you will be happier in the future, but I feel so sorry for Papa, being all alone, Kai Xian confessed. Revealing her innermost thoughts, will Mama not be sad? She asked cautiously. With Papa Zheng by my side now, you need not worry about me. Dear, please pursue whatever makes you happy, as long as it is the right thing to do. Both Papa Zheng and I will wholeheartedly support you, Yunzheng reassured before Ling Fei could respond. I would like that, Kai Xian replied with an instant smile. Ling Fei glanced at Yunzheng with gratitude, feeling fortunate to have him by her side in this life. All the hardships she had endured seemed to have been worth it. When the three of them arrived at Ho Guang's new home, he initially appeared incredulous, but in a fleeting moment, his expression returned to one of pure joy, radiating from within. Ling Fei, thank you, he said sincerely after pouring water for the guests as they settled onto the living room sofa. Actually, you should thank Kai Xian. She implored me several times to bring her here. However, now that she is with you, it is your responsibility to be a good guardian. If anything were to happen to Kai Xian, Ling Fei began. I will, rest assured, Ho Guang interjected promptly. Having said that, he looked fondly at Kai Xian, who was joyfully playing in the children's area of the living room. The warmth in his gaze did not go unnoticed by Yunzheng and Ling Fei, who exchanged knowing smiles. By the way, Ling Fei and I have set a date for our future together. I wanted to inform you, Yunzheng announced, directing his attention to Ho Guang. Upon hearing Ho Guang's words, he appeared to anticipate the sentiment, having already considered what they would convey during this visit. To his surprise, it aligned precisely with his own thoughts. I wish you happiness, although I harbor a sense of reluctance. I still hope that Ling Fei can find enduring joy. Ho Guang's gaze lingered momentarily on Ling Fei's face before shifting to Yunzheng as he spoke. I must express my gratitude for the opportunity you have afforded me. The grievances of our previous life have culminated in this manner in this life. Though my heart is not entirely at ease, I find some contentment. Yunzheng listened to Ho Guang's words and replied in a subdued tone. As if recounting a mere fact, Ling Fei's gaze remained fixed on Yunzheng, fully aware of his meaning, while Ho Guang remained perplexed, attributing the situation to the consequences of his past actions towards Ling Fei. Chapter 59. No need for subtlety. After concluding the call, Yunzheng let out a quiet sigh of relief. My dear sir, everything unfolds according to destiny. How could I disrupt such a natural order? Moreover, this covenant was procured at the cost of relinquishing the entire realm. How could I carelessly alter it? Wu Suzi spoke earnestly. What? Do you believe that killing you would resolve matters? Besides, murder is a crime. I, Yunzheng, am well aware of that. Yunzheng remarked, turning his face to regard Wu Suzi with a bemused expression. If you are aware, then why do you wait here for us to find you? He continued, moving to take a seat beside Wu Suzi. From the looks of you, you are far less composed than your subordinates. They have already entertained thoughts of killing me, while you remain so unfazed. Wu Suzi replied with a smile. July. As soon as the name was spoken, Yunzheng's voice turned sharp. Although Wu Suzi feigned a trembling demeanor in his presence, it was clear he understood the gravity of his situation. Yet, he was not one to be trifled with lightly. While in the midst of composing, please hold for a moment. After the content updates, kindly refresh the page to receive the latest updates. Chapter 60. No need for subtlety. Oh dear. Why do you not inquire about those 4 characters? Your disposition remains unchanged, just as it was in the previous life. I had thought you might evolve in this place, yet you appear not to have altered at all. Upon finishing, Wu Suzi awaited Yunzheng's response, yet found him maintaining his calm demeanor, observing him intently. With a slight smirk, Wu Suzi sensed an indefinable air of calculation emanating from Yunzheng. Ling Fei, upon hearing this statement, felt a sudden pang of anguish, as if pricked by a needle. She believed she must have misheard. An unfamiliar scene abruptly surfaced in her mind, a place she had no recollection of. Such a disarray, Ling Fei murmured softly, immediately averting her gaze from Yunzheng and directing it towards the vibrant flowers blooming nearby. Yunzheng pondered internally, recalling Wu Suzi's words before his departure. What could they truly signify? Could it be that their wedding would indeed not take place as planned? Or was it entirely unattainable? Could it be that in this life they would not find resolution? No, even if they did not marry in this existence. Their hearts had already united, and this outcome was, after all, what Yunzheng had yearned for across both lives. Ling Fei, upon hearing this, looked at Yunzheng in astonishment. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Sensing that Yunzheng had more to convey, after uttering that particular phrase, Yunzheng paused, his gaze lingering on the glass of water that Ling Fei had just arrived with, seemingly lost in thought. I merely inquired casually. You need not take it to heart. Please, do take your leave without feeling any unease, he said. At this juncture, Wu Suzi merely wished for Yunzheng to depart swiftly, pondering why he had to add an unnecessary comment. He inwardly chastised himself for speaking out of turn. Yunzheng, you will not abandon me, will you? Ling Fei thought to herself, instinctively grasping one of Yunzheng's hands, her voice trembling with concern. Oh dear. Why do you not inquire about those 4 words? Your demeanor is exactly as it was in your past life. I had hoped your arrival here might instigate some change, yet it appears you remain utterly unchanged, Wu Suzi remarked, anticipating a response from Yunzheng. However, to her surprise, Yunzheng continued to gaze at her with an unwavering calmness. With a slight smile, Wu Suzi sensed an indescribable air of scheming emanating from Yunzheng. You are my heart. Without you, I would be akin to a mere shell of a person. What meaning would such a life hold? Yunzheng replied, turning his gaze towards Ling Fei, his eyes filled with tenderness. As long as we are together, that is enough. Yet, I fear I may lack the time to accompany you through this life. He added, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart as he observed Ling Fei nodding in acknowledgement. Yunzheng, are you worried about the day of our wedding? Ling Fei ventured, sensing that today's Yunzheng was markedly different from usual. Furthermore, from his words, she gathered that their wedding was merely a week away. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng halted, turning to face Wu Xuyz. In that moment, his eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, leaving Wu Suzi unable to discern his true thoughts. Locking eyes with Yunzheng's profound gaze, she found herself unable to avert her own. What a mess, Ling Fei muttered softly, quickly diverting her gaze to the vibrant flowers blooming nearby. Chapter 61. A coincidence of fate. Lingxin. Do you recall our joyful meeting today? Do you still remember me? Ling Fei asked with a smile while in the car. Sister Fei, you aren't feeling feverish, are you? Lingxin responded, her expression one of immediate surprise as she turned to Ling Fei. Her brows furrowing with concern. She even raised a hand to press against Ling Fei's forehead. Ling Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lingxin's anxious demeanor. Was it not apparent that she was merely jesting? Ling Fei thought to herself, allowing Lingxin's actions to unfold without interruption, silently shaking her head. You are not feverish, Sister Fei. Please do not frighten me. We are almost there, Lung Xin continued, her nerves still palpable. How could she not be anxious? With merely 3 days left until the wedding, fragments of memories from Sister Fei's former life might resurface, potentially leading her to utter strange and bewildering statements. No, I think I should call the master to inform him. After all, it is not far from his residence, Lin Xin murmured, retrieving her phone to dial the number. Haha, I'm perfectly fine. Please don't mention it to him. Lin Xin, you are going to make me die of laughter. Ling Fei exclaimed, swiftly intervening to stop Lin Xin's actions, her laughter ringing out that I was merely jesting. Why are you so serious? Ling Fei, having barely suppressed her laughter, said to Lung Xian with a cold gaze. Oh dear. Sister Fei, you mustn't frighten me at this moment. I feel as though my very soul has fled, Lung Xian responded, tinged with apprehension upon hearing her words. Lung Xian, why do I sense that something is troubling you? Ling Fei, observing Lung Xian's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. This was not typical of her. It was inconceivable that she could be oblivious to a jest, and even if she were unaware, such a level of tension and fear seemed unwarranted. Ling Fei detected a hint of trepidation that Lung Xian was desperately attempting to conceal. No, nothing at all. Lung Xian quickly regained her composure and turned her gaze towards the outside of the vehicle. Ah, Sister Fei, we've arrived. It's just ahead. Look, Lung Xian exclaimed excitedly as she noticed the car approaching Ho Guang's neighborhood. So soon, Ling Fei remarked, glancing out the window as well. Upon hearing this, Lung Xian sighed inwardly, relieved to have successfully diverted the conversation. As the two arrived at Ho Guang's residence, they were unexpectedly greeted by someone they could scarcely have imagined encountering, someone they thought they would never see again in their lifetime. Was this fate? Ling Fei and Lung Xian both inhaled sharply, sharing the unvoiced thought of whether this was indeed Ho Guang's doing, though they dared not entertain the notion that he had changed so much. Even his tastes. When Ho Guang first laid eyes on Ling Fei, he appeared astonished, followed by a glance at Guan Yinshi, his expression betraying embarrassment and helplessness. Ling Fei, oblivious to Ho Guang's gaze, failed to notice that Lung Xian had taken note of it. The two followed Ho Guang into the house, while Guan Yinshi remained motionless, merely offering a smile and a nod. That I never anticipated that Miss Ling had divorced Ho Guang, yet could still be good friends with him. Guan Yinshi remarked, glancing at Ho Guang beside Ling Fei with a smile. Oh, is she happy? Ling Fei asked, turning to look at Guan Yinshi on the sofa before directing her attention back to Ho Guang. Oh, happy is in the room. Allow me to take you there. Miss Ling, please have a seat for a moment, Ho Guang replied, promptly moving towards the room without waiting for Ling Fei to respond. His actions fluid as though fearing her refusal, Lung Xian exchanged glances with Ling Fei and nodded to Ho Guang before taking a seat. Guan Yinshi, however, was taken aback by Ling Fei's apparent disregard for her presence, and even more so by Ho Guang's overt avoidance of her. She had learned long ago that Ho Guang had moved to N-City after leaving his job, and she had hoped to see him during her business trip, especially since he had transformed into someone she could hardly recognize. A sudden desire for conquest surged within her. After arriving in N-City, she had finally managed to contact Ho Guang, using her company as an excuse to locate his residence. To her surprise, Ho Guang had remained cold and unwelcoming throughout their encounter. His demeanor increasingly resembled that of Yunzheng. Could this be what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? Guan Yinshi pondered. Where is Happy? Ling Fei followed Yunzheng into the room, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot Happy, and asked in astonishment. I would like to elucidate the circumstances. Guan Yinshi, under the pretense of a company affair, arrived at my residence, and it was then that I realized I had been deceived by this woman. However, I assure you, there is nothing between us, so please do not overthink it. Ho Guang said, casting a glance at Ling Fei and offering an explanation. Rest assured, even if I were to seek companionship, I would not pursue someone of her ilk. I shall adhere to your standards. Ho Guang continued, only to abruptly halt as a sudden realization struck him. No, what I meant to convey is that there is no relation whatsoever with her. Ho Guang reiterated. In truth, you need not explain yourself to me. Ling Fei replied, observing the flustered Ho Guang with a sense of amusement. How amusing it is to see him so cautious before her. What is most significant is that she is no longer anything to him. Ah, yes, I merely wished to share a light-hearted explanation with you, Ho Guang said, a tinge of melancholy in his heart, but quickly regaining his composure, he turned to Ling Fei with utmost seriousness, gesturing towards the door. So, can you take me to see Kai Xin now? Ling Fei inquired with a smile, suddenly realizing that this version of Ho Guang was rather endearing. However, in her heart, Ho Guang was merely a familiar stranger, neither disliked nor particularly liked. This charming Ho Guang, she believed, must surely get along splendidly with Kai Xin. Certainly, let us proceed, Ho Guang replied nonchalantly, feeling a sense of relief within. As long as there are no misconceptions regarding his connection with Guan Yinshi, all would be well. It was the weekend, and he had made plans with Kai Xin to venture out once their homework was complete. Little did he expect to receive a so-called business call from Guan Yinshi, claiming there were issues with some handover matters. Had it not been for Kai Xin, he would never have allowed this woman into his space, yet he was taken aback when she arrived and immediately took a seat. Just as Ling Fei and the others showed up, Ho Guang felt embarrassed. What a day it had turned out to be, with all of them converging in one place. After ushering Ling Fei into Kai Xion's room, Ho Guang quietly exited, gently closing the door to grant the long-separated mother and daughter their private moment. He understood Ling Fei would have much to discuss with Kai Xian and numerous inquiries to make. Upon reaching the living room, he was dismayed to find Guan Yinshi still seated on the sofa. A wave of internal frustration threatening to surface. It is unclear what handover issues Miss Guan referred to during our phone conversation. I believe she is well aware that having departed from the company for quite some time, I am under no obligation to engage in such matters. Were it not for my lingering fondness for the company, I would not have consented to meet you, Ho Guang stated, hands tucked into his pockets as he strode confidently to the edge of the sofa and took a seat opposite Guan Yinshi, offering a wry smile. It's so wrong for me to harbor feelings for you, Guan Yinshi ventured, emboldened by his silence. Both unmarried, there is no transgression of principle here. This is merely my pursuit of happiness, she continued, feeling pleased with her self-affirmation. Ling Fei, overhearing Ho Guang's remarks, suddenly burst into laughter, taken aback by her own reaction. How is it that she felt so unguarded in front of him? Surely, it must be due to the changes in Ho Guang, as well as the influence of Kai Xin. As Ling Fei pondered, she momentarily returned to her former self. Upon hearing the words, Ling Fei turned her head to glance at the indifferent Xin. Guan Yinshi, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze on Ho Guang, and for a fleeting moment, she seemed to see Yun Zheng in him. Why did all men exhibit such expressions in Ling Fei's presence? Deep within her heart, she harbored an intense hatred for that woman, wishing she could vanish from her world. You seem to be increasingly mischievous now. Are you going to see Yun Zheng? Ho Guang instantly discerned Ling Fei's intentions. Though he feigned nonchalance, a tinge of sorrow lingered in his heart. Alas, time is the antidote. Patience is key. Haha. Ling Fei chuckled upon hearing Ho Guang's words, surprised at her own laughter. How had she become so joyous in front of Ho Guang? Surely it was because he had changed, and there was happiness in that. As she contemplated this, Ling Fei instantly regained her composure. Oh, very well, let us depart, she said, not wishing to endure any further awkwardness with Ho Guang. Seamlessly continuing the conversation initiated by Guan Yinshi. After listening to Kai Xion's lengthy discourse, Ling Fei found herself at a loss, truly wondering if it was indeed the case that a woman could not remain in the home of a man. However, she could understand Kai Xion's perspective. On one hand, the wedding preparations with Yun Zheng required time, and on the other, it was evident that Ho Guang had genuinely treated Kai Xian well during these days. She could see that Kai Xian sincerely desired to be with Ho Guang. Ling Fei was well aware of what Ho Guang wanted to inquire, yet she was taken aback that Kai Xian wished to live with him, citing his solitary existence as pitiable and expressing her fondness for his company. However, to her surprise, Guan Yinshi, after hearing this, did not respond but instead started the car and sped away with remarkable swiftness. Had it not been for a bit of skill, Ling Xian might have been whisked away. Is it not permissible for me to like you? A man unmarried, a woman unmarried. This does not violate any principles, does it? I consider this in pursuit of my own happiness, Guan Yinshi thought to herself, awarding herself points for her confidence, and then continued with satisfaction. Moreover, she had come today with the intent of being with Ho Guang, and she found herself increasingly intrigued by this man. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, Ling Xian felt as though a multitude of crows had flown over her head upon hearing Guan Yinshi's words. It was evident to her that Ho Guang was indifferent to this woman. Was she truly oblivious? One could not be overly confident about their appearance in such a manner. Get in the car. I shall give you a ride, Guan Yinshi said to Ling Fei, simultaneously opening the door to the passenger seat, signaling her to enter. Furthermore, she had come today with the intention of being with Ho Guang, and she found herself increasingly captivated by this man. Your affection for me is your own concern. As for me, I harbor no interest in Miss Guan. Therefore, if she has come solely for the matter you mentioned, you may take your leave now. Upon hearing Guan Yinshi's words, Ho Guang raised his eyebrows, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and then he spoke. Guan Yinshi's vehicle was parked at the entrance of Ho Guang's community. So the three of them naturally came to a halt beside the car. What's the matter? Aren't you leaving? After all, I drove here too. I can give you a ride, and I happen to have something to discuss with you. Observing the peculiar glances cast upon her by the trio, Guan Yinchi found herself amused and chuckled lightly before responding. As she pondered this, Ling Fei had already emerged from the room, sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the living room. Yet she chose to remain silent. How about we all walk together? Before Ho Guang could utter a word, Guan Yinchi suddenly stood up and declared, I would love to join for a pleasant meal. But at this moment, that girl's heart is solely occupied with you, her father. Upon hearing this, Ling Fei tilted her head slightly and smiled, feigning a look of helplessness. Don't worry, happy, everything will be fine. With Dad Zheng around, you have nothing to fear. Yunzheng bent down to reassure her. Whom can we blame? Ho Guang has done no wrong. The fault lies with me for not accompanying Ling Fei. Had I been by her side, such a situation would not have arisen. Have you mentioned it to him? Do you think I haven't tea? You said you wouldn't come today, and yet here you are. You are truly my nemesis. Let us then compare whose fate is more resilient. Guan Yinchi, in her current frenzied state, spoke words reflective of her tumultuous emotions. The others present found Ho Guang as confusion palpable. While Yunzheng, Qi Yu, and Lang Xian harbored a glimmer of understanding. What I wish to achieve, I merely desire for you to vanish from my sight. Guan Yinchi's speed escalated as she sped through the streets of City Inn. During lunchtime, the roads were less congested than during rush hours, allowing her to weave in and out freely. Though I genuinely wish to place the blame on you, human emotions are unpredictable, and you too have moments beyond your foresight. Thus, let this be the last time. Yunzheng sighed and spoke in a measured tone. The group, upon learning that Ling Fei was not gravely harmed, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted. Why hasn't she awakened? Yunzheng, upon hearing this, turned to Wu Shuzi and remarked, Whom can we blame? Ho Guang has done no wrong. The fault lies with me for not accompanying Ling Fei. Had I been by her side, such a situation would not have arisen. Prior to their arrival, Yunzheng had already reported the incident and instructed Qi Yu to bring Wu Shuzi to him. Sensing that something might transpire, Yunzheng answered a call, exchanged a few words, and subsequently hung up. Though I genuinely wish to place the blame on you, human emotions are unpredictable, and you too have moments beyond your foresight. Thus, let this be the last time. Yunzheng sighed and spoke in a measured tone. Guan Yinchi, you must calm yourself. Such behavior could lead to dire consequences. Do you not have feelings for Ho Guang? Speak to him sincerely. At this moment, Ling Fei was utterly frightened, yet she could only strive to remain composed, hoping to help Guan Yinchi gradually regain her calm. My lord, I am deeply remorseful and filled with guilt. Bowing my head as if I were a person who has committed an unforgivable sin, said Guan Xian. Prior to this, Yunzheng had already reported to the authorities and instructed Qi Yue to bring Wushu to him. As he harbored an unsettling premonition that something would transpire, suddenly Ling Fei let out a piercing scream. At that moment, Guan Yinchi's vehicle collided with another car. The accident occurred with a swiftness that left one breathless. The police vehicle arrived just in time, but the struck car had already flipped over, while Guan Yinchi's vehicle had crumpled in the front. Ling Fei had sustained a laceration on her forehead, bleeding profusely, and had already slipped into unconsciousness. You should consult a doctor. What do you need me for? I'm not a physician, Wu Shi remarked, casting a faint look of surprise at Yunzheng. I apologize. I had no idea that Guan Yinchi would take Ling Fei away. Ho Guang said, meeting Yunzheng's gaze, guilt evident in his voice. Did you tell him? Did you think I hadn't? You mentioned you wouldn't come today. Why did you? You were truly my nemesis. So, let us compare whose fate is more resilient. Guan Yinchi, now in a frenzied state, expressed words that mirrored her tumultuous emotions. Guan Yinchi, please calm down. Your current demeanor could lead to disaster. Do you not have feelings for Ho Guang? Speak to him calmly. Ling Fei, terrified, attempted to maintain her composure, urging Guan Yinchi to do the same. Meanwhile, Yunzheng had learned of Ling Fei being taken by Guan Yinchi and rushed to the intersection of Ho Guang's neighborhood, where he found Ho Guang and Guan Xian waiting. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. With Dad Yunzheng here, he reassured, bending down to offer comfort. My lord, Qi Yue called out. Upon receiving the news, Yunzheng and his companions promptly arrived at the hospital they had prepared in advance. Following the guidance of the dedicated medical staff straight to the VIP ward. My lord, Qi Yue called out again. Before arriving, Yunzheng had already contacted the police and asked Qi Yue to bring Wushu to him, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. Chapter 64. The realm of reincarnation. The Ling family was informed of the situation by Yunzheng only in the evening, arriving at the hospital when night had fallen. What shall we do? The wedding is imminent. And although all checks indicate no issues, why does she not awaken? Ling's mother anxiously lamented. Yunzheng, has the doctor confirmed that she is indeed unharmed? Ling's father once again sought reassurance. Yes, Mr. Ling, I understand your concern, for I too wish for her to awaken swiftly. The doctor has examined her multiple times, and all results are clear, Yunzheng replied earnestly, meeting Ling's father's gaze. Mr. Ling, there is something I believe is the right moment to discuss. Yunzheng contemplated before continuing. Since he learned of such circumstances from the lips of the child without a need for one, he had been pondering whether he should clarify this matter with the Ling family. Regardless of how Ling Fei had fared in her previous life, in this existence, she was undeniably the eldest daughter of the Ling family, intertwined with them inextricably. The Ling family had every right to be apprised of the facts surrounding the entire situation. Well then, shall we discuss this outside? Upon hearing these words, Ling's father felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. He considered the presence of others in the hospital room, and since Yunzheng had merely indicated a desire to speak with him. Ling's father tentatively remarked, Indeed, let us excuse ourselves for a moment. Mother Ling, Lingxiang, Su, we shall trouble you for a bit. Yunzheng responded with a nod, adding, There's no trouble at all. Fei is my daughter. You need not worry. Upon hearing Yunzheng's assurance, Mother Ling immediately interjected, sensing that he must have something significant to convey to Ling's father, otherwise he wouldn't have sought to avoid the others. Once Yunzheng and Ling's father stepped out of the ward, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Although Hoguang felt a slight awkwardness, he chose not to dwell on it, for the prospect of waiting for Ling Fei to awaken outweighed all else. Moreover, he had been mulling over the words of the child without a need for one. Although he found them somewhat perplexing, he sensed an underlying meaning. Grandma, that old gentleman said that mommy might never wake up. At that moment, Kai Xian walked from beside Hoguang to stand before Mother Ling, speaking earnestly. Aside from Hoguang, the others were utterly astonished upon hearing this, their gazes instantly converging upon Kai Xian. Kai Xian, come here, do not add to Grandma's worries. The doctor has already assured us that mommy is fine. Hoguang promptly interjected. At that moment, he truly empathized with the Ling family sentiments. Yet, how could he come to terms with the weight of that elderly man's words? The doctor had examined her multiple times, and the conclusions were consistently reassuring. Ling Fei's health was intact. At this juncture, Kai Xian's utterance could potentially exacerbate the Ling family's distress. What old gentleman? Mother Ling inquired curiously, her gaze narrowing in on Hoguang, seeking clarification. Bai Su's attention also shifted to Hoguang, for aside from Yunzheng and his companions, he was the only one privy to the entire situation. If it were not for that certain woman's actions concerning Hoguang, such turmoil would not have arisen. Kai Xian turned her gaze toward Hoguang as well. Daddy, she called softly. There is indeed an elderly gentleman. But I do not know him. It was Yunzheng who had Chi find him. Their rapport seemed rather extraordinary, as if they were familiar with one another. However, the words spoken by that old man were truly beyond my comprehension. Hoguang, feeling helpless, sighed inwardly and earnestly explained. What did he say? That Fei cannot awaken? Mother Ling queried, her voice tinged with agitation. Andy, please do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain. Hoguang quickly reassured her. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shifted their gaze towards July and 13. That after listening to Hoguang's words, July and Lung Xian fervently prayed in their hearts, hoping not to be coerced into revealing anything. Although they had conjectured some details, they truly could not disclose anything. Besides, their master had already spoken with Ling Baba. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a little longer. Yes, July, Lung Xian, you have been closely following Yunzheng. Surely you must know something about that elderly gentleman. Do you both recognize him? Before Ling Mama could utter a word, Ling Xiang directly inquired. Ling Xian, if you possess any knowledge, please speak candidly. Fei is my child, and I merely wish to understand the truth of the matter. Ling Mama, observing Lang Xian's troubled expression and July's apparent tension, realized they were privy to some information but found it difficult to articulate. However, when it pertains to Ling Fei, she only yearned for clarity, no matter the circumstances. You need not feel pressured. Should you fear Yunzheng's ire, the responsibility lies with me. I am the one who is compelling you to speak. I beseech you, dear ones, Ling Mama, seeing Lang Xian still caught in a dilemma and remaining silent, urged desperately, nearly on the brink of kneeling. Annie, that is not the case. July interjected immediately upon witnessing the scene. Very well, I shall speak. Given the current predicament of the young lady, there is nothing more to conceal. Moreover, it is certain that our master must have conveyed this matter to Ling uncle. Eventually, everyone will come to know. Upon hearing July's words, Lang Xian contemplated for a moment, stealing her resolve before she began to speak. She did not delve into the intricate relationships between their master, Wu Guang, and Ling Qiqing from the previous life, but merely recounted the trials that Ling Qiqing endured and the feelings their master harbored for her, which ultimately led to his pursuit of Sister Fei in this life after the treachery faced in the general's residence. My heavens, are you implying that none of you belong to this life? Just as Lung Xian finished speaking, a voice broke the unusual silence in the ward. Ling Xiang's voice rang out. Indeed, answered Lung Xian and July in unison. They were astonished to learn of Yun Zhang's unwavering devotion, yet they pondered how they had arrived here and how they had come to be at the Yun household. Ling Mama, seizing the moment, posed a sudden question. Just as July and Lang Xian processed this information, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, the door to the ward swung open. Both lifted their heads towards the hopeful entrance. And indeed, Yun Zhang and Ling Baba appeared. A wave of relief washed over them, but suddenly, they exchanged a glance as if a realization struck them, and they hastily lowered their heads. What they contemplated was, it was over. It was over. If their master were to discover that everyone in the room was already aware of this matter, what would ensue? The thought was too daunting to entertain. How? Everyone knows. Ling Baba, noticing the astonished expressions of those in the room and casting a look at July and Lung Xian, felt a sense of understanding and inquired aloud. Actually, Yun Zhang took me aside to discuss this very matter, Ling Baba continued after the silence persisted. Upon hearing Ling Baba's words, July and Lung Xian felt a slight relaxation in their tense hearts. Master, it was I who disclosed the information, they both said in unison. It was July. She spoke up immediately, and then she vanished from sight. Yun Zhang, do not cast blame upon them. It was I who compelled them to speak. For Fei Fei is indeed my child. How could such a calamity befall us? As Ling Mama spoke, her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion, lamenting the unforeseen circumstances that had transpired. Yet, the most unbearable aspect for her was the realization that Fei Fei was inexplicably tied to the previous life, and that the very Yun Zhang standing before her was not of this world. Brother-in-law, who is Wuxizi? How does he possess such intimate knowledge of my sister-as situation, and what is the nature of your connection? Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiang immediately fixed a gaze of confusion upon Yun Zhang. Wuxizi hails from the same realm as I do, though I am not entirely certain of his intentions for being here. The pivotal matter is that perhaps upon meeting, Ling father and mother might recollect something. Yun Zhang pondered for a moment before articulating thoughtfully. He recalled how Ling Fei had once shared with him tales from her childhood by the lakeside. While he could not definitively assert that it was Wuxizi, he speculated that when he arrived, the truth may soon be unveiled. Ling father and Ling mother exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Yun Zhang's words, subsequently shaking their heads in disbelief. Oh dear, this is exasperating. Surely, my sister cannot remain in this state indefinitely, especially with the wedding on the horizon, Ling Xiang exclaimed anxiously, casting a meaningful glance at Ho Guang. As long as there is no harm done, we now await the arrival of that esteemed individual spoken of by my brother-in-law, Bai Susu remarked, also glancing at Ho Guang. Indeed, as long as there is no harm. As long as there is no harm, Ling Mama tenderly gazed at the seemingly slumbering Ling Fei on the bed, gently caressing her forehead while softly murmuring. Fortunately, the hospital room that Yun Zhang had arranged was a suite. Before Wuxizi's arrival, none were inclined to depart, and so they all settled on the sofas and around the round table in the small sitting area, each one anxiously and expectantly awaiting news. Ling Mama remained steadfastly by Ling Fei's bedside, lost in her contemplations. Oh dear, I must say, your master truly has no regard for our meals. My food has only just arrived at the table. A voice lamented from the doorway, breaking the profound silence that had enveloped the room, so quiet that one could almost hear the heartbeat of each individual. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. And Ling Mama, startled by the sound, turned to look in that direction. Her tightly furrowed brow softened slightly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. In the next moment, the door was gently pushed open, and as Wuxizi's voice trailed off with the opening of the door, he realized the presence of Yun Zhang within. He dared not continue his previous remarks, having only muttered them in jest at the threshold, fully aware that they might have been overheard. How is it that you have summoned me again? Wang, I have yet to finish my meal. Wuxizi stepped into the room, momentarily halting his stride, but immediately spotted Yun Zhang amidst the crowd, squinting his eyes and exclaiming. His casual remark nearly slipped into something more inappropriate. Yet he was fortunate that, despite his advancing years, his mind remained sharp. After this, he took a deliberate step forward, his gaze sweeping across the assembled individuals. In July, without hesitation, he gently closed the door and then Like an invisible being, quietly positioned himself beside Ling Xian. As he approached within 5 paces of Yunzheng, he found himself waiting in vain for a word from him, which caused his heart to tremble with uncertainty. What could this mean? In a state of urgency, he had been summoned, yet now that he stood before Yunzheng, silence reigned. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. Nor could he afford to provoke him. Despite having surmised the intention behind this encounter, he knew well that it was not his place to voice it first. Mr. Ling, it is a pleasure to see you again. It seems we are indeed fated, he said, his eyes narrowing with faint cordiality. The taciturn figure offered no response, prompting him to seek out someone familiar to converse with, convinced that he would extract a word from them. Who is this esteemed elder? Before Ling's father could articulate a reply, Ling's mother, unable to contain her curiosity, approached from the bedside and inquired. The tone of the elder suggested an acquaintance with Ling's father. But Ling's mother was also familiar with her husband's acquaintances. She felt a vague familiarity with the elder's visage, yet he was certainly not a close acquaintance, leading her to pose her question out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, he turned to Ling's mother, offering a slight smile, and with a meaningful tone remarked, Madam Ling, you may have forgotten, as time has passed too long, yet not long enough, just as his words faded. Ling's father's exclamation pierced the air. Oh, I remember now. Yes, indeed. With this revelation, Ling's mother too experienced a moment of clarity, responding in kind. I still recall the words you spoke to us, she continued, her excitement growing. But then paused abruptly. You mentioned that our connection with Xiao Fei could be profound or tenuous. At the time it seemed peculiar, but now, I find it even more perplexing, noticing Ling's mother's fervor. Ling's father quickly interjected, maintaining a calm demeanor. Indeed. As he listened, he gazed beyond Ling's mother towards Ling Fei on the bed, nodding thoughtfully in response. Ling Xiang and Bai Susu had long since become bewildered by the conversation between him and Ling's father. Unable to grasp the meaning behind their words, despite their multitude of questions, they understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. Ho Guang, feeling similarly constrained, held his questions close to his chest. The room fell silent, punctuated only by his profound, ambiguous utterance, which echoed like a sigh or something else entirely. She is where you must go. Find her and speak to her, Yunzheng said, rising to his feet and slowly advancing towards him. Standing resolutely before him with hands in pockets, narrowing his eyes as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon the averted eyes of the other, his lips parted slightly as he uttered a quiet yet resolute command. Though spoken softly, the weight of Yunjing's words was unmistakable. A chill ran through him at this declaration, and as their gazes locked, he discerned nothing beyond the steadfast resolve in Yunjing's eyes. Despite the doctor's thorough examination revealing no issues with Ling Fei, her continued unconsciousness remained a troubling predicament. Moreover, judging by Yunjing's demeanor, it seemed that the situation was graver than mere problems could suggest. Grandfather, I implore you to awaken my mother. As the thoughts of the crowd varied, Kai Xian approached Yunjing's side, gazing up at Wu Suzi with eager eyes and softly uttering a plead at Wu Suzi. Upon hearing her words, lowered his gaze to the small figure before him, feeling his heart soften instantly. Oh dear, these two are indeed driving me to my wit's end. Yunjing's attention remained fixated on Wu Suzi's face. He had initially only sought to test whether Wu Suzi's method would prove effective. Uncertain himself, however, it now appeared that it was indeed viable, and he felt a quiet sigh of relief within. Noticing the situation, Wu Suzi's lips twitched slightly. After all he had said, this fellow could only muster a single good word? Not even a thank you. At the very least, he could offer some comfort to my anxious heart. Conversing with this man felt akin to trying to teach a cow to sing. Just then, as Wu Suzi lost himself in thought, Papa Ling suddenly spoke up. Papa Ling could discern that, despite Wu Suzi being the elder in years, the dynamics of their relationship in this world were surely complicated. Particularly, upon learning from Wu Suzi that Yunzheng was a prince, Wu Suzi, regardless of any disconnection from royalty, would naturally feel a sense of trepidation in the presence of such stature. Having known Yunzheng for quite some time, Papa Ling understood well his character. His warmth was reserved solely for those he held dear, while others were treated indifferently. Nevertheless, as Ling Fei was his daughter and knowing Yunzheng cared for her, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Thus, he proceeded accordingly. Upon hearing Papa Ling's words, Wu Suzi felt a sense of relief and replied with a smile. Oh, you flatter me. Papa Ling is far more courteous than the prince. He then cast a glance at Yunzheng, who was squinting with a slight smirk as he regarded him, causing a shiver to run down Wu Suzi's spine. He sensed that this man was certainly plotting something. Well then, I shall enter. Aside from the prince, it would be best for everyone else to remain here and wait. Wu Suzi quickly evaded Yunzheng's gaze and stated casually before making his way to the bedside. Observing this, Yunzheng turned to nod at Papa Ling in acknowledgement before following Wu Suzi's lead, seating himself beside Mama Ling. Mama Ling, do not worry. Perhaps you should take a seat on the sofa for a while. Yunzheng reassured her. Seeing Mama Ling nod in agreement, he then settled down at the bedside, noticing Wu Suzi seated cross-legged on the floor across from him, intently watching him. Let us begin. Yunzheng announced, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. He took one of Ling Fei's hands in his own, pressing his lips gently against it, silently praying. All right then, Mama, if anything occurs with my sister, please inform me at once. Without waiting for Bai Susu to say anything, Ling Xiang interjected decisively. Here, they could be of no assistance, glancing at the children quietly seated on the sofa, thinking that as long as his sister was unharmed, everything would be fine, especially with Yunzheng present. He was sure nothing would happen to her. Ling Xiang reassured himself fervently. After Ling Xiang and Bai Susu departed, Ho Guang remained seated nearby. Father, I do not wish to leave. I long to witness Mother awaken. After hearing Ling Mama's words, I softly spoke beside Ho Guang. Be good, Kai Xin. You must return to school tomorrow. How about I bring you back after classes? Ho Guang attempted to persuade. Yet, Kai Xin remained reluctant, silent, simply sitting there in quietude. Ho Guang felt helpless but desired to stay and await the outcome, for after all, the events transpired following Ling Fei's departure from his home. Is it truly so? Kai Xin inquired, her eyes sparkling with hope as she turned to Ling Mama. Indeed, it is true. Do you still doubt that Zheng Papa is sincere? Ling Mama replied with a smile. Very well, I shall return tomorrow, and then I can converse with Mother, Kai Xin responded cheerfully. Once Ho Guang and the others departed, it was already the dead of night. Ling Papa urged Ling Mama to rest on the sofa, but she found sleep elusive, frequently glancing towards the direction of the bed. Yunzheng remained beside Ling Fei, observing her seemingly slumbering form, his heart tumultuous. He recalled the last moment he beheld her in the previous life, when she was retrieved from the lake. The person who resided in the depths of his heart had departed from his world, causing a sharp pain within him as memories replayed like a silent film in his mind. As she pondered, she abruptly found the courtyard had vanished. Looking around, she realized she was now in another mansion, one that lacked the opulence of the previous general's residence. Curiously, she followed her thoughts. And as she walked, she noticed the mansion transforming, becoming increasingly splendid. Just as she grappled with this perplexity, she spotted a figure and hurried towards it, her pace quickening. However, when she halted, the figure had already vanished, leaving her before a tranquil lake, adorned with scattered lotus flowers. The surface of the water showcased lively koi swimming about joyfully. This picturesque scene captivated her momentarily, but in an instant, the koi began to float lifelessly on the surface, while the lotus and leaves gradually turned a withered yellow, bowing their heads. As she contemplated this, a throbbing pain emerged in her head, and scenes from her past began to resurface, struggling to maintain her stance. She gazed at the lake once more, only to succumb to the ground in shock. Floating upon the water was a woman, not just anyone, but a reflection of herself. No, rather, a perfect likeness adorned in ancient garments. She fixated on the woman's visage as her mind was flooded with memories from her past life. Just as she sought to untangle her thoughts, Yunzheng appeared, cloaked in black, an incongruity against the bright sunlight, yet embodying an air of noble elegance. Ling Fei, Yunzheng suddenly called out. Yet, as if oblivious to her presence, he leapt into the lake, swiftly retrieving the woman and bearing her to the shore. Without pausing, he soared away into the distance. Without allowing Ling Fei too much time for contemplation, she rose to her feet and pursued the direction in which Yunzheng had vanished, calling out as she ran. Yunzheng, Yunzheng, it is I, Ling Fei. As she shouted, memories from her past life surged forth in her mind, and tears flowed uncontrollably, carried away by the wind until they disappeared into the air. She clearly recalled Yunzheng's anguished expression, one she had never seen on him before. That woman must hold great significance for him, perhaps even more than herself. Upon realizing this, she halted her steps, lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, but found no trace of Yunzheng. His eyes were solely for that woman, leaving no room for her, not even a fleeting glance. Could it be that he could not see her? She could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for she found herself in a desolate courtyard. However, as she pushed open the door, the scene shifted once more. It was no longer indoors but outside, revealing a bustling street filled with people, reminiscent of the very street she had first arrived at. Amidst the throngs of bustling individuals, Ling Fei's gaze fixated on a particular direction. She recognized him. It was indeed him. Hastily, she quickened her pace towards him. He sat alone at a table outside a tea house, merely a cup of tea before him. He appeared to be lost in thought, or perhaps resting with his eyes closed. "Old sir," Ling Fei approached him, standing in the wind, incredulously calling out softly. Upon hearing her voice, the man slowly opened his eyes, raising his head to appraise Ling Fei from head to toe, his expression inscrutable, betraying nothing of his thoughts. "Are you calling me?" he inquired languidly. In that moment, as he lifted his gaze, Ling Fei was certain that this was the elderly gentleman she had encountered in her childhood by the lake in the woods. His appearance had not changed at all, remaining as it had been on that day. Upon hearing Ling Fei's voice, he had already recognized her, yet feigned ignorance, for he was under pressure from Yunzheng to remain distant, allowing him to experience a bit more anxiety in the outside world as a form of punishment. Though he entertained such thoughts, he did not act excessively, for after all, she was his savior and a figure of high esteem. Even a deity must yield a modicum of respect. Do you remember? Ling Fei asked eagerly, her heart brimming with excitement, for she knew no one else here. The only familiar face she had encountered seemed oblivious to her presence. Now, this elderly gentleman had recalled her, which raised the question, had Yunjing truly not seen her, or had he simply chosen to ignore her? "How then am I to find him?" she implored. Feeling utterly alone in this unfamiliar place devoid of darkness, she felt a sense of familiarity, yet her memories were fragmented, and those she knew could not see her. It truly felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. "The self from my past life," Ling Fei murmured softly, repeating the words she had just heard. Observing that Wu Shuzi had already moved past her, she instantly followed in his wake, uncertain of how many alleys they had traversed. Yet not having spent an inordinate amount of time, Ling Fei observed that Wu Shuzi had halted before a grand residence. Just as her astonishment peaked, Wu Shuzi turned to gaze at her. "Miss Ling, we have arrived at your abode," he remarked with an air of nonchalance, directing his attention toward the bewildered Ling F. This is the general's mansion. I have visited before, but there was no one inside. Ling Fei inquired, perplexed, as Wu Shuzi paused in his steps. Ling Fei lifted her gaze to the plaque at the entrance, where the words General's Mansion came into view, stirring her surprise, and she subsequently looked back at Wu Shuzi. "Past grievances are inconsequential. I fear it is merely the recent turmoil within the court that has caused this," another woman's voice interjected. Ling Fei turned to see a lady clad in a verdant gown, draped in a delicate pink veil, descending from the carriage with the assistance of a maidservant. This lady was none other than the one she had encountered by the lake, strikingly similar in appearance to herself. A wave of astonishment washed over Ling Fei as she glanced at Wu Shuzi, who was approaching her. In haste, she pivoted, searching the bustling street for answers, yet found none. "Ling Xin, do join us." The voice of Ling Qiqing resonated at the entrance. "Long Xin." Upon hearing the name, Ling Fei swiftly turned to see Ling Xin respectfully making her way to Ling Qiqing's side. Head bowed. It dawned on her that Yunzheng had once mentioned that her past incarnation was Ling Qiqing, the esteemed daughter of the general's mansion, while Ling Xin was a person orchestrated by Yunzheng to be by her side. However, at this moment, Ling Qiqing remained entirely oblivious to Yunzheng's existence. Her heart and thoughts seemingly devoted solely to her recently wedded husband. Ling Fei couldn't help but let out a wry smile inwardly at this realization. "Qiqing, how does the young master treat you?" Just as Ling Fei pondered, a middle-aged woman emerged from the courtyard, presumably Ling Qiqing's mother. The elegantly attired woman looked at Ling Qiqing with concern and inquired. Indeed, the next utterance confirmed her identity. "Mother, the young master treats me exceedingly well. You need not worry. By the way, is father at home today?" Ling Qiqing hastened towards the approaching woman, smiling as she spoke, although Ling Fei caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in her eyes. Disappointment? Why? It must be that the young master was not as kind as he professed to be. Ling Fei recalled Yunzheng mentioning that the young master had ultimately relegated Ling Qiqing to a remote courtyard, and perhaps he had never even graced her with his presence until her departure from this world. Her past life was indeed steeped in tragedy. Following them through the courtyard, they entered the anteroom of the bedroom. All along the way, Ling Fei surveyed her surroundings, each detail strikingly familiar, as though she had traversed this path countless times before. Even without trailing behind, she navigated with ease, scenes from her previous life unfurled within her mind once more. But this time they flowed seamlessly rather than in disjointed fragments. As memories surged forth, a sharp pain throbbed in her head, and suddenly, she collapsed to the ground. When she awoke once more, she had no notion of how much time had elapsed. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt the caress of sunlight upon her face. After a moment of adjustment to the brightness, she rose to a seated position. This was a bed position by the window. With widened eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. The room was not overly austere and could indeed be deemed elegant. "Madam, you are finally awake," came a voice, and Ling Fei turned in surprise to see Ling Xian approaching her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her own voice echoed in her ears. "Ling Xian, help me sit up," Ling Fei called out in astonishment, following the sound, only to find Ling Qingcheng lying in bed. While she herself seemed to be but a wisp of her former self, Ling Qingcheng's lips parted slightly as she weakly uttered, "Lung Xian." With utmost care, Lung Xian assisted Ling Qingcheng into a sitting position. "Lung Xian, why has he shown such cruelty, sparing not a single soul in the general's manor?" Ling Qingcheng's voice was laden with sorrow yet bore a harshness that betrayed no emotion. Ling Fei, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of shock within her. What did she mean by the general's manor and the sparing of not a single soul? What was the meaning behind her words? Just a moment ago, she had been in the general's manor, and now, where was she? With no hesitation, she turned and exited the room, confronting the scene before her. As she faced the shafts of sunlight filtering through the trees in the courtyard. Her eyes struggled to open fully. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light, and a series of memories flooded back. On her 20th birthday, the inferno at Yaja Courtyard had been orchestrated by her husband. A man more beastly than human. At her mother-in-law's birthday banquet, she had encountered that woman, more than just a woman, but one with a pronounced belly. "Madam, madam." Ling Fei heard someone calling her name in a daze. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see a familiar face, tense with worry. "Lung Xian?" she called out. "Madam, you have finally awakened. How do you feel?" "I have summoned a doctor to examine you," Lung Xian replied, relief washing over her upon hearing Ling Qingcheng's voice. Ling Fei, contemplating how she wished Ling Xian to bring the doctor in to attend to her, was taken aback when she heard Ling Qingcheng's voice. "No need for that. Send him away. My body is fine." What? Am I unable to influence her thoughts? How then can I save her? Ling Fei's heart raced with anxiety, yet she found herself trapped within this living body, helplessly watching as events unfolded before her.